The House will come to order. We welcome Julia Frazier, Cece Frazier, Ford Frazier, and Trey Litzo from Arma Day Academy, Highlands Ranch, Colorado, guests of Representative Bradley, House District 39, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. Go get your certificate. Oops. That was me. Thank you so much. Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Rep. Bockenfeld,
Excused.
Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Clifford, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Duran, English, Representative English,
Excused.
Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Representative Froelich,
Excused.
Garcia, Hamrick, Hartsook, Hernandez, Herod, Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Kip. Leader is excused. Lindsay, Lindstead, Luck,
Here.
Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Marvin, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Ortiz is excused. Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks, Representative Ricks is excused. Rutinel, Sirota, Rep. Sirota. Sirota is excused. Snyder, Soper, Story. Oh, sorry. Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Rep. Valdez, Velasco, Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford,
Here.
Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
With 59 present, 6 excused, we do have a quorum, members. Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
Good morning, members. I rise today with just one more nugget of people's history in the state of Colorado. I want to tell the story of an educational opportunity program hosted at CU Boulder, which was really formative to families like mine, that was hosted in the late 60s and early 70s. It was the first opportunity for a lot of folks who were Chicanos, Mexicanos, and brown folks to attend college, called the Educational Opportunity Program, facilitated by UMass y Mecha. It actually increased the student population in 1966. There were 6 Chicano students on CU Boulder's campus. By its work in 1972, there were 1,400. So wonderful work. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Wednesday, March 27th be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Representative Morrow and Martinez. And Winter. Representative Morrow, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you. Members, today we have the Pueblo Board of County Commissioners and our County Attorney, Cynthia Mitchell. So if you'll please stand. We have Epi Griego, Commissioner Zach Swearingen, and our beloved, my predecessor, former Representative Danae Escar. If you'd all give them a shout out. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Good to see you. We miss you. All right. Representative McLaughlin? Oh, sorry. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to say congratulations to a Durango native. His name is Ross Anderson. He is Cheyenne, Arapaho, Mescalero, Chicaruca, I can never say it, Apache, and still holds the American speed skiing record at 154.06 miles per hour, which he set in 2006. That is really fast, 154.06. Speed skiing involves straight line directly down a steep pitch with no obstacles, turns, or tricks to obscure momentum. It's a blend of aerodynamics, courage, and strength, all crammed into a specialty suit and helmet that Anderson hated wearing, and he has just become a member of the National Snowboard and Skiing Hall of Fame. And I'd just like to say, yay, Ross. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Good morning, colleagues. I am delighted to be here with Representative Titone and all my other colleagues. It is an honor to serve with all of you and also to acknowledge Trans Day of Visibility. First, I want to thank Modis Theater for their moving performance in SSB. Earlier today, their transformative stories, Out Boulder for their continued work with supporting our LGBTQ+ AI community members, and I also want to acknowledge my friend and fellow former council, I'm a former council member, Dr. Nicole Spear, who's also the Mayor Pro Tem of Boulder. In my understanding, she's the first LGBTQAI Mayor Pro Tem of Boulder. We are celebrating Trans Visibility Day because in today's political culture, trans people have been villainized for being who they are. Trans people are being murdered for who they are. Trans people have a higher rate of attempted and completed suicide due to the volatile treatment in today's society. Being transgender is not wrong. It's not wrong to be truly who you are. We see you, we hear you, and I also just wanted to note, I am so grateful to be a state representative out of Boulder. We are trying to do the work, and I also hope that all of us will do the work on behalf of all of our community members, because no one is safe until all of us is safe. So I want to thank the LGBTQ caucus for giving me the opportunity to be an ally with all of them here today. Thank you.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Trans Day of Visibility is really a day where we celebrate the existence of trans people in society in all different aspects that we are, and that we are part of the fabric of everyone's societies and communities. We exist here. We are trying to do our best to fill that role in society that makes a difference. We are teachers and doctors and lawyers and legislators occasionally, and we want to just be existing in our communities along with everyone else. And we want to see people like us in places, and that's what we had this morning with Modus to share some of the stories of the struggles that trans people have trying to be ourselves and how difficult it is. We're not looking for any kind of special treatment. We're just looking to be treated just like everyone else. And that's why this day is so important, and it's on March 30th.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to ask the members who are here from Modus Theater and our trans community to please stand and be acknowledged by this chamber. And Dr. Nicole Spear as well. And then I just want to take one moment to acknowledge someone who has probably done more for trans visibility in this chamber and in our statutes than anyone else in the history of the state of Colorado, and that's our own colleague, Representative Breonna Tatone. Thank you for being seen.
Thank you, members. Thank you. I'll ask everyone to take their seats. We do have business today. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be added to the special orders calendar on Thursday, March 28th, 2024 at 9:24 a.m. Are we ready? House Bill 1387, House Bill 1391, House Bill 1428, House Bill 1429, House Bill 1395, House Bill 1396, House Bill 1397, House Bill 1398, House Bill 1409, House Bill 1399, House Bill 1400, House Bill 1430, House Bill 1386, House Bill 1402, House Bill 1413, House Bill 1401, House Bill 1403, House Bill 1404, House Bill 1405, House Bill 1407, House Bill 1385, House Bill 1394, House Bill 1408, House Bill 1412, House Bill 1414, House Bill 1388, House Bill 1415, House Bill 1416, House Bill 1417, House Bill 1418, House Bill 1425, House Bill 1426, House Bill 1427, House Bill 1419, House Bill 1411, House Bill 1389, House Bill 1406, House Bill 1390, House Bill 1421, House Bill 1422, House Bill 1423, House Bill 1424, House Bill 1410, House Bill 1393, House Bill 1420, and House Bill 1392.
Woo! Members, you have heard all of that. Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar today, Thursday, March 28th at 9:24 a.m. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Members, you've heard the motion. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon will take the chair.
All right, we're getting ready to begin. We can get settled. Okay, the committee will come to order. Let me find the gavel. Sorry. Here we go. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is partially relaxed, I mean fully. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1175 and House Bill 1278 to the end of the second reading calendar.
House Bills 1175 and 1278 will be laid over into the end of the second special orders calendar. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here we go. Just a reminder that we will have lunch served today for the entire chamber at 1 o'clock today, thanks to our chief clerk, Robin, and to Kathy Hahn. She's around here somewhere. But anyway, just a reminder, 1 o'clock today, lunch.
Order in the chamber. Order in the chamber. Okay, nobody's. All right, Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1387.
House Bill 1387 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning modifications to the preschool program's cash fund.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1387.
To the bill. Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill simply clarifies that in the preschool program's cash fund, that the department should always leave a reserve. The General Assembly appropriated $28 million of general fund in the last fiscal year to ensure a reserve in this new fund, and we are just putting into statute a requirement that one stay there. And it puts in provisions for the manner in which the department can access that reserve. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1387? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1391.
House Bill 1391 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning extending the continuous appropriation authority for the Educator Licensure Cash Fund.
Representative Byrd.
I move House Bill 1391.
To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Hi, members. Under current law, funds in the Educator Licensure Cash Fund are continuously appropriated through the current year. This bill extends the continuous appropriation authority to fiscal year 29-23. We ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1391. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1428.
House Bill 1428 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning evidence-based designations to assist the General Assembly in determining the appropriate level of funding for a program or practice.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 24-1428 and the committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Taggart? Representative, sorry. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very simple technical change to the bill that clarifies the language and the definitions within the bill.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1428 is a very straightforward bill that brings about an evolution of evidence-based information when departments are presenting their requests for budgets each year, such that we always know as a legislative body if in fact there is evidence to make sure that a program is doing what it said it was going to do. And I ask for your support on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1428? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 1428 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1429.
House Bill 1429 by Representatives Burton Sirota, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning a transfer from the unused state-owned real property fund to the general fund.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1429.
To the bill, Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very simple bill to transfer $120,000 from the unused state-owned real property cash fund.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1429? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 1429 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1395.
House Bill 1395 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning delaying a transfer from the marijuana tax cash fund to the public school capital construction assistance fund and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
I move House Bill 241395.
And I believe there's an appropriations report.
And the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we amended the page 2 of the bill and struck July and substituted the word June.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Okay, the report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, I'm with a heavy heart move this bill today. This bill delays from July 1st, 2024 to July 1st, 2026, a planned $20 million transfer from the Marijuana Tax Cash Fund to the Public School Capital Construction Assistance Fund. This is because the source of fund, which is Marijuana Tax Cash Fund, has been having solvency issues for quite some time. The plan is to resume transfers to the BEST Fund as soon as practicable, but today we do need to put a pause on this $20 million. Rest assured, though, members, that according to the Constitution, the BEST Fund will still receive $40 million out of the Marijuana Tax Cash Fund, again, as guaranteed by the Constitution. It's just this extra $20 million. So I ask.
The amendment brought it. The amendment
Is there any?
June 30th, 2026.
Right. And we did that in the appropriations report.
Okay.
Yes.
Representative Byrd or Taggart? Any?
Sure, we'll
Representative
just
Byrd.
make clear, in our amendment, move this to 2026. Go ahead, Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Taggart.
The
Go ahead.
amendment just moved it one date, so it was in next year's fiscal year. So it's June the 30th, 2026, as compared to July the 1st, as it was initially drafted.
Right.
Okay.
And that was, oops.
Representative Byrd.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And that was the amendment we made in the Appropriations Committee.
Oh, okay. Okay, is there any further discussion? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I just need some clarification. When this passed for marijuana legalization, this was a promise made to the people that schools were going to be funded. There was not ever going to be a problem. Now, are we having a problem? Are we still being able to fund those schools out in the rural communities the way we have been? Because we need to know that, please. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Representative Catlin. Appreciate the question and want to assure you, yes, as guaranteed by the Constitution, what the voters approved, there is a $40 million transfer that will still be going into the BEST Fund. This is just not additional funds.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage, oh my gosh, of House Bill 1395. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to 1396.
House Bill 1396 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the transfer of money from the general fund to the Advanced Industries Acceleration Cash Fund and in connection therewith extending the Colorado Bioscience and Clean Technology Innovation Reinvestment Act for an additional 8 years.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 24-1396.
To the bill.
This bill reauthorizes the Colorado Bioscience and Clean Technology Innovation and Reinvestment Act for an additional 8 years through March 1st, 2033.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1396? Okay. All those in favor say aye, like I can hear you.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1397.
House Bill 1397 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning cash funds that provide funding for the Creative Industries Division in the Office of Economic Development.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 24-1397.
To the bill.
This is a bill that makes a one-time transfer from the general fund for $500,000 for the Creative Industries Cash Fund to allow us to certify new creative districts that have been requested from municipalities, as well as recertifying existing creative districts.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1397. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 1397 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1398.
House Bill 1398 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning a transfer to the Procurement Technical Assistance Cash Fund.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 24-1398.
To the bill.
Members, this bill extends an annual statutory transfer of $220,000 general fund to the Procurement Technical Assistance Cash Fund through fiscal year 2033-34. The Procurement Technical Assistance Cash Fund supports businesses attempting to provide services under state, local, and federal government contracts. I ask for your yes vote.
Is there any discussion on House Bill 1398? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No. House Bill 1398 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1409.
House Bill 1409 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning the funding of employment-related services in the state through the Department of Labor Employment and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Representative Byrd.
I move House Bill 24-1409 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you. Whoops, let's see here.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we added an amendment to include the Executive Director of the Department of Labor and Employment or a designee of the department to the Board of Directors of the Workforce Development Enterprise.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, this bill creates the Workforce Development Enterprise in the Division of Employment and Training in the Department of Labor and Employment for the purpose of ensuring resident access to workforce development services and centers. Employers pay an annual support surcharge to fund unemployment administration and to support the solvency of the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. Under current law, the surcharge is deposited into several different funds, which generally pay for unemployment insurance administration needs. The bill limits the amounts of funding that may be held within these funds and supports the solvency of the UITF, as well as creating an ongoing protected funding source for workforce development needs within our state. We know that workforce centers create a healthy labor force and a higher employment rate, both of which keep unemployment rates low. Businesses and employers who pay the support surcharge will directly benefit from the creation of the Workforce Development Enterprise. I ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1409. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 1409 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1399.
House Bill 1399 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Beers and Kirkmeyer, concerning discounted care for indigent patients and in connection therewith, repealing the Colorado Indigent Care Program, creating the Hospital Discounted Care Advisory Committee, and addressing disproportionate share hospital payments.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1399.
To the bill.
Thank you. This bill is, it repeals the Colorado Indigent Care Program effective July 1, 2025, because the program has effectively been replaced by supplemental Medicaid patient payments that get distributed from the HOSFI, from a federal program that distributes money to DISH hospitals, and also the Primary Care Fund grant program. And so we expect that people will continue to be served by these three other programs and can eliminate the CICP. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually support this bill, but I do want to say one thing, that I really like the Colorado Indigent Care Program, and that it was a pretty clean way to show where funds were coming from, and that being able to have three other sources of funds for being able to pay for those particular patients when they're in a hospital setting is obviously important to a hospital to be reimbursed. But I do believe that this is not quite as clear. I would have much rather have had the program that we did have, but I also know that's water under the bridge, and wanted to lay that on the record.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1399. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1399 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1400.
House Bill 1400 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Zenzinger, concerning Medicaid eligibility procedures.
Representative Byrd.
Members, I move House Bill 1400.
To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill simplifies Medicaid eligibility determinations consistent with what was permitted during the pandemic to assist people with an expedited review of obtaining Medicaid determinations and hearing those appeals as well. This will be good for our department in terms of creating administrative efficiencies within the Department of Healthcare Policy and Environment, or Healthcare Policy Finance, and also good for patients and providers who are hoping that their patients will be able to pay for the cost of their services. I ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1400. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 1400 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1430, rather longly. We are moving into the long bill.
House Bill 1430 by Representative Byrd, also Senator Zenzinger, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024, except as otherwise noted.
Thank you. Representative Byrd.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move House Bill 1430 and the Appropriations Committee report. Oh, just
There's no committee report.
there's. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. What's that? Okay. Yeah, we just. All right. Move.
Okay, to the bill.
Okay. Can we wait just
Yep.
a second?
Committee will go into brief recess. Committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1430 until after House Bill 1394.
House Bill 1430 will be laid over until after House Bill 1394. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1386.
House Bill 1386 by Representatives Burton Sirota, also Senators Beardsley and Kirkmeyer, concerning the creation of the Broadband Infrastructure Cash Fund in the State Treasury to be used by the Department of Corrections to install broadband infrastructure at certain correctional facilities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1386.
To the bill. Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill creates the Broadband Infrastructure Cash Fund within the Department of Corrections in order to be able to install broadband infrastructure at 5 different DOC facilities and complexes. The Denver Reception and Diagnostic Center, Fremont Correctional Facility, Denver Women's Correctional Facility, Buena Vista Correctional Complex, and the San Carlos Correctional Facility. Ask for an aye vote.
Members, I know we're going to have a long day, but we need to keep our voices down. We cannot hear the bill sponsors. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1386? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1386 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1402.
House Bill 1402 by Representatives Burton Sirota, also Senators Beardsley and Zenzinger, concerning an evaluation of the Department of Higher Education's information technology functions and services by the Office of Information Technology and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 241402.
To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, members, this bill requires the Governor's Office of Information Technology to evaluate the information technology functions and services of the Department of Higher Education for the purpose of ascertaining whether and how the department might consolidate these functions into the technology functions and services managed by the Office of Information Technology. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1402? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The bill is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1413.
House Bill 1413 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, concerning transfers from funds that include severance tax revenue and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1413.
I'm sorry. Further discussion? We're good? You moved the bill?
Yeah.
To the bill. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
This bill has 2 transfer components. The first one is moving from the severance tax operational fund to the Conservation District Grant Fund from $450,000 to $700,000 starting in fiscal year 2024-25. For its purpose is to implement and maintain soil and water conservation efforts. The second series of transfers take place between the severance tax revenues to the general fund, $26,000 from the severance tax perpetual base fund, $25,000 from the local government severance tax fund, and $18,300 basically from the severance tax operational fund, all to the general fund.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I want to start out so that I don't forget to say thank you to our JBC members for all of your months and hours of hard work. We do appreciate you, regardless of what we might say at the mic today. So, just wanted to preface that. I can never support the consistent sweeping of severance tax dollars to general fund. We have been doing this for years and impacting the communities, the water projects that rely on this money. And so I am making a plea to stop taking severance tax money, especially with the attacks we've seen on oil and gas over the years since I was a commissioner. These local governments need this money. I'm asking for a no vote on this. Thank you.
Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also asking you not to vote for this amendment. Minority Leader is correct. We're constantly taking the money from local governments. And as we talked about in caucus yesterday, I mean, this money comes from oil and gas, and I'm sure that, the JBC is happy that they have this money to sweep, to be able to put in here to make these adjustments. But at the end of the day, they wouldn't be able to do this without the severance tax from oil and gas. And with the attacks we see on oil and gas, let this all be a stark reminder of how this money is beneficial for the state and how it can be moved around to protect the state. And we definitely need to think about that as we move forward in legislation, but I urge a no vote. Thank you.
We are talking to the House bill, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To House Bill 1413, I also rise to urge a no vote for a lot of the same reasons that we've heard before. This is another additional $69 million in severance tax, which comes from oil and gas that's being moved into the general fund. Just off the top of my head, we pulled $72 million out of severance tax last year. We cannot continue to keep doing this at the same time that additional regulation is dropped on the industry that provides this money. So I just want it to be on the record that, once again, $69 million this year is being taken from severance tax at the same time that we're continuing to have excessive overregulation on that industry, which has bailed out the state year after year. I urge a no vote.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you.
I did say good morning back. My mic was off. Good morning, Rep. Frizzell.
Thank you. Members, House Bill 1413 concerns me a great deal. My colleagues have just been up here talking about how we continue to use the severance tax funds as a makeup fund. There's a lot of things we could call it and a lot of ways we use it. The problem is, as in this particular bill, we are removing $25 million from the local government severance tax fund. And those dollars are really important to our communities. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about that. Some of severance tax that's collected is allocated to DOLA. And of that is the local government severance tax fund. And it's distributed to local governments who provide services directly to our constituents. About 70% of that is available for discretionary loans and grants to local governments that are socially or economically impacted by the mineral extraction industry. Local governments apply to DOLA for the loans and grants, and that money has to be used for the planning, construction, and maintenance of public facilities and for the provision of public services. This is local government. So what we are doing is we are taking money out of the hands of those who spend it most responsibly and using it for things that it's not intended for. I have a very significant issue with that, to the point where I would like to move Amendment L001 to House Bill 1413 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay.
All right.
L1 has been properly displayed to the amendment. Rep. Frizzell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So this is a very simple amendment. All it does is it returns the $25 million to the local government severance tax fund. It does not utilize those funds as part of this bill. This is a very important situation. In the long term, diverting impact revenue away from energy-impacted communities allows the state to sidestep taking meaningful action to address the conflicts in the state budget and revenue management. These issues are not going to be going away after this fiscal year, and we must address them. One-time transfers become an annual event. We have seen that from last year to this year. Between 2008 and 2013, during the pandemic, or during the Great Recession, local governments saw over $280 million of their severance tax dollars go to prop up the state budget. Some of it was restored, but again, in 2015, $20 million was swept and none restored. And here we are. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Let's leave our local governments alone. We need to support them, not rob them.
Members, we are in debate on Amendment L1. If we could bring our voices down a little. Is there further discussion on Amendment L1? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first thing I'd like to say is the representative from Douglas County has worked in county governance. She has worked in the area that on these county budgets that uses these funds. Now, members of this chamber, you need to understand something. The severance tax that this state gets in is hundreds of millions, if not billions, depending on oil and gas production. It serves every county and it serves this state to give it revenue. This amendment specifically addresses how to maximize that revenue for local government. You see, for those of us that know what DOLA stands for, Department of Local Affairs, almost every grant is funded by this money. And local governments, county commissioners managing county budgets, also need the severance tax money. So I would like for you to take a good hard look at this amendment because my colleague understands the importance of preserving and keeping that money at the local level. So I think you need to really take a good hard look at this. JBC, you need to take a good hard look at this. So I'll allow you to take a little extra time as I continue to speak to take a good hard look at this. Thank you.
We are all servants of the state of Colorado, and we don't need to be allowed. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to support this amendment. I think it's very important. As we've seen this session and in previous sessions, we continue to put new burdens and new mandates on our local government without providing any support to them. And what is the state supposed to do? If you read our state constitution, it's supposed to be supportive of our local communities. It's supposed to start from the bottom and work its way up. This amendment will help give those much needed assets to local communities through DOLA. This is the job of DOLA. These taxes are designed for our local communities, and they should stay there. So please, I ask for your support on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Otherwise, in support of the amendment because there are funds that are specified for the use of this severance tax. And when we take that severance tax, those funds, one, we're trying to, for probably something that's less quantified than a superstition, we're looking at undermining this industry entirely. And now, because the General Assembly can't get its grubby hands on the money fast enough, we're looking at transferring it to other things. So if we're going to make a contract with the people of Colorado and say this is what we're going to use the funds for, then this body should hold itself to basically the contract that it it established with the people of Colorado. We are going to use these funds for these activities. If we can't stay within our budget, which obviously we can't, then we need to renegotiate that contract with the people of Colorado. But right now we have a contract with the people of Colorado on how to use those severance funds. The government essentially made a promise to the people of Colorado, and now we're just saying that, like all other government promises, it's worth the paper that it's written on. So I would recommend, and I vote on this amendment, keep the money going where it's said, keep our promises met as would be the philosophical standpoint. So a yes on this amendment.
Is there further discussion on L1? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I very much respect my colleagues' comments about this particular set of transfers, in particular the $25 million, but I would ask you to vote no on it. And here's the reason. First and foremost, none of this is at the expense of DOLA and our local governments. This is, in fact, a number that there is a reserve for this particular cash fund, and we are well above it at this point in time because of the collection of severance taxes. And in addition to that, this does end up going in local governments. If you consider one example alone, we have higher education institutions across the state. We have community colleges across the state in these areas. We have technical colleges, and all of this helps. And again, this is reserve. This is not taking from the corpus whatsoever. So it is not at the expense of our local governments.
Is there any further discussion on L1? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. Okay, L1 fails. To the bill. Back to House Bill 1413. Is there any further discussion? Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would hate to miss this opportunity to talk about where this money comes from. And it comes from oil and gas and mineral exploration in the state. And we perpetually try to hurt that industry from this building. But yet it's really handy to have that industry when it comes time to dip into some of the extra funds. So I just want to not let this opportunity pass to say oil and gas is doing a lot of stuff in this state that we ignore until it comes time to take that money.
Representative Bottoms.
I am strongly against this, and my previous representative friend just said most of what I was going to say, but I want to try to say it a little bit better. I would actually go so far as to say that oil and gas gets attacked regularly in this House, and now we need the money. And that's worse than disingenuous. In my opinion, that's unethical. That we attack, and try to destroy the industry, and now we want the money that industry brings to the table. And so that's wrong on a lot of different levels. So I'm against this.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1413? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1401.
House Bill 1401 by Representatives Burton Sirota, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning making appropriation to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing for payments to the Denver Health and Hospital Authority.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1401.
To the bill. Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill effectuates an appropriation to Denver Health. Denver Health, $5 million. Denver Health not only provides important care to those in the city and county of Denver, but really truly is a beacon for care statewide. Many Coloradans from around the state travel long distances to seek care, excellent care at Denver Health, but the hospital provides a significant amount of uncompensated care, and so this $5 million appropriation is to help support the good work that they are doing on behalf of the state of Colorado.
Okay.
I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, well, first, Madam Chair, I'd like to move L003 to 1401.
Okay, one more time. Can you move?
And I would like to move L003 to House Bill 1401 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. Okay, L3 has been moved and properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment states an intent to continue to support the incredible and great work of Denver Health and the fact that they have had to assume so much of the cost without any form of reimbursement because of the migrant crisis. What this amendment does, it does not actually, at this moment, allocate or take from any funds. The point of this amendment is to acknowledge the fact that every year, when we do our true-up during mid-year projections or whatever, we see that Medicaid is actually underspent. So then there's a recapture of Medicaid funds. Our goal with this intent is to make sure that during that process, up to $10 million of recaptured funds from Medicaid will go directly to Denver Health for the purposes of serving the needs of the migrant community.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we asked for a yes vote on this. Denver Health has been doing incredible work serving the migrant community over the past few years. Folks who do not have insurance, migrants who are hurt and need medical care, almost universally are referred to Denver Health if they go somewhere else first. And Denver Health does not turn these folks away. And I think it's really important that we support them in the great work that they're doing.
And we ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment L3. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Appreciate the sponsor's intent here, and it was certainly a discussion at the Budget Committee to be able to provide more for Denver Health. But we have many competing priorities, important priorities in our state budget, and I think, my intent as a legislator is certainly to support the important work that Denver Health is doing and all of the uncompensated care that they provide to Coloradans across the state. However, even just suggesting that we might use funds from savings from caseload adjustments in a future budget year, I don't think is necessarily wise policy. We need to be able to have the flexibility to meet the needs that we have in that moment. And so while my heart always says my intent is to support Denver Health, I think the $5 million that we have allocated in this budget is what we can do. I ask for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know a lot of people from other countries, from times, and so I'm surprised by this because anytime that they've always been required to have demonstrate that they have insurance before coming here, that they have. So I'm wondering why Denver Health is being overrun and having to foot for migrants that when most of the in the cases that I know, they have to demonstrate that they have employment, they have to have insurance, they have to have a lot of things. So why is it that Denver Health is being inundated with people with no insurance when that is typically a requirement for coming into the country? So just curious why that is.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment L3. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. L3 fails. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd move L001 to 1401 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, that is a proper motion. It is displayed to the amendment. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come to you with this amendment today because Denver Health is in a budget crisis. Between being at the safety net hospital for the entire state and recently taking on health care for newcomers who have come to Colorado for refuge, they need help. And while I sincerely appreciate the work that the Joint Budget Committee members have done, I believe that we need to do more. For more than 160 years, Denver Health has been treating and healing all in our community regardless of a patient's ability to pay. And in 2023, Denver Health provided more than $135 million in uncompensated care, a third of which goes to folks from other counties other than Denver, leaving really no money for the capital construction that is necessary to keep their facilities updated. The safety of their patients is paramount, and Denver Health is really at a crossroads where it's becoming more and more difficult as they try to serve every patient. It is difficult to keep their buildings safe. In particular, their Pavilion A building is 57 years old and is the main building for the campus. The aging building has great needs, and it would take $1.4 billion to rebuild. There's just only so many paint and polish renovations that they can do, so it really needs a complete overhaul. But this building includes 350 physical and behavioral health beds, a level 1 trauma center, adult and pediatric emergency departments, psychiatric emergency departments, surgical and intensive care, neurology labs, cardiology department, radiology, outpatient surgery, urgent care, and the building is really the heart of Denver Health's campus. The need is really urgent, and this funding would help Denver Health with renovations that include an upgrade to its fire panel, fire pump replacements, fire sprinkler valves, some of the most basic infrastructure that a hospital needs. The fire alert system is not reliable, and there have been times when Denver Health has had to use FTE to actually watch for fires instead of giving care to patients. So this amendment would add $11 million to our allocation for Denver Health in this bill, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bottoms.
So I'm not a mathematician, but I think this was more than the last one. I understand everything that the representative from Boulder just explained, and I agree with every one of those things on the list. But there's hospitals all over Colorado that need these things. This is something that I think, again, the metro area has blinders on. Let's keep propping up Denver Health, and all the other hospitals don't matter. And that's not okay, because some of these hospitals are on the verge of having to close, but we just keep propping up Denver Health. I don't understand that. It doesn't make sense in an economic or in a fair world. So I strongly speak against this extra $11 million out of a budget that does not have an extra $11 million.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a saying, ancient wisdom, and the best way to figure out the need for ancient wisdom is to forget it. And you'll learn it pretty quick why it was, and that was that you can't get blood out of a turnip, as my colleague so eloquently stated that we just don't have a budget that has it. And so now we're asking for $16 million. We're asking $16 million for people in the city that are not covered by insurance. They're not covered. We're not looking at actually dealing with the problem. What we're doing is we're looking at telling Coloradans, and we're saying we would like you to we would like you to bear the brunt of the solution of our problem. Now, $16 million is only about, divided by 6 million, it's only about $20 per family, so maybe that's just considered wafer thin. But if you look at what our budget has done in the last 5 years, it's gone up by $17 billion.
Representative, I would just bring you back to this particular amendment in case you're thinking about it as you continue to talk about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm just making the point that, when we have that we have a budget, we do the best that we can, and then we come and we add more money, and that contributes to the $17 billion increase over the last 5 years, which is about $10,000 per family. So in the last 5 years, and this is how it's done, it's one wafer-thin part at a time. And then all of a sudden we're talking about billions of dollars and we're talking about real money. Now what this $16 million does is it helps Denver avoid the implications and the ramifications of the crisis that is being created in Denver and elsewhere in Colorado. Only Colorado doesn't have the odds ever in its favor. It gets the brunt of this. It gets the brunt of this work as Denver outsources its problem onto surrounding communities, and then it goes to those surrounding communities and said, oh, in order for us not to feel the brunt of the problem that we created, we want more of your money. And so Denver is always asking for more of the money. And the Denver Capital is always happy to give Denver more of the money. What I would suggest is that Denver stop outsourcing its problems, stop creating the problems, stop outsourcing the problems, deal with its own problems, and stop relying on the people that it vilifies, the people and industries that it vilifies, while picking their pockets. So as much as I would like to help Denver Metro, the hospitals in my community are also hurting, largely from the policies that are coming out of Denver and the capital in Denver. So stop creating the problems, and we can stop having to fund these Band-Aid fixes to the problems that you create. So I recommend a no vote on this. We actually deal with the problem instead of continuing to pick our constituents' pockets. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? I do also note, just want to be sure we don't make any indictments, things that might be alluding to crimes. Go ahead, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I just want to thank my good colleague from Louisville for bringing this forward, but I too am going to ask for a no vote. We understand that the challenges that Denver Health is facing are immense, and that there is a matter of statewide concern here. This is why we did allocate $5 million in the budget to support the needs of Denver Health. But of course, the state on its own, first, we do not have the resources to do more. There are difficult choices that had to be made, but also for those of you very concerned about this, know that we have asked the Department of Healthcare Policy and Finance to engage with Denver Health to really be brainstorming and be thought partners in figuring out what is that sustainable financial path forward. So in addition to the modest assistance that we are providing in this year's long bill, or in this year's budget, we've also instructed our state agencies to go and be thoughtful, collaborative thought partners to figure out how do we leverage other resources, because the state cannot be the sole partner in making this work. So appreciate our colleagues stepping forward with this, but do respectfully request a no vote.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment L1. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The amendment fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in opposition of giving more money to Denver Health if we're not going to give money to our rural public hospitals. Denver Health is a special hospital district, but we also have over 24 other special hospital districts throughout the state that are equally struggling, just like Denver Health. And for those Coloradans in rural areas, that is their lifeline hospital. That is their one chance for health care. And if it wasn't for the public support, they would not exist. Same is true here in the Denver metro area for Denver Health. And I believe as a state, we shouldn't be picking one hospital over all the other hospitals that are currently struggling. And that's why I really have a problem with this particular amendment. During the supplementals, we gave money to Denver Health. We gave money to Denver Health last year. At what point do we say, enough is enough? We can't continue to fund Denver Health directly. The other thing that I have heard, even top state officials have said for some of our struggling rural hospitals, why not find a partner? I personally don't like that because that means that you're ripping out services out of the hospital and you're sending it down the road, which means Coloradans lose access to health care. But why can't those same comments also apply to Denver Health? If you're struggling that much, find a partner. I know it's pithy. I know those are not things we want to talk about. But we can't just continue to take money from the general fund to prop up Denver Health. Every other hospital, public hospital in the state, has found a way to limp along and struggle along, and I think Denver Health can do the same. I would encourage Denver Health instead to turn to Congress and to maybe join the coalition of hospitals who are looking to have a different reimbursement rate that's coming out of federal law. That would be a much more appropriate use of their time and energy rather than coming to the General Assembly. So I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1401. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. 1401 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1403.
House Bill 1403 by Representatives Burton and Sirota, also Senators Zenzinger and Bridges, concerning post-secondary education support for students experiencing housing disruptions in high school and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 1403.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. To the bill. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great bill to ensure that we are able to provide financial aid for homeless students moving on to post-secondary education. I do move L001 to the bill. This amendment will simply narrow the portion of the bill related to the Department of Education sharing data with the Department of Higher Education, because it is the the Colorado Department of Education that has the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act data to be able to identify those students who would be eligible. And this amendment just really narrows what data will be shared and how. I ask for an aye vote.
L1 is properly displayed. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. L1 is passed. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a bill I'm very excited about. It's giving a break to people in our community who are probably our most vulnerable that society hasn't given many breaks to. It's a scholarship to help support youth who have been homeless and help them cover the cost of post-secondary education. It's the general fund appropriation is about $1.7 million for a very worthy cause. I ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1403. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. 1403 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1404.
House Bill 1404 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning an exception for appropriations of less than $2 million in new legislation to the requirement that appropriation increases for student financial aid align with appropriation increases to institutions of higher education.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1404.
To the bill.
Thank you. House Bill 1404 is around the subject of financial assistance increases for our institutions of higher education. As you probably know, financial aid goes up at the very same percentage as our incremental dollars that we provide to our institutions. But in some cases, we make there are very small requests, less than $2 million, that are for very specific purposes within our institutions. And in this particular case, this particular bill, for those requests that are less than $2 million, there wouldn't be a component of financial aid. And I ask for an aye vote on this.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1404. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 1404, passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1405.
House Bill 1405 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning the increased money received pursuant to the Federal Families First Coronavirus Response Act used for health services at the University of Colorado and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, I move House Bill 241405.
To the bill, Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, this bill makes certain that the enhanced federal match for Medicaid expenses that the state had been receiving while this is being phased out, that the state will hold its payments to the CU Medical School for Medicaid services constant and make sure that we restore any reductions that might be resultant from that scale down of Medicaid plussed up match during the pandemic. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1405. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 1405 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1407.
House Bill 1407 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning the creation of the Community Food Assistance Program, Food Assistance Provider Grant Program, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1407.
To the bill, Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill creates the Community Food Assistance Provider Grant Program, which will be a replacement for two separate programs and melding it into one. We previously had the Food Pantry Assistance Grant Program and the Food Bank Assistance Grant Program, tended to create a lot of confusion because these two programs were targeting the same at-risk populations and similar entities were eligible for grant dollars. And so we are creating a new program in line to meld the definitions of both programs, and the bill makes some other various modifications to the setup of the program and also appropriates $3 million of general fund for said program. I ask for an aye vote.
Oh, hold on one second. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is my honor to serve with you, my friend.
All right, I would like to move Amendment L002 to House Bill 1407 and request it be properly displayed.
Okay, L2 is properly displayed to the amendment. Rep. Martinez.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this really affects a lot of food banks that are in southern Colorado. We will graciously accept Colorado Springs as southern Colorado with this amendment, but this also affects predominantly southern Colorado, the San Luis Valley. We have the Arkansas River Valley, Colorado Springs, Pueblo. So this really addresses some shortfall needs that have happened in this last year that really affect getting food out to our population. We think that this will be really beneficial. So this raises the amount from $3 million in the allocation to $5 million in allocation for this year.
Is there any further discussion? Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. This is going to help push us down into southeastern Colorado and helps within House District 47. I think it's something good that we need to do, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L2? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the sponsors of the amendment. I certainly appreciate the intent, and I hope that you will be happy about a number of provisions in our budget package that work toward supporting feeding our kids, our communities, our families. But I must ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think the $3 million is what we have budgeted for. It is what we are able to provide for this line item. And so I appreciate the intent, but ask for a no vote.
Okay. The question before us is the passage of Amendment L2. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The amendment fails. To the bill. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L1 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, L1 is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. Amendment L1 addresses an issue that has come up with one of these food programs about making sure that the benefits apply in the correct way. The standard for some of these benefits is that they appear directly on people's EBT cards, but in some cases, there's a little bit more flexibility needed. This amendment does not cost any money. It is simply clarifying the way that these dollars that are already funded through different programs are transmitted to the people that receive these dollars, and I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on L1? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L1 is passed. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1407? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Awesome. Thank you. All those opposed, please say no. 1407 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1385.
House Bill 1385 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the deadline for the Department of Corrections to submit a request for an appropriation related to changes in caseload.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1385.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very simple bill to change a date by which the Department of Corrections must submit their request for caseload changes to the Joint Budget Committee. Our staff has had challenges in being able to have the necessary amount of time to do an analysis and be able to turn that around and give us a recommendation that he feels confident with. And so we think that this date change will allow our analysts to have the time necessary for the General Assembly to make informed choices regarding adjustments to caseload in DOC. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1385. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 1385 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1394.
House Bill 1394 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning funding for Charter School Institute mill levy equalization and in connection therewith, increasing and decreasing appropriations.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 241394.
To the
And also the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment J001 from the committee report is just correcting a technical error where two sets of numbers were transposed. And I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
To the committee report, Representative Parenti.
Did you want to say something? No, that's it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L001 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed. Oh, yeah, sorry. I just dropped it on the floor. Don't worry.
Okay, L1 is now properly displayed to the amendment. Rep. Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I think that there's been a lot of conversation over the past few days about how the state is currently treating the Charter School Institute mill levy equalization under state law. As many of you know, that this law was changed last year during the School Finance Act. And there were a lot of members who felt like they didn't have a proper conversation about the changes that were being made. Maybe some people were caught off guard. Maybe that's our responsibility to not get caught off guard. But I wanted to move this amendment, which effectively reverts the law back to the way it was in 2022, to give us an opportunity to have this conversation here on the microphone today. So I'm going to yield the floor to give some colleagues an opportunity to have this conversation. Thank you.
Is there any discussion to L1? Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, as you just heard, last year in the School Finance Act, there was an amendment slid in, unbeknownst to our education partners and so many others. It was not discussed, it was not contemplated, there weren't conversations with the education community about changing the structure of how Charter School Institute schools are funded. And this is a major policy switch. And the conversations really should happen. They really should happen with our stakeholders and with all of us having an opportunity to weigh in about how this change should happen. And the effects of the policy change come to bear now in the actual funding. And because this was such a huge shift, I can't get behind this orbital, and that's why this amendment is being brought forward to set a pause and allow for those conversations to happen. We would never pass policy like this and just slide something into a major bill, hoping nobody sees it so that we can change major policy just to get it done. It's not the way we do our work. We do it by deliberating and having conversations, and that's what we should be doing on this policy too. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. And I would just be sure that we can all talk to the amendment and talk about, limit our conversations, about particular intentions. Madam Minority Leader.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I kind of take issue with the notions that none of this was discussed. There were not conversations. This is in statute. This was a bill that came forward last year in the School Finance Act. It was put in statute. It was signed into law by the governor. And we had the same conversations that we are having right now. And so I take issue with that. I support charter schools. I support parental choice in education. Not all learning styles are the same for all children. And having charter schools as an option is incredibly important to most people throughout Colorado. It is what we are known for in Colorado. And so I'm in opposition of this amendment, but do appreciate the placeholder for the conversation in this year's School Finance Act. Thank you.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am here today in a very unique position to speak against this amendment. So I am somebody who in my first year in 2019 in the legislature ran a bill to eliminate the CSI Mill Levy Equalization Fund. And I'll tell you why I did that. I did that because I don't believe that is an appropriate mechanism to fund the extra money that goes to some of these schools. The reason for that is because we have voters in one school district who vote to do a mill levy override. And then if a CSI school goes into that district, everybody in the entire state has to pay that money. I don't believe that's right. I didn't believe it was right in 2019, and I don't believe it's right today. But I'm also somebody who carried the School Finance Act last year. That School Finance Act made an agreement. The School Finance Act got rid of basically all the funding deficits that existed in finance, school finance at that time. It said that this year, in 2024, we would buy down the budget stabilization factor, the negative factor, whatever you want to call it. And granted, that only gets us to 1989 levels of school funding. Let's not forget that. And that was also partially addressed in the School Finance Act last year. But it also made the agreement about the mill levy equalization fund, that it would fund it fully. And I want to show you, if anybody even took the time to read the bill summary that's in the fiscal note, it is right here. It says specifically, the bill requires that the General Assembly fully fund CSI mill levy equalization. This was not hidden. It was part of what we did last year, and where we make new law is not in the budget or in the orbitals. Where we make new law is in the bills that each of us run every single year. Because that is why, and I always tell everybody, you ask me to vote on your budget amendment, I say no. Because that is not the place we make new law. You want to make new law, you run a bill. So I ask for a no vote.
Okay. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support this policy and look forward to further conversation on this during the School Finance Act, where I will speak further on this topic. So again, I further support this policy and urge you all to support it as well.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I say no to this amendment. I am a member of CEA, but we have made promises to the charter schools. We have said we will pay you this money. I don't want to support a system that says, well, now we don't like that promise anymore, so we're going to renege on it. I think what they have done in the long bill is exactly what they should be doing. This should stay, and we should not amend it. Thank you.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for, from both sides for coming in on this issue. I know we have a lot of conversation and more discussion to have on this topic. I look forward to that conversation in the School Finance Act, and at this time, I withdraw the amendment.
Okay, Amendment L1 is withdrawn. Back to the bill. We are now to the bill for 13. I'm sorry, we are still on the Appropriations Committee report. Okay, is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none. The question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. Okay, now we are to the bill 1394. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Assistant Majority Leader. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It's a pleasure to serve with you.
Fellow colleagues, this one was stakeholder extensively. I worked with many organizations. Last year, the legislature made a commitment to fully equalize mill levy funding for public charter schools authorized by CSI. When the amendment to add mill levy equalization to the Public School Finance Act was considered in the Senate Education Committee, it received bipartisan support. Similarly, the amended school finance bill received overwhelming bipartisan support in both houses of the Colorado General Assembly. Now it's time for the legislature to keep its word. Like all public schools, the public charter schools authorized by CSI are free and open to all. The students they serve deserve the same access to equitable funding as any other students in our great state of Colorado. I urge and I vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1394? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. 1394 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please once again read the long title to House Bill 1430.
House Bill 1430 by Representative Byrd, also Senator Zenzinger, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024, except as otherwise noted.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair and members, I move House Bill 1430 for your consideration.
To the bill.
Members, I am so pleased to present the long bill for your consideration this year. I want you to know your members of the Joint Budget Committee have been hard at work crafting what you now see before you. I just thought it would be fun to bring up the actual bill, which I'm certain everybody has read cover to cover. I know, I'm seeing people identify as having read the bill, which is extremely impressive. This is a bipartisan work product that we believe honors the priorities not only of this chamber, but really most importantly of the people we serve in the state of Colorado. I couldn't be more proud to just hit some of the high points that you will see, and I'm certain we will discuss in today's debate of the long bill. But members, included in this bill, for the first time, we are fully constitutionally compliant with our state's requirement to fully fund K-12 public education. Total program funding will be increasing by over $525 million as a result. This will also be the first time that we are fully funding special education and increasing categorical funding for English language proficiency by over 10%. It's such a big achievement. We also boosted higher education funding by on average 10%, which will enable our colleges and universities to meet their core minimum costs, preserve the quality of the instructional materials and efforts they provide for all of our students, and at the same time, make sure that resident tuition doesn't increase by more than 3%, which is below the rate of inflation. Supplemental funding is also allocated to our smaller four-year rural institutions, giving them a much-needed boost of between 19 and 22%. It's a big deal. In the healthcare space, we increased funding for Medicaid providers, made targeted increases in funding for dental care, pediatric behavioral therapies, maternity services, and surgery. I'm going to save discussion for more of this later, but there is so much to be proud of here. On the healthcare space, in the public health and environment space, increasing access to testing for lead in children, protecting and preventing the spread of syphilis in our state. We've increased funding for programs that support important local law enforcement efforts because public safety, we know, always remains a key priority in our state. I look forward to the discussion that we will have on this bill. I've hit only a few of the high points, but I know we'll get to talk about many more of them later. Members, I ask for your yes vote on this year's long bill, House Bill 1430.
Further discussion. And I believe we are going to go in the order of amendments that are in your packet, so I will call up Representative Evans next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for all of the work that you've done. I'm particularly glad to hear that our oil and gas sector was able to contribute to that 10% increase in higher education. Just wanted to make sure that we're not losing sight of that. And with that in mind, I would like to move Amendment J039, which I think is the first amendment in the packet, to House Bill 1430 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Thank you, Rep. Evans. It is before us. That is a proper motion. Please proceed.
Thank you. And so, colleagues, this amendment actually bleeds over onto page 2. So if you're like me and you looked at this and said, what in the world does this do? Well, the summary is on page 2, which isn't up there. But I'll quickly tell you about that. What it does is it moves an additional $1.5 million to the Wildfire Capacity Mitigation Development Fund in the Department of Natural Resources. And so I think this is an incredibly important ask, just because we know that we have a wildfire issue in Colorado. We know the massive impact that wildfires have, not only on our infrastructure, on our public lands, on our private lands, but also on our air quality and our emissions. And having been somebody that's been actually certified as a wildland firefighter, dropping water from helicopters on wildfires, I know how much this costs the state of Colorado. When I got to go out and run a Black Hawk helicopter, it's $5,000 for 1 hour. There have been summers where we've been mobilized 5 or 6 times to go fight wildfires, and if I have to go out, take 3 aircraft to fight a fire for a week, usually that's $500,000. So just by being able to mitigate a lot of these fires to the tune of $1.5 million, I think is a cost-saving measure. Whenever we talk about fire, we know there's ultimately 3 things that are involved. You got to have an ignition source. As long as lightning exists, you're not going to be able to do anything to control that. You have to have oxygen for that fire to burn. Not going to be able to do anything about that. The only part of the fire triangle that we can impact is the fuel load, and that was one of the biggest things that we talked about when we were fighting these fires, is the fuel load and the fact that we have to take steps to reduce the fuels, to get those, in firefighter parlance, 1,000-hour, 10,000-hour fuels, basically big logs, dead trees, out of our forests, out of our area. That's why I'm running this amendment here. I think that being able to mitigate wildfires preventatively is a cost-saving measure in the long term. $1.5 million pales in comparison to what it costs to fight a wildfire. It pales in comparison just to what it cost for me when I was in the National Guard to be able to run 2 or 3 helicopters that were fighting these fires. And so I would ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Members, further discussion on Amendment J39. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I respectfully ask for a no vote. I just want to call to your attention, we have really invested greatly over at least the last 3 years in wildfire mitigation. I appreciate our colleague's efforts and his request here, but we have already put many resources here, and the limited funds that we have available this year would be reduced even further to really plus up funding that I think is already well funded. So I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment J39? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J39. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Next up, Representative Lynch and Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we often talk in this chamber about, oh, I'm sorry. Hey, I would like to move Amendment J75 to House Bill 1430 and ask it be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and it is before us. Please proceed, Representative Lynch.
I would like to note that this is much simpler than the last one, and it should be no problem for JBC members to grab onto this. But we often talk in this chamber about the urban-rural divide, and what can we do to help with that? Well, here is a real opportunity, and this comes from legislation from 2021, where they got together a group and they said, well, what can we do to really take a look at what ag workers in the state do? And this is a comment from that study, from that bill. Here's the thing. We oftentimes go down these roads of looking into things, but then we never fund them. We never actually give the money to keep these efforts going. And this is a quote from that report. It says, a Colorado governmental agency with the assistance of labor economics experts from an institution of higher education should conduct a comprehensive survey and study amongst all the sectors within the agricultural industry that compiles relevant data related to wages paid to agricultural workers throughout Colorado and evaluates the economic impact on the workers and their families, the farm and ranch operators and owners, the agricultural industry, and the state economy. In the event a survey is conducted, efforts should be made for broad direct worker participation. We can't make changes and bridge this divide and keep our agricultural sector healthy unless we have data. And that's a small ask, $200,000, and I think we can do that today.
Representative McLaughlin. Excuse me. I get my Mick Caucus mixed up sometimes. Representative McCormick.
Yeah, who am I today? I think I'll be Speaker McCluskey today. And, and remind you all that I actually was one of the original sponsors of SB 2187. And it's important to me to have a look back. And at this time, in 2024, it is not clear whether agricultural workers are earning more or less compared to before the passage of that legislation. And there are some that report that their hours are being capped, which causes them to earn significantly less than previous years. There are also some that are reporting that they're earning more now than previous years due to the regulations. Employers have reported that they are shifting to less labor-intensive crops or adopting labor-saving technologies. This study is needed so that we can address the real impacts and parse out the numerous variables and externalities, such as erratic weather and market shifts, that make this whole issue very challenging. And I think it's important that we devote $200,000 towards this study so that we can really understand what our past decisions are doing to our agricultural employers as well as the workers out there. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative McCormick. Representative Lynch.
Yeah, one little caveat on this as well is that, I don't know if you've noticed, but we have a bit of a migrant issue going on in the state right now. And at some point, we're going to have to figure out how these people get to work, if they get to work in this state or not. We can't do that without good data, and that is why we need this data. So I would encourage a yes vote.
Further discussion on Amendment J75. Representative Taggart.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Oh, it's not Madam Chair anymore. Thank you, Chairman. I really appreciate this being brought forward. I would like to say yes, but it's a no. And please understand, the Agriculture Department did gain through this long bill a 20.3% increase, which is very, very significant. So I respect what you're saying, but please no.
Further discussion on Amendment J75. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J75. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Ortiz.
Mr. Chair, I move to withdraw Amendment 2 Alpha from the long bill.
So withdrawn. Amendment 2A is withdrawn at the request of the amendment sponsor. Representative Ortiz.
I also move 2 Bravo, 2 Charlie, and 2 Delta to withdraw those.
Those amendments are withdrawn. Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to withdraw Amendment J080 from the long bill.
I'm sorry, Representative, could you repeat that for me?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to withdraw Amendment J080 from the long bill.
Thank you, Representative. Amendment J080 is withdrawn. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Amendment 4 until after Amendment 11.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Amendment 4, which is J12, will be laid over until after Amendment 11, which is Amendment J95. Representative Winter, excuse me, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move J008 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and give me 1 second here. It is before us. Assistant Minority Leader, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spoke about this when we talked earlier in the year. This adds $500,000 to the general fund of the Department of Corrections and amends an existing footnote to indicate the General Assembly's intent that those funds be used to facilitate security improvements. I have a jail in my district, the Bent County Jail, and they've been having an issue. They've been having inmates escape because the jail just isn't hard enough. They've had 5 over the last year and a half. The sheriff's trying to wrap his head around it and get things done. They've had bids done. They've had bids put out to try to get this money. They just can't get it done. And it's really important to Bent County for the safety of the citizens, but also the safety of the people being jailed. They actually had somebody that was escaping and then crawling back in the morning. He was going home for the evening. So, the sheriff's at his wit's end. He's actually even asked DOC for extra used fencing so they can put layers of fencing outside the jail so they can try to catch these inmates escaping. This is really important to my district. This comes out of a county that just can't get it done. And these are the types of things that I think that we should be doing in this building, is helping a local government that's protecting its citizens. So I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on J8. Representative Serota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. There are actually a number of items within the Department of Corrections budget that provides funding for security and cameras. We have a capital project doing the same. So I think that the department is well funded. There is additional money for maintenance in a fund as well. So we have, I think, appropriately funded the department to address these needs.
Any further discussion on Amendment J8? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J8. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to withdraw Amendment 6, or J076.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Amendment J076, Amendment 6 in your packets is withdrawn. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, sir.
I move Amendment number 7 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Amendment 7, J074, is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, you may be looking at this amendment with a lot of interest and intrigue. So currently in DOC, Department of Corrections, we provide access to LexisNexis, which is really the gold standard for legal research software to inmates. A bill that I worked on a couple of years ago with Representative Weissman has now come into force, and that creates a publicly funded public access website for all of our case law from territorial days all the way up to present day of all of our Court of Appeals and Supreme Court cases. And what the U.S. Supreme Court has held on this particular matter is that inmates must be granted access to case law, they must be granted access to statutes, and they must be granted access to the Constitution. But the Supreme Court has said that we don't need to dictate that they need to be granted access to the gold standard of legal research software, which is a very expensive LexisNexis subscription, which costs the taxpayers $30,000. Now that we're funding a similar website, I would like to take the $30,000 here and move it over to the legislative department to be able to expand our ability to do research, have more access to periodicals and publications, because certainly as we're engaged in our work here in the legislature, being able to have Leg Council, Legislative Legal Services, and members of the General Assembly be able to access things like a Law 360, for example, allows us to have better information to be able to do our work better, and certainly the public expects us to access the different databases and journals that we currently don't have additional subscriptions to. And I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment 7. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair. Sorry about that.
I'll take it as a compliment.
Yes. Oh, Always, yes. And I also thank you to my good colleague from Delta. Members, I'm going to respectfully request a no vote. Reducing the DOC legal access fee will impede our ability to provide inmates with legal access that is constitutionally required. This line item funds inmate law libraries and the computers and legal research tools that they utilize. I urge a no vote.
Further discussion on J74. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J74. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Bacon, excuse me, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. I withdraw Amendment J21.
Amendment J21 is withdrawn. Representative Wilson, I think you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Amendment J070.
That is a proper motion. Give us 1 second. We'll get it displayed here. J070 is before us. It is multi-page, members, but we do have that first page up. Representative Wilson, would you like to tell us about your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We constantly talk about and hear from our constituents and hear from our school systems that our teachers are underpaid. But the issue is we continue to put money in other areas. We put it in more money in CDE staff. We put more money in new programs. We continue to grow the bureaucracy around our schools, and our teachers continue to get neglected. This amendment says, hey, let's cut the admin, let's move it to where it needs to go, which is actually teacher salaries. On average in Colorado, teachers make about $60,000. The national average is well above that. So I ask for your support on this amendment and helping move money in the right direction, the direction that we continuously talk about going. Let's finally take the time and get there. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment 9. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. While I presume that all of us can get behind paying our teachers more, taking $4.5 million from the Office of Information Technology would be extremely damaging and harmful to our state. Office of Information Technology does a lot of work to ensure that our systems are safe, secure, and help all of state agencies do their work on behalf of the people of Colorado. In addition, I think we can be very proud of the significant investments we are making in public education in this budget, particularly completely paying off or buying down the BS factor to zero. So I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on Amendment J070. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. We continue to put millions of dollars in this governor's office supporting IT. Yet we complain that we don't support, or we claim to care about teachers' salaries and how we want to help teachers. We have an opportunity now to make that statement loud and clear to those teachers that we're going to help support them, we're going to help them get the pay that they deserve across this state. While taking some money away from OEDIT, it doesn't take all the money away. In fact, they have a budget increase coming. So, and that increase is going to continue as we grow the state budget by billions of dollars every year. Billions and billions and billions. So I think this has merit. I think my colleague from Monument understands clearly what this amendment does. It's well thought out. And I want to put our vote behind the teachers
across Colorado, especially rural Colorado. And this amendment is the first thing I've seen that really does that. That really, really does that. So I rise in support of this.
Further discussion on this amendment. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked for a no vote on this particular amendment, but I want to bring to your attention, everyone, that in this year's budget, $175.2 million is going to BEST funds. That's the highest level of construction BEST funds that this state has ever done. And it's $65 million more than last year. So while I respect an additional request of $20 million, we're already at 175.2, the highest in our history. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm happy to hear that we are putting that much towards BEST funds. But the reality is it goes to building school. It does not go to teacher salary. And what good is another school if we don't have the teachers to work in it? We're not keeping up with. Also, we've put a lot on OIT this year and previous years. I think we need to slow down what we're doing there. We have heard even from CDE that they are outsourcing some of their projects because OIT has not been able to keep up. So I would ask you to please consider an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment J070. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J070. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Representative McLaughlin and Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
It's okay.
Assistant Minority.
Oh, you go first, ma'am.
Representative McLaughlin.
You can go, you can move it.
Oh, keeping me on my toes. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment J082 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That's a proper motion. 1 second, we'll get it displayed.
Sorry, I was jumping ahead of you.
The amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you.
Yeah, you go first.
Okay. This appropriates $20 million cash funds for the Department of Education from the Public School Capital Construction Assistance Fund for Public School Capital Construction Assistant Board cash grants, or BEST grants. And I urge an aye vote.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The BEST Capital Construction Fund is a critical funding source that school districts utilize to build buildings for their schools. Established in 2008, BEST provides an annual amount of funding in the form of competitive grants to school districts, charter schools, institute charter schools, boards of cooperative educational service, and the Colorado School for the Deaf and the Blind. BEST funds can be used for the construction of new schools as well as general construction and renovation of existing school facility systems and structures. They have paid for a lot of boilers.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rural districts and charter schools in particular find this fund to be invaluable when it comes to providing rural students with the same facilities that urban districts can build. The need for capital funds for districts is great. In 23-24, the request for the BEST board totaled $521.7 million. The state recommended grants amounting to $120.2 million. The marijuana tax cash fund is overdrawn. The state has borrowed from BEST over the years because of budget shortfalls. In order to balance for this year, the JBC delayed the $20 million transfer that was supposed to happen from the marijuana tax cash fund to the next fiscal year.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. This amendment will ensure that BEST is not short of that $20 million and instead finds this amount from the state education fund via the public school capital construction assistance funds. Thank you. I urge an aye vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Do the right thing. Vote yes.
Further discussion on Amendment J082, Amendment 10. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleagues again that are staring me down, and I apologize. I talked about this before because one of our other representatives was talking about. I just want to reiterate, there is $175.2 million available this year for the Public School Capital Construction Fund, 175.2. It is the highest that it's ever been, and it's $65 million more than last year. So while I respect your request, I think it's adequately funded. Thank you.
Further discussion on this amendment. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J082. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Representative Armagust.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw Amendment J95.
J095 is withdrawn. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J083 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. 1 second, we'll get it displayed. Representative Evans, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, you've heard me say this before. In 2018, the state had about a $29 billion budget, and now we're looking at about a $43 billion budget. So we've definitely seen some revenues increase for the state, but there's certain parts of our state, some of our smaller and rural school districts, that haven't seen that same increase in their revenue. And so one particular need that I identified through my community is the middle school out in Fort Lupton, the Weld 8 school district. They've got about an 80-year-old boiler in that school district, and that boiler is not able to keep up with some of the cold temperatures that we've seen in Colorado recently. In fact, this last polar vortex that we had, where the temps were down to whatever they were, like negative 30 degrees, that boiler was not able to keep up with the heating the inside of the gym in the school. A pipe actually froze, burst, destroyed the gym floor. So it's adding additional costs to the school district to have to be able to repair the damage that happens when the boiler can't even keep the school above freezing. And so this amendment here would allocate $80,000 to help with the purchase of a new boiler for the middle school in Fort Lupton, the Weld 8 school district. I ask for your aye vote on this. This is a cost-saving measure because it's going to prevent future damage to the interior of that school on the next polar vortex, whereas we've already seen that boiler can't keep up with the temperatures. This is going to be a preventative measure that's going to keep us from having to spend more money and keep the school district from having to spend more money the next time damage happens because that old 80-year-old boiler can't keep up. I ask for your aye vote.
Further discussion, Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was remiss that I didn't thank you guys for all the hard work you've done on this. However, you can't be everywhere, and that's why we are from districts, and this is a need that we need in Fort Lupton, and it's a mere $80,000, and so I so appreciate your yes vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my good colleagues, both of whom I respect greatly, and I would love to come and tour this school. Regretfully, however, I must ask for a no vote. This looks like an earmark, and in this body, we don't designate money in such a fashion in our budget. So, but I am hopeful that the Best Capital Construction Board is listening to this debate and that they elevate this project on their priority list. Thank you for calling attention to it.
Further discussion, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do understand that this is not exactly the way that it's done, but just in case the Capital Construction Board is listening, this is about children freezing to death. And this is about a heater to keep children from freezing to death.
Any further discussion on Amendment J083? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J083. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Representative Evans, you're back up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm back, and I am back for the children. And so I move Amendment J087 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
1 second, that's a proper motion. We'll get that amendment displayed. It is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you. So I actually have 5 school districts in my district. That last amendment that we just talked about was for the Weld 8 school district. This is for the Adams County side because I represent Weld and Adams County. This is for 27J. I actually just talked this morning with some teachers from 27J who are here. I've heard about this need for a while, and they reiterated that a major issue that's occurring in this school district is just basic transportation to the school. The high school in Brighton is having attendance issues, and a lot of those attendance issues stem from the fact that there's a major wait list and a major backlog for kids who don't have a reliable transportation method to that school. We talk at length about the importance of making sure that kids get a good education and how that actually contributes in the long term to our community, to our our economy. Thank you, words this morning. How that contributes to our economy, to workforce, to employment, and how that prevents us from having to spend money in so many other areas by making sure that kids can get to school, get a good education, graduate high school. One of the big impediments to them being able to do that in the 27J school district is that lengthy wait list of kids that are waiting to be able to get on a school bus route. So this amendment allocates $100,000 to the being able to purchase another school bus for the district so that these kids can actually get to school, get that education, graduate high school, and be able to get jobs, transition into the workforce, the economy, into college, whatever their future is. And that all stems from being able to get them to school in the first place. So for the children, for 27J, I ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Byrd. Sorry, Representative Sirota. My brain will return and we'll continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. There is already transportation in the school, in school finance that reimburses schools for transportation-related expenses, and I am told, I believe, 27J typically gets around $1 million a year.
Any further discussion on Amendment J87? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J087. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Minority Leader Puglisi. And Representative Winter. Excuse me, Representative Martinez. Good grief. We'll get a pro up here eventually, y'all. I'm just standing in. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J091 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion, and the amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This would just increase the appropriation to the Department of Education in the amount of $2 million from cash funds instead of general fund. And the Student Success Program, I'm going to let my wonderful co-prime on this talk about. He's got such great experiences with it, but this is going to help kids throughout the state of Colorado, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you and also Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Yes. I guess we'll start out since I was misrecognized first as the Assistant Minority Leader. I don't have as many gray hairs in my beard, but that's okay. That's okay.
You are out of order, sir.
Oh, sorry, can I restart that again, Mr. Chair?
Please do.
Okay. So we are asking for $2 million for this 9th grade student success program. And really what this is this really helps out those students making the 8th grade to 9th grade transition, making sure that they are getting the support that they need, because we showed that they are less likely to drop out if they get that support and that success that they need in this program. This really helps out rural school districts. In my district in particular, there's one school, Center, Colorado, that has seen a 20% increase in their graduation rates based off of a program like this, and so we request an aye vote.
Further discussion on this amendment?
And we'd like to call a division.
A division has been called. Is there any further discussion before we proceed? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I very much respect this particular request, but I have to again say no. We have placed significant additional funds in state education this year, and we have gotten rid of the balancing measure in the past. So please, I would ask a no on this.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, I just want to say my good colleague from the Valley is probably the most recognizable from the rear with that hairdo. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution to the debate. Members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J091. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment J091, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing, or keep your hand raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment J091 is passed. Representative Lynch, you're up.
All right, we're on a roll. I would like to move Amendment J086 and ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion. 1 second, we'll get it displayed.
Let's keep that spirit of generosity going here.
Representative Lynch, the amendments before us, please proceed.
Thank you. So this amendment, it really leads into something that started a long time ago, actually, a few years back with our former colleague, Hugh McKean, who actually got the High School Innovative Learning Pilot Program going. And part of the purpose of that was to make sure that we provided to our kids a hunter safety program. And we have literally done everything we can in this chamber to make sure that guns don't get into the hands of Colorado citizens. I was here last night till 9 o'clock, furthering that measure, unsuccessfully fighting it. And so the fact is, we do have guns that are in the hands of our citizens and are in the hands of our children. And I think it is our job to make sure that those kids are properly trained with how to use those guns and how to go about the great hobby of hunting and endeavors of finding varied food sources throughout the state. And so all this amendment does is it just makes sure that within that innovative learning pilot program that we adequately fund the hunter education programs from around the state. I would encourage a yes vote.
Further discussion on Amendment J086. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Respectfully, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The ILOP isn't a fund source. It is an eligibility category for school finance that allows schools to receive full-time PPR for students who participate in some sort of work-based learning opportunity. So I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the amendment before us is the adoption of Amendment J086. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative.
Thank you, sir. Members, we are on a bit of a roll when it comes to education, and I too will ask for your generosity. I would move J093 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and the amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Members, we hear over and over and over again in this chamber, in committee, about the lack of financial literacy in the state of Colorado. We have students who are leaving high school without the basic understanding of what a budget is, how to manage expenses, how to manage debt, what is insurance, understanding financial products. They get themselves into trouble over and over and over again, and we find ourselves, in my opinion, legislating our way out of these holes. Our good colleague from Larimer County a couple of years ago passed a bill to revise student financial literacy standards. However, I just don't feel like that's enough. And so this amendment requests $250,000 from the general fund for a financial literacy curriculum task force in the Department of Education so that we can finally get our kids to where they need to be when they graduate high school so they can function in this world. I ask for your aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment J093. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I respectfully ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. CDE already has a curriculum in this particular area for financial literacy and a significant number of resources available to school districts. So it's already in place, and there's not a need for additional funding. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J093. All those in favor say aye. Appreciate you. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I move J084 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. We'll get it in front of us.
We just need to be louder in here to wake the masses up. Listen to the JBC. To the JBC. This is not asking for any money. This is just a footnote. Let's see how gracious we can be. So this adds a footnote to the total appropriation to the Department of Education, specifying the General Assembly's intent that appropriations not be expended to support unions. I think the money appropriated needs to go to students. We need new schools. We need capital construction to help schools. We need schools to be safer. We need money for schools and students. We need to make sure every single penny goes to them. I'm not asking for any money. I'm asking for a footnote to make sure that every dime we spend goes to our children. I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative.
Senior moments.
I also support this amendment that doesn't detract. The union dues are paid for by the people that they represent. So this should not take any money away. It's just making sure that it goes in the direction that it's intended to, and does not get inadvertently redirected. So I support this amendment.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also support this amendment. I think it is a good idea to make sure that funds are spent in the appropriate place for everyone, and that makes our process more efficient. So I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I just first want to express gratitude to my colleague from Douglas County for bringing forward a budget amendment that doesn't cost anything. That is impressive, and I appreciate it. That said, I'm going to respectfully request a no vote on this amendment. Members, this likely violates the constitutional provisions of local control. Even if it doesn't legally violate it, it certainly violates local control in spirit. By dictating to districts what they can and cannot do. And you know we try mightily to avoid doing that. Additionally, it's also just impractical. Districts already have agreements in place, and this wouldn't invalidate them. It would just leave school districts on the hook for breaking those agreements, which creates legal and financial risk to our school districts. So for those reasons, I respectfully ask a no vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, and thank you for that. I just love to hear that we actually support local control, so thank you for that.
Further discussion on Amendment J084. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J084. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Representatives Lynch, DeGraff, Soper, and Assistant Minority Leader Winter. There's only 2 microphones, so I'll leave you all to sort it out. Looks like we have Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Amendment J044 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That's a proper motion. 1 second, we'll get it before us.
Thank
The
you, Mr.
amendment is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This adds $300,000 general fund to the Colorado Energy Office and the Office of the Governor conduct a feasibility study of small modular nuclear reactors. I mean, there's members in this chamber here today. Pueblo County is having serious discussions about this. There's also an energy provider within my district, a co-op, that has had serious discussions about small modular nuclear. You know, we started the nuclear caucus. There's nuclear being built up in Wyoming. There's small modular plants being built everywhere. And I think it's really important, as you know, we've talked about it in here. Even though I don't agree with it, as we move away from oil and gas, we need to make sure that we have firm, reliable power and a firm grid. And if we're going to have true discussions about being carbon-free, in a lot of studies, the only way to be carbon-free is with nuclear. So I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, sir. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment. If we're going to, our grid is going in a direction that it is increasingly vulnerable, as Texas just demonstrated by turning 4,000 acres of solar panels into 4,000 acres of hazardous waste. The direction of regularly replaced energy is not one that is going to be sustainable. It would probably, to meet demands, if we want to go the route of zero carbon, which we won't take on right now, requires at least 50,000 acres of solar panels, which can be reduced to zero in the matter of one storm. Requires 50,000 acres of solar panels in order to meet demand, which means it's going to take probably about 500,000 acres of solar panels in order to have a reliable grid. The 10-to-1 rule of thumb is one from the energy companies themselves. So if we now, when you look at Texas with 4,000 acres of solar panels reduced to 4,000 acres of hazardous waste, we really need to be focused on proper electrification. And if we want to do that if we want this low emissions, then we also have to do it reliably. And the only way to do that is with nuclear. And the best way is to support the microgrids and the small reactors. So this would be a investment in the future, would save us a lot of money ultimately on money that would otherwise be misdirected into solar and wind.
Further discussion. Representative Lynch.
Yeah, what he said.
And Representative Soper.
No,
Representative Lynch. I was taking you at your word.
Yeah, what he said initially, and now I got some other comments as well. I have a little different take on this, and it is not really in my nature to ever provide money to the governor. So, I mean, one, we want to say that you are making us do crazy things over here on this side of the aisle. However, we also need to look at this from the perspective that our neighbors to the north are actively pursuing nuclear energy right now. And I know that our governor, we're going to give him $300,000, for him to compete in the Western Governors Association, we think that he should definitely do this study and come up with the plan for Colorado to become nuclear. So I would encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also stand here encouraging a yes vote on this amendment. It's important that Colorado start looking to the future in terms of nuclear power and generation. As the brother of a nuclear engineer and the grandson of a nuclear engineer, I can tell you that the U.S. has had terrific experience when it comes to modular nuclear reactors. The United States Navy is the masters of modular nuclear reactors, and that's what we're talking about with this study. Currently, 160 nuclear-powered ships operate in the United States Navy, more or less. At least 72 of these are nuclear submarines, and there's at least 10 aircraft carriers. What I will say is, just from the U.S. Navy perspective, they maintain at least 200 small nuclear reactors and have had a stellar safety record. In the private sector, what we've also seen is states like Idaho, Wyoming, have also started moving into the small nuclear reactor space. And what's pretty cool is that the size of a container, like a container on a ship, you can have some of these nuclear reactors built in, and they're actually stackable. So we could actually take some of the power plants that are currently going offline, that have been either coal-fired power or natural gas, and we can actually convert those to modular nuclear reactors that are stackable. And the power that's generated here is clean, it's safe, it would provide jobs, and what's also most important is we're not creating a brownfield site that's going to need cleanup. We will take the hub of electricity generation and be able to convert that to nuclear energy, thereby also lowering the cost of everyone's power bills at home as well. And as more Coloradans start driving EVs, which every year more and more are driving EVs, being able to have more affordable electricity is important. So it all begins with this bill, and doing a simple study will kick off the great future that we're talking about. And I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also ask for a yes vote. For the last, I would say at least 3 years, I've been working with Northwest Colorado on their transition from coal and a lot of coal-impacted communities, and nuclear has been a focus for us throughout all of Colorado. We actually have a statewide conference coming up in June in Montrose. So I think this is great to put some money towards the effort. I think it is the direction Colorado should be going and can be a leader, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment J044. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. Respectfully, I think my colleagues have a lot of important thought around this subject and a lot of direction to give, and this would be more appropriately done through a bill to provide the direction that one wants in order to craft such a study.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J044. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Ricks.
Yes, I move J032 and ask that it be displayed.
Representative Ricks, could you just repeat that motion for me? My apologies.
I move J032 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you so much. The amendment is before us. Please proceed.
This amendment moves $1.5 million from the Marijuana Cash Tax Fund to the Marijuana Entrepreneur Cash Fund to support the Cannabis Business Office.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this bill does support the social equity grants within the division. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respectfully have to ask a no on this particular amendment. Unfortunately, the marijuana tax cash fund has been completely tapped. We cannot put another program into this, and I realize it's not in this particular budget, but it's another transfer out of the marijuana tax cash fund, which is borderline insolvent right now, and we cannot afford to take any further dollars out of it. And I remind you, this is a major source, again, for the BEST Fund.
Any further discussion on Amendment J032? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J032. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is adopted. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After discussions with my colleague from Jefferson County, I would like to withdraw Amendment J056.
That's a proper motion. Amendment J056 is withdrawn. Assistant Minority Leader Winter, I think we're going to move on to Amendment 23, if you're prepared, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Amendment J005 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That is a proper motion. 1 second. And J005 is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will provide another $3 million general fund and matching federal funds for the primary care fund and the Department of Healthcare Policy Financing. I mean, adding more money to this program is nothing more than a good thing. Help us take care of our citizens for a healthy Colorado. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment J5?
And I urge an aye vote. Sorry.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the sentiment behind this amendment. I will ask for a no vote. The JBC shared your sentiment. This was it was not requested, but the JBC did add $6.5 million to the primary care fund in this budget, and so that is what we believe the budget can support and would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment J5? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L24 and ask that it be displayed.
Representative Mabry, I want to just double check because I think you're going to move J43.
Yes, I am going to move J43.
Can you maybe state that as a proper motion?
I move J43 and ask that it be properly displayed.
There we go. It's before us. Please proceed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, J43 is about increasing funding to the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. In Colorado, the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund, we do not invest that much in this program. We only invest about $300,000 a year in this program, and I think it's important, especially this year with the influx of new arrivals, that we give this fund a little bit more money. I just want to highlight a couple of things here. The United States Constitution guarantees due process to all individuals, including immigrants facing deportation. However, because we've underfunded this program, there are a lot of folks who are not getting sufficient representation. I also want to highlight that getting new arrivals integrated into our communities is something that I think is a shared goal of all of us, making sure that people can get housing, jobs, and the people who work for these organizations like Remain are also helping folks get work permits. And so this is also about providing more opportunities for us to integrate new arrivals. Our funding source here comes from the Colorado District Attorney Rural Fellowship Program. It's our understanding that they're not currently using, or last year they didn't use all of the funds. You know, but I also just want to highlight that you know, our goal here is to demonstrate that Colorado is committed to helping new arrivals get better integrated. This is good for our communities, and we'll ask for a yes vote. Were you gonna?
Further discussion on Amendment J43. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. This amendment would double the Immigration Defense Program while gutting Rural District Attorney Fellowship Program. The Rural District Attorney Fellowship Program is one of the only ways rural district attorneys can recruit new prosecutors to rural districts. The program matches 3 graduates of CU Law and 3 graduates of DU Law with rural district attorney offices each year, providing jobs and experience to new attorneys and much needed assistance to our rural Colorado prosecutors and the communities they serve. This program places graduates in rural districts every year until COVID. Now there is a statewide and nationwide crisis in recruiting attorneys to be prosecutors. Continuing this program is essential to the mitigation of that crisis. CU Law and DU Law help fund this program. This program is funded 80% by the legislator, but 20% by these law schools because they recognize the value of this program to their graduates and to Colorado as a whole. Rural district attorneys manage heavy caseloads with very few prosecutors already. Taking away even one prosecutor from their already understaffed jurisdiction undermines community safety and the pursuit of justice. So please take careful consideration of this amendment and vote no.
Representative Velasco. And Representative Vigil. We are still on Amendment J043, just to make sure we're all.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I support this amendment completely, and we want to ask that the funding be revised once it passes to the Senate so that our rural communities can continue to have access to those funds for the supporting DAs. So thank you.
And Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. And I would just like to say I agree totally with my fellow representative. Representative Wilson was exactly right about the need for this money in rural Colorado. But we also have a need for the funding, where the money will go. So if we can change the funding source, I would be in support. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in opposition to this amendment. I have seen firsthand when I was a county commissioner how difficult it is to recruit rural DAs, and we have that problem statewide. I don't know why we would exasperate that problem and take the money away from rural DAs that really need it for retention and recruitment. So I'm unfortunately opposed to this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Soper. Representative, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in opposition to this amendment. Coming from rural Colorado, I can tell you that it's incredibly difficult to get any attorneys to come back to rural Colorado, but it's especially difficult to get those attorneys working in the DA's office to come to rural Colorado. And much of that is a real problem with law schools and law school expenses. Oftentimes, a student graduates from law school with $250,000 or more in debt, and you're asking them to come out to rural Colorado and make half or less of what they could be making in a metropolitan area, especially working in private practice. And that's why it's important that these funds exist. I know the question was raised, well, they weren't touched during 2020. I want to let you in on a little secret. We had this thing called the COVID-19 pandemic. No one was moving anywhere during that year. These funds have already been committed to students at CU and DU Law School to be able to come out to the Western Slope. And I think that we're putting them in a very difficult situation. They have detrimentally relied that these funds are going to be there. And then if we were to yank them today, all of a sudden, that student who has planned on moving out to rural Colorado upon graduation won't be able to. And that also means that offices like the 7th Judicial District, who are counting on these brand new young lawyers being able to work for them, aren't going to have them. Already, the backlog of cases within my judicial district is so great that even the elected DA himself is taking on extra caseload. And in addition to that extra caseload that they're taking on, they still are a bit concerned about speedy trial issues because there's not enough people in the office to be able to cover the cases and to be able to do all of the work that's involved to maintain speedy trial provisions. And if the young lawyers who've already committed to going out to rural Colorado can't because they've been cut off from this fellowship, it actually does a disservice to those in the criminal justice system who have a constitutional protection of speedy trial. It also does a disservice to the individuals who have committed to going out to places like Delta County or Montrose County, who've relied that these funds are going to be there, and now those are being pulled away. So for those reasons, I'm in fierce opposition to this amendment. We should do all that we can to support attorneys going out to rural Colorado and being willing to be part of the criminal justice system. Thank you.
Representative Lynch. And then we'll go Representative DeGraff, Representative Catlin, and I've got Representative Mabry on deck as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm encouraged that we are actually beginning to be honest with ourselves and that this immigrant crisis is going to start costing us money at any time now. I'm not in a hurry for us to start spending that money, especially at the hard-fought battle it took to get this fund established. This really is the center of the urban-rural divide. When we have set up a fund that explicitly helps rural DAs get the training that they need, gives them the encouragement to go out and serve in these parts of the state that are less populated, and for us to jump into that fund and dive into it would really be a travesty. I would encourage a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm opposed to this amendment. Well, one, because because the reasons my colleagues said. We have a contract. We've put something in motion. We've said here's a plan that you can do, and then all of a sudden we come back here, and then all of a sudden we yank that money back. So that creates an indecision on. Now, from the military standpoint, I'd always say that indecision is the key to flexibility. And I think this indecisiveness, however, just creates where nobody can really rely on anything budgeted. Like this is going to be budgeted, we can plan on this money. And the other thing, so again, this is the General Assembly reneging and breaking a contract that it had. You have people that are that there's a need. We've stated that there's a need, and we've said we need to fund this need. And now we have this euphemistically, we like to throw it around now as new arrivals. But I'm a little confused by this because this is an immigrant defense fund. And as a second-generation American, I do have appreciation for the immigration process that my grandparents were able to come over. But one of the things as immigrants that I recall hearing about is that they had to be sponsored. They had to have they had to come over with a level of support, and somebody so that they would not become a burden on society. And now we have And now we have what I'm assuming are, instead of immigrants, we have migrants that are unprotected by documentation, which puts them in an awkward situation of being permanently exploitable and expendable, and that's not right. But now we have this defense fund because the immigration process is not being followed, and also we don't really have any metrics on this. Why do we have? Because we're being told that there is no issue, but then we're saying, well, Denver Health needs millions of dollars to be bailed out from this issue, and the Immigrant Defense Force needs to be bailed out from this non-existent issue. So we're spending millions of dollars on an issue that we're being told does not exist, and then we don't have any metrics on what's the justification for this. Why do we need? If this issue doesn't exist, then why do we need more money for it? If it does exist, then how does this money relate to the overall metrics of this? Do we just say, do we know how many people this needs to cover? Do we have any idea how many people this needs to cover? Because we're told it's none. We're told it's none, but we need more money for it. So I think it's disingenuous. I would like to know why the immigration process that should be taking care of this doesn't take care of this, and why people that are coming to this country, and God bless them for coming, I understand why they are, but we have a process. And why is that process not being followed? Why is that process not going in? So if we don't have a problem, we don't need that money. If we do have an issue, then we need to figure out the issue and stop just throwing money at it and expecting Colorado, all of Colorado, to bail out the bad decisions of Denver, the governor, and this body.
Representative, we'll refrain from casting aspersions and just speak to the amendment. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Members, I'm here simply to ask for a no vote on this amendment. I'm really not going to discuss or argue where the money's going to go. I want to talk about where the money needs to stay. Rural Colorado right now is way behind in the number of prosecutors that we have. They don't get paid well. They live in communities that they're not accustomed to. A lot of these young people have come from urban areas and are taking a look at how can I get into the practice of law. This has been one of the things that we've used to attract and retain young, good attorneys for the counties that we live in. The argument about where the money's going to go is not for me to make that argument one way or the other. My argument is we need to keep these dollars in this fund so that rural Colorado, every place from Dove Creek, Colorado, and some of you may not even know of that place, but they are in trouble. We can't find prosecutors. What happens to our law, our system of law, if we can't hire prosecutors to come to those communities to help us with law and order? One of the things that we do have in rural Colorado is that we are still fairly civilized. But there is crime there just like there is anywhere else. Our levels are not quite the same, but the number of cases continue to grow. We're not able to fund those positions in a lot of instances. And this is a package that we can offer to these young attorneys to get them into prosecution in small rural counties. I know that you probably don't think about rural Colorado in that way. But we do have a problem. And this is one way that we've tried to address it. I'd ask for a no on this amendment. And just as a recognition of rural Colorado's needs. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I also rise against this amendment, and I wasn't going to speak on this amendment, but I do represent big parts, rural parts of Douglas County, and it doesn't fall short on me that we are in a crisis in the rural parts of our state. I sit on a committee in Health and Human Services, and I'm watching us expand scopes of practice for physician's assistants and psychologists and people in the healthcare field so that we can get more providers out to rural Colorado because they are experiencing record lows in all medical professionals and really every scope of practice. They are having inadequacies and they're falling short. And so to take prosecutors from my part of Douglas County and all the representatives that spoke in favor of rural Colorado, I think is negligence, and I don't think it's right for this body to take money from them. So I urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the perspective of everybody who came to speak against this amendment. I just want to highlight a few things that the Legislative Council Library has yet to receive a report from this program that was required in 2019. The program has been occurring at least since COVID, but it's my understanding that the funding has been reverting back to the General Assembly each year. I will say, in spite of all of that, look, our goal here is about the affirmative thing here. That we're trying to get more money to the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. I know a similar budget amendment is going to be brought in the Senate, and we'll totally commit to looking at different funding sources. The main thing here is adding money to the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate that perspective as we deliberate here. I would like to know what metrics that we have that are justifying the need, because obviously this is a future need. This is a projection. So what is the projection based on? Like how many? What are the stats? Are we talking about immigrants that are going through the system properly? Are we talking about migrants that are unprotected by documentation? Because these things matter. These things matter. It could be we expand this to a group of people with the intent that it doesn't actually cover. So we need to know what the basis for this request is. Otherwise, it's just a request that's. Otherwise, there's no basis for the request. So unless we know numbers of how many individuals that this is projected to cover, we don't really know, and what the status is. Again, it's an immigrant defense fund, as opposed, does immigrant defense fund, does that include migrants that are not going through the immigrant process? So we need to know what we're talking about. We need to know what we're covering. We can't just take money out of something because you've without analyzing whether that is being looked at. Just on circumstantial evidence that you've presented, and maybe that's the case. Maybe this fund is not properly used, but the JBC has gone through this. I have pretty good confidence that they've gone through this with a pretty fine-tooth comb. Maybe not the finest, but certainly fine. So we need to know what are the metrics that justify increasing this fund and also decreasing another fund. So if we need to decrease the other fund, that would be an amendment to say, well, let's take that away and that it's not being used, and then we vote on that. And then we do an analysis there. But we can't just take the money out of it because it's convenient, especially not without justifying it. And this amendment has absolutely no justification, especially in light of the contradictory information. So again, it looks like there's a lot of this is just pawning off Denver problems on the citizens of Colorado, and we owe them better than just circumstantial evidence and being and absolutely and being with numbers with absolutely no basis. So we owe the citizens of Colorado to give them a full case analysis of what the justification is, not just, oh, we have a crisis, and so we need to do that. Because if we have a crisis, we need to determine why that's a crisis, and we need to determine what we need to do about that crisis. Because right now, the answer to this crisis that we're simultaneously told does and does not exist is to throw money at it arbitrarily. So that's what this amendment is, taking from a fund that has been vetted, determined a need, and then we're throwing money at a manufactured crisis, a crisis that is manufactured by the governor, and we need to address that first.
Further discussion on Amendment J43. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. I won't add to the debate because I think both sides did an outstanding job.
Appreciate that, Representative Taggart. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment J0. A division has been called. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment J043. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment J043, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Members, in order to do this quickly, we need you to stop moving around. And also, it's really hard to drive a car when it's loud and the radio's on. Same thing here. Really hard to count when it's noisy. Appreciate that. If you could just stay in one place, our staff will take the count. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised and stay in one place until the count is taken. Look at how still you all are. Appreciate you. You may be seated. Amendment J043 is adopted. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to withdraw Amendments 21, 30, and 31.
Thank you, Representative. Amendments 21, 30, and 31 are withdrawn. Representatives Vigil and
you.
Velasco. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 25 and ask that it be displayed.
That
Oh,
is
I'm
a
sorry,
prop-
the J number. I'm sorry, J062. I move Amendment J062 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Please hold 1 second.
Okay.
The
Colleagues,
amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is a relatively small budget amendment for a very good purpose. We are requesting a one-time $88,000 appropriation to CU School of Medicine. There is also, you'll see on the amendment, about an additional $20,000 added for a need-based grant program that accompanies appropriations to higher ed, which I learned today that that's a thing. This amendment will fund a few online training modules to allow primary care providers from around the state to access continuing medical education training and boost their availability to provide care that patients might otherwise need to travel to Denver just to access. This is a very common challenge in many of our communities. It's definitely true in rural, suburban, and exurban areas. It's also true in cities like mine in Colorado Springs, where specialty care is often limited to the dense and well-funded Denver metro area. And CU School of Medicine contracts with a wonderful platform called ECHO. It stands for Extending Community Health Outcomes. They provide online training modules to primary providers. They do all kinds of specialty care. And so this one-time funding will support whatever is most in demand that providers are interested in tapping into more knowledge. This program means that we can move the knowledge and allow providers and patients to stay put in their communities and access the care that they need more accessibly, more affordably, and with more options. It's not a permanent solution. It is a one-time funding, and I ask for your yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm just, it's crazy when we start even just looking at 88,000 as just being very small, but I would like to know what kind of, it's just kind of very vague about what kind of programs that we are looking at funding. Why are these modules, how are the modules going to change anything that they would have to go to Denver for? What kind of treatments is it required that people go to Denver that these modules? So just kind of interested in what can be solved with this, with some online training that, what are we looking at? What are we looking at? What kind of training are we going to be offering, providing, requiring of these providers that they would not be able to get with their current their current status. So just like to know a little bit more about what the details of this program and why it's not available now.
Further discussion on J62? Representative Vihil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just reiterate what I said in my, my introductory comments. It could be for whatever is most in demand. Providers have a lot of specialty care that they're constantly having to refer people out to without being able to get them some preliminary care. And so frequently, and I think maybe anyone outside of the metro area could attest to this, providers have a hard time meeting people's needs for rare diseases and other specialty conditions, and this will get them that training.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking on behalf of my other JBC colleagues, we worked exceptionally hard to bring more dollars into higher education this year. And I realize this is a small number, but we have already done everything we possibly can to help higher education, and I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment J062? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J062. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment passes. Representatives Bradley and Joseph. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 26 to J60.
So we'll actually need you to move Amendment J60 to
J60.
House Bill 1430.
To House Bill 1430, yes.
If you could just, yes, go ahead, Representative Joseph. Just state the motion clearly if you don't mind.
Yes, I move J60 to House Bill 1430.
That's a proper motion. We'll get that displayed. It is before us. Please proceed.
Yes. Yes, basically what we're doing is we would like to reduce by $200,000 general fund appropriation to the Department of Human Services for the Administration and Finance Administration. So basically, we have House Bill 1031 that we would like to set aside some funding for, which is access to language access in the child welfare system. This is a very, very important bill, or also a very, very important policy. As you know, I have worked in the child welfare system as an attorney, and currently, if a family have their children taken away from them, there is no language access for them at this time. It is not a requirement, and funding this particular bill and measure would ensure access in the child welfare system, and I ask that you please vote yes for this particular amendment.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. Yes, the bill requires the Department of Human Services development and implement a language access plan to address the rights and needs of persons with limited English proficiency. This is an equal protection rule of law. People are at risk of losing their children into the foster care system with or without criminal penalties and should be able to understand the process. I would like to encourage everyone to vote yes. We don't need children going into foster care because parents can't understand the process. That is their right to be able to understand what's going on. So I urge a yes vote.
Further discussion on Amendment J60. Representative Byrd.
Members, once again, just so happy to be back up here again, and just with great respect for my colleagues' request, I will just say I'm very excited to understand that there's a bill being run through the system right now to address just this, and I will respectfully ask for a no vote at this time and place to allow this bill to play out and to receive chamber approval and then an appropriation in that regard, but not through an amendment of the long bill as things are still playing out. Let's let the bill play out and be funded through the appropriate process. So I ask for no vote.
Members, a division has been called. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment J060. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment J060, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment J060 is passed. Representatives Bacon and Martinez, do you have an update for us on J15? Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. I withdraw Amendment J15, but I will move Amendment J18 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion on J18. Give us 1 second to get it displayed. The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed, Representative.
Thank you, members. This is our favorite time of year where we get to talk about Tony Grampsas that everybody loves. You know why everyone loves it? Because it's who's it for? Who's it for? It's for the kids.
It's for the babies.
Babies.
It's for the kids. Anybody?
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too support children, and I do support children all throughout the state of Colorado.
28.
We are on J18, which is Amendment 28 in your packet. Are we all? Representative Martinez, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just talking about these kids and all the help that we're going to get them just got us excited. We want to make sure that we're on the same page. We're excited about helping out the children in the state of Colorado. We hope you are excited about helping the children in the state of Colorado. We request an aye vote.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to be clear, this Tony Grampsas Youth Services Program funds youth violence prevention, specifically things like our Boys and Girls Club. This funding mechanism takes money away first from a auto theft prevention public service announcement that will cost $450,000 to tell Coloradans to lock their vehicles. So I'm giving the public service announcement right here on the floor. Please lock your vehicles. Car thefts happen. Instead of putting the funding there for the public service announcement, since I just made it, we are moving it to youth violence prevention services to keep our young people off the streets and into programming that ensures that they have productive things to do with their spare time. I'll also add, because I know people are so interested, that Tony Grampsas is one of our herald members of the Republican Party that put this program into place to ensure that we have support for youth violence prevention programs throughout the state of Colorado. We ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment J18? Seeing none, the question be Representative Taggart. I didn't mean to forget about our JBC friends.
You don't believe it. You don't mean this. I know your heart's not in this. I know it.
Representative Taggart, please proceed.
Respectively, I have to ask you for a no vote on this. I am a big fan of Tony Gramscis. It actually was founded by one of my closest friends who was a majority leader in this House, a man by the name of Tim Foster. And we have done a great deal for the children in this funding. There is another bill coming for this particular purpose. It is going through its normal approach. I know because my name is on it, as well as... So, and I also... Does your friend know
You know, I want to give our JBC members the ability to articulate their position without undue influence. And so I do appreciate the robust discussion, but Representative Taggart, the floor is exclusively yours.
Somehow I don't believe that, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
You know, I tried my best.
I also want to point out, we are still in the top 3 states in this entire country in auto theft. And I realize my colleagues may not think that it's important to tell people to lock their cars, but obviously we need to do some of that because we're still in the top 3. So thank you, but no.
Further discussion, Representative Harrod.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to my colleague from the Joint Budget Committee, I'm just wondering if your friend understands that you're cutting his program. It is a decrease currently. What's set in the budget is a decrease currently, but while I respect the soft no, I will ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on J18? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J18. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my turn to expose the cold-heartedness of JBC once again by moving an amendment. I'd like to move Amendment J013 to House Bill 1430.
That's a proper motion. 1 second, we'll get it displayed.
Okay, so they've proven they don't like children. Let's hope that they like people that want to eat. I would like to do some shuffling around. Food insecurity is not just an issue that is an urban plight. It happens all over the place, and this would put $2.1 million to get off the ground a food bank that we've been trying to get going in Wellington, Colorado for quite some time, and I would appreciate a yes vote if you, well, I'm just kind of curious about what the excuse is going to be this time. Whether it's a bill, they don't need it, but no matter what they say, if they say no, I would like for you to know that they don't want people to eat in Wellington, Colorado. I urge a yes vote.
And Representative Byrd, I look forward to your correcting the record.
Members, I have a lot of excuses. Coming right up my sleeve. Anyway, I do respect the request for our good colleague here and want to make a respectful request for no, but I do want you to know we've got money allocated for food banks and food pantry assistance coming in an orbital bill. So it is not, and actually we just passed it. I'm being reminded we went so fast that we just passed it. So, and there's a $3 million appropriation for food banks and food pantries. So I think we are all on the same page, and in the interest of being really efficient with our funds, let's go ahead and fund food banks and food pantries through that other vehicle and not amend the budget.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J13. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Members, we are on to Amendment 32, which is Representative Catlin. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's still an honor to serve with you.
And you too, sir.
Thank you. Members, I'm down here this morning, or I guess early afternoon.
And Representative Catlin, I'm just going to interrupt you for 1 second. Members, if you could take your conversations to the side, please. Representative Catlin, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Members, I'm down here today in front of you to remind you that the communities in my district are still suffering from lack of money for mental health facilities. I brought this in front of you last year. I'm bringing it again this year to remind JBC that I thought we had a placeholder for some of these kind of things, but at the speed at which things happen, this one didn't get mentioned. We do have a serious need for mental health beds in the 58th district, in the town of Cortez, in the town of Montrose, and in the town of Gunnison. Cortez is taking their people to Grand Junction, which is a 140-mile one-way trip. It's serious. I know that urbanites believe that they have a corner on mental health needs. But in my district, the percentages of population are higher in my rural community than they are here. I want to bring this to the attention of the full House because it's important and it's serious. I'm in the process now of moving away from representing one of these communities, Cortez. But I want one of the last things that I do for that community is know that I am still serious about this, serious enough to bring an amendment, and I would ask you for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Catlin, before you leave, we just need you to move the amendment, if you don't mind.
Move it. You got me out of whack there when you introduced me to begin with. Thank you, sir. I move Amendment J020 today.
That is a proper motion. We will get it in front of us. Amendment J020. Any further discussion? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the sponsors pointing out our need to address the competency wait list, and I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. The budget before you is investing significant resources toward beds, not only in SIMHIFL, but also contracting for private hospital beds as well. I think around the order of $70 million. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment J020. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J20. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And can I just say what an honor it is to serve with you?
An honor to serve with you, Representative.
Thank you. I move Amendment J041 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion. 1 second. We'll get it before us. The amendment is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is a no appropriation change amendment. It's a footnote amendment to clarify what we're doing, what the legislative intent with the funding for the Colorado Commission for the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, and Deafblind. This commission provides communication services for this extremely vulnerable and marginalized community. It provides them services that allows them to communicate with government entities and other services in our community. As many of you may be aware, they faced a major budget crisis last fall. There was a potential for these services to be interrupted. We're really grateful for the members of the JPC who found supplemental funding for this and are requesting increased funding for this line item in next year's budget, but that's one-time funding. And so what we want to do with this footnote is to say that it's our legislative intent that this budget increase for this commission be permanent. That is the intent of the footnote, and we urge your aye vote. And I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, who's trying to speak and needs a moment. There we go.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate this amendment from my colleague making this permanent and putting it as a footnote. Given that we've already drained $20 million of funding from deaf and blind school, I think this is the absolute least we can do. I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment J41? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The microphone is about to fall off here, which would be fine with me. I don't know how to fix it, quite honestly. I respectfully ask for a no on this. I think we get into dangerous territory when we start telling the commission by way of footnotes how to spend money. I think we can express our desire as legislators to encourage them to look at this particular area, but I truly worry when we start directing a very, very good commission as to how they spend their dollars.
Any further discussion on Amendment J41? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J41. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Representative Young.
Mr. Chair, it is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Young.
I move J19 to House Bill 241430.
That's a proper motion. 1 second, we will get it displayed. The amendment is before us. Representative Young, would you like to tell us about it?
This amendment will add $6.1 million general fund to the state funding for senior services line item. State funding for senior services provides funding for all 16 area agencies on aging throughout the state. The AAAs provide the following services: nutrition, home-delivered meals and congregate meals, transportation, in-home services, including chores, personal care, and a homemaker, adult daycare and other health provisions, respite care and caregiver support, and case management, and material aid, providing audiology, vision, and dental services.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over the nearly 50 years that the AAA have been operating in the state, they have become very reliable sources of information, referral, and supports to older Coloradoans and respected members of the communities they serve. The larger AAA will be able to contract with nonprofits such as Volunteers for America and Project Angel Heart to provide services. In the rural areas, AAA is the service provider.
Representative Young.
Now, you're asking yourself, how did we come up with $6.1 million? The Joint Budget Committee asked the Department of Human Services how much it would cost to eliminate the waiting list for senior services. They didn't have a wait list available. The department reported back to the JBC in December that $6.1 million would eliminate the current waiting list. And so the question is, where will the money come from? We recommend the money come from any combination of the placeholders outlined on page 4, table 5 of the long bill narrative, including shared housing priorities, legislative placeholders, shared workforce and education priorities, and other shared priorities.
Representative Bradfield.
I have one more.
Oh, Representative Young.
After this amendment is adopted, the JBC can balance this amendment against any other areas in the state budget.
And Representative Bradfield.
Thank you. Since 2018, there have been no increase in funding for services related to senior care. And with the huge rise in inflation over the years, the cost of services have continued to rise while the funds are being eaten up faster. Of Colorado's 16 area agencies on aging, many of these centers have had to reduce or even cut services due to a lack of funding. Some vital services that the AAA provide are, let me restate, nutrition, providing and delivering meals, transportations, because many seniors no longer can drive. It makes it extremely difficult to get to necessary medical appointments, not to mention the isolation factor. In-home or caregiver services help by doing chores, helping with personal care and medications. Other support services are counseling, legal services, and companionship. Now, all of these state-funded services help older adults avoid costly institutional care, long wait lists, allowing them to continue living independently in their communities. So therefore, members, I urge an aye vote for this long overdue funding and helping Colorado citizens.
Representative Young.
I also want to acknowledge Representative Wilford, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but has joined us on the wall, who is also working with us on this amendment. I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm down here to speak in favor of this amendment. In areas like the district that I represent, the AAAs are telling me that they may have to cut services. And for this sector of our society, it seems like we're forgetting them. They're quiet. They don't have a lot of people that are spokespeople for them. But they need these services worse than you and I can imagine. Recently, we've gone through some of the needs that we're talking about in my family. So that's part of the reason that I'm here to speak, is that we need to be taking a look at what can the state of Colorado do for these senior citizens, because not only are they still members of our community, they are the people that built those communities. They are the people that set them up for us to enjoy. And today, we need to take a look at what we can do for them. I know that it seems like we are here continuously fighting with JBC in regards to what we think the priorities are and some of those kind of things. But what I'm trying to do is to bring it to you to say this is serious. This is one of those things that we could do today that could make a great difference in a number of people's lives that you and I don't know. But today is an opportunity for us to vote yes, and I would encourage you to vote yes on this amendment.
Further discussions on Amendment J19. Representative Hartsook, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm right in support of this amendment. As I've walked my district, it's a pretty diverse district. One of the things I hear a lot, aside from the property taxes and everything that's going up, but from seniors that are on fixed income, they want to stay where they're at. They want to stay in their homes. They don't want to move to a nursing home. They don't want to move to assisted living. They want to live in where they've worked and provided. The purpose of giving them the additional funding is so they can continue to live with dignity where they're at and keep helping society versus moving into a nursing home or assisted care facility. I saw that with my parents. They didn't have a choice due to their disability at a certain point. But up until then, they wanted to live in their home. So I would encourage an aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on J19? Representative Byrd.
Members, I just want to extend gratitude to our colleagues who've brought forward this amendment and want you to know that your Joint Budget Committee actually did allocate $2 million towards this need through a supplemental appropriation. I will just call out, so I want you to know that we hear you and did what we knew we could do within the limited means of our budget. One thing for this chamber to keep in mind, and it's a challenge, when we add new money into the AAAs, that money then gets distributed out to the various AAAs according to a formula. So it's very difficult the way funding is allocated to target that money to those AAAs that are most in need. So I do just want to call that to the chamber's attention, and it's a difficulty that we recognize as part of the committee. So all of that having been said, and in my capacity as chair of the Joint Budget Committee, I do respectfully ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on Amendment J19? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J19. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment passes. Representatives Weissman and Soper. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move amendment number 35 in the packet, or J009.
That's a proper motion. 1 second. We'll get it in front of us.
All right. Members, we'll say a little bit about, I think, what we're doing here and then the nature of the funds, because that's important, too, when we're talking about the budget. This is to provide some funding for the Access to Justice Commission. This is an entity that's been around in our state for 20-plus years. Most of that time in an uncodified way. There was a bipartisan, bicameral bill last year to give it codified status, passed by a combined vote of 98-1 across the two chambers. There was a cash fund with continuous authority set up, an ability to receive funds from the general fund, from the legislative work here. There wasn't anything put into it last year. We were trying to get them a pretty modest amount of funding so that they can start to do the work that they are charged to do, which you can review in statute. I want to be clear before I hand it over to my colleague from Delta, the mechanism here. Honestly, I'm not much of a fan of just writing amendments against general fund. We do have a pay-for here in the nature of some refinancing going on in the capital construction bill, and we'll have a companion amendment to that later. We can't, it's two different bills, so we can't write one amendment that all rolls it up. So it looks like general fund in the box here on J9, but we do have dollar for dollar make whole for that because we want to respect the overall balancing of the budget and general fund remaining, and because we think the work of Access to Justice is important, so we're going to ask for your yes vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my good colleague from Aurora. I appreciate him explaining how the money side works. I do want to talk about the Access to Justice Commission a little bit and why it's so important. We're facing a crisis here in Colorado. Over the last 4 years, 2/3 of Coloradans faced a legal issue, but yet they couldn't afford an attorney to be able to help resolve that issue. The crisis is only growing as more and more Coloradans are pro se or self-represented in these legal issues. What the Colorado Access to Justice Commission does is they coordinate and support legal clinics and pro bono initiatives to help develop and support resources for self-help for people who cannot afford legal representation. People can also attend these free legal clinics whenever they are put on. It is important that Coloradans have access to justice and have access to attorneys and representation, and that's what the Access to Justice Commission does provide. They have been providing good work for many years, as Representative Weissman just said. I do just want to say that for every dollar in legal aid renders $6.35 return on investment in social financial benefits. And those are from Coloradans who are able to resolve their legal issue before it becomes a much bigger problem, or are able to get the help that they needed, thereby preventing more state dollars having to go help resolve that legal issue. So it's a great investment. There's a major return on our investment, and it's a modest, well-balanced approach, and would ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on Amendment J9. Representative Sirota.
Oh, you got him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I so appreciate the work that the Access to Justice Commission does, but must respectfully ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J09. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is adopted. Representative Soper, I think you're up again here.
Well, thank you, members. Kind of on the same line of access to justice, this amendment also carries out the same theme. So it moves $2 million from the increase that we gave the Public Defender's Office, which is
And Representative Soper, I hate to interrupt you, but just because I feel like it'll be important, could you move the amendment so we can display it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 36 and ask that it be properly displayed.
And I'm sorry, one just quick correction. Could you move Amendment J007?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment J007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. And now I'll stop interrupting you and you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the same theme as the previous amendment, it's important that Coloradans have access to justice. Currently, the State Office of the Public Defender received a $10 million increase. This seeks to reduce that by 20% or takes $2 million from that because it was the largest increase of any of the independent judicial offices. And it moves this over to fund the Equal Access to Justice Commission without the need to have a $20 fee attached to court filings. The fee attached to court filings is unfair to Coloradans, certainly unfair to those who are low-income Coloradans. And that's something that should be funded directly from the state. We shouldn't be increasing fees because what ends up happening is someone who can't afford to pay the court filing fee, that just increases the cost of justice all throughout the system. And so you end up seeing fees raised to be able to continue to fund different things. Plus, there's still the collection process. So that person is still put in limbo if they can't afford to pay the fee. So increasing the fee just doesn't make any sense. So this would fund it directly, thereby eliminating the need to have a fee, allowing Coloradans to take advantage of the Equal Access to Justice Commission.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I do need to part company with my colleague from Delta on this amendment. We did have a robust conversation about a different bill to try to fund access to justice and judiciary a number of weeks ago now, and that bill is working through the process. Just about every year that we are here, we see an attempt to cut funding to OSPD. I think it's particularly challenging this year, and I'm going to ask for a no vote, help my colleagues out on JBC here, and say a bit about why. Since before the session started, since the beginning of the cycle in November, there's been a really, really intense, robust conversation about funding and staffing at OSPD, and appropriately so. We have seen some exogenous demand drivers really, frankly, change the nature of legal representation, especially at that office. We have passed laws here, and technology is evolving, and more law enforcement agencies are adopting body-worn cameras. That's a good thing. It does make discovery and the work of counsel where that footage is present very significant. We've seen a more than 1,000% increase in time spent doing that work. A couple amendments ago, we started to briefly mention competency, which we spend a lot of time talking about in judiciary. That is an ongoing problem, I would even say crisis, in our state, representing clients where there is a question of competency, where you're raising the question, going through evaluation, going through restoration, also places heightened burden on any attorney, as it happens most of the folks doing representation of clients with competency are at the OSPD. So the office has its own sort of internal methodology for assessing workload, not caseload. Workload, obviously, repping somebody on a high-level felony is a lot more than repping somebody on a low-level misdemeanor. Their own analysis indicated the need for over 100 attorneys and support staff. They did not even bring that ask forward to the JBC out of recognition that we're coming into a tight budget year. There was a lesser request brought forward. That lesser request was not funded by the JBC, again, because it's a tough year. So what was approved was a yet again reduced request for probably less than half of what the internal workload analysis showed. That is an example of this office understanding the tough climate that we're all in and essentially signing up to take a haircut, which they did. This amendment now proposes a further haircut that I think is unwarranted and ultimately not helpful to any of us who have an interest in how criminal justice process goes. So we need to vote no. Couple just last points I want to land here. When we think about who benefits from robust defense in the first instance, the obvious first answer is the defendant. We have this thing called Gideon v. Wainwright. We should take it seriously. But frankly, when we have robust defense in the first interest, any survivors of that crime benefit because there's less risk of an appeal or an IAC claim or collateral attack down the road. Frankly, the whole community, all of us collectively, whatever our philosophy is, benefits from knowing that we have robust funding of advocacy on both sides. That's how the American criminal legal system is supposed to work. I could say more. I won't. I will ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think others may want to speak on it.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will also ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think it's important to root ourselves in what the purpose of the public defenders are. Public defenders are the defense of the notion that we are innocent until we are proven guilty. Without that, without public defenders, we cannot defend that. And also, public defenders are overworked and they are underpaid. As Representative Weissman said, in the Judiciary Smart Acts, we heard a presentation where OSPD, the Office of State Public Defender, was asking for 70 new full-time attorneys. I have had frank conversations with the head of OSPD here in the Capitol, and they needed more than 70. But they asked for 70 because they thought it was a reasonable ask and that it would lighten the workload for some of their attorneys. And now, where we've ended up, they're going to get about 50 new attorneys, which is great. But we cannot take money away from that. They're already getting less than what they asked for. They asked for less than what they need. The other thing I'll highlight here is, of course, I support the Access to Justice fund. I myself am a legal aid attorney, and so I work in this space. And I know there's concern about the increase of fees, but what I will say is the poorest people, the people who we are worried about paying the fees, they already don't have to pay the fees the vast majority of the time because we have strong fee waivers for the indigent. And in committee, when we heard this, the people who were protesting the most about how we were increasing the fees were actually the debt collectors bar. It was people who were trying to collect debt in our courts. And so I, of course, support adding more money to legal aid attorneys, but this is not the way. This is taking money from an organization that primarily supports the poor and giving it to another organization that primarily supports the poor. It's unnecessary, and I think that we need to stand with what the JBC did here in providing the support that they provided to our Office of State Public Defenders. So vote no on this amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to disagree with my good colleague from Denver here. That, first of all, we do need to support the Equal Access to Justice Commission and the good work of legal aid and representation of Coloradans. But the other thing that is included here is Office of State Public Defenders received more of an increase in funding than anyone else. It funds 60 FTEs. There was not an equivalent when it came to our public district attorneys' offices. As a matter of fact, just a few minutes ago, we actually stripped the program that provides rural DAs with new attorneys. And now all of a sudden, we're increasing the number of public defenders. So if we're trying to balance this out, it just doesn't make sense that we should be fighting to get people access to representation, that people should be able to have attorneys, but also we shouldn't uneven the scale, that we should still have DA's offices that have good attorneys that are working there, just like public defenders' offices. And by cutting one program and not another, it certainly is unequitable. I will say on the fee side, the reason why this amendment is important is, yes, we did hear from the debtors' bar. They were there and testified. But it is putting a squeeze on the middle class in Colorado by increasing legal fees all the time. It just means that the average Coloradan struggles to have access to the courts and to be able to afford that. And as we heard in the last amendment debate, the statistic that I cited, 2/3 of Coloradans over the last 4 years needed an attorney for some issue. And as we're increasing fees with the courts, your filing fees, that just means that more and more people are going to be pro se and self-represented. It really puts a squeeze on the middle class. I know we have lots of programs to be able to cover the indigent, but I really do believe that we as a General Assembly should look to be able to cover this directly without just raising the filing fees in courts. And that's always been my fear, and that's always been my concern, that I really do want Coloradans to have access to the courts, equitable access to resolve their disputes, whether criminal or civil. And that's why this amendment is needed, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I very much appreciate my colleague's presentation of this amendment. I might point out for those of us that are brought up fiscally conservative, it's the first one I've heard in a while that actually has a decrease. But I would respectfully say no to this. And the reason I say that is, as a JBC, we debated this long and hard, and we sent OSPB back after their original request, and they dropped their request from 128 individuals down to 81 individuals, and 65 of those are attorneys. Their workload has jumped dramatically, and if we think about that, a defender, when it comes to digital files, is not just looking at a very small segment of a digital file, police camera, for instance. They have to look at the entire digital file, not to mention what witnesses may have done. I felt very strongly at first that OSPB was making a request above and beyond. But I have to tell you, they went back, they listened to us, they made cuts, they realized this was going to be a difficult budget year, and I do believe we need to support their needs in this particular budget. So I would ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in the spirit of workforce, businesses, counties, blue and red districts, and everyone pretty much across the state, I move Amendment J011 and request that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. Give us 1 second and we'll get it displayed. Looks like it is. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the purpose of this amendment, like I said, is for workforce development. We've debated this in finance, education. We talk about all the time on bills that are working to develop kids as they go through the school system and into the workforce, that they're meeting the demands out there. This funding here is designed to do that. So we got $20 million for the general fund that we're looking to put into that workforce development. This is one of the high priority bills that both the administration and everybody else is kind of interested in, because it goes across all the districts, blue, red, and everything in between. So it's very, very important. Well, I would ask an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on J11, which is packet number 37? Representative Sirota.
I ask for a no vote on J11. We actually are providing for a great number of increased investments. We passed an orbital earlier in the day, investing in our workforce boards and making sure that there are sufficient funds set aside. I want to say in the order of $15 million a year, dedicated funding for our workforce boards. So appreciate the intent here, but ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on J11? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J11 to 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. J11 is lost. Next is amendment number 38 in the packet. J23, Rep. Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment J023.
Okay,
And ask that it properly be displayed.
One sec here.
Oh, they got it. Okay.
Okay, it's on the screen. As before, 3 reps, 2 mics. We'll let you sort it out. Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is going to appropriate $1 million to the Veteran Service to Career Program in the Department of Labor and Employment. We know that that transition from military service to civilian career is very important, and we want to make sure that that is funded and supported. And as co-chairs of the Veterans Caucus, Representative Ortiz and I want to make sure that we are putting those resources within the veteran community where they need to be put.
Rep. Ortiz.
Members, outside of the Veteran Treatment Courts program, this is one of the most successful programs that has the best outcome for veterans. The data shows that the biggest risk of falling into drug addiction, alcohol abuse, getting involved in the criminal justice system for veterans is when they have a failed transition out of military service or when they're trying to transition into civilian employment. So we're asking for this funding to continue a very amazing and effective program. I ask for an aye.
Is there further discussion? Rep. Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The VSOs, hands down from a return of investment perspective, provide more to veterans, the work, the communities, and everything that you've heard about. It helps the veterans, it helps their families, they can do the jobs. They work in the communities where this is needed. They know what's going on, they know how to link up with the veterans, they know how to get them employed, and then it helps everything all the way around in society. This is a highly successful program. I ran it last year with my good colleague over here. It is a great program. We are running it again this year. I would urge you for an aye vote. Thank you.
Rep. Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm from El Paso County, which has Fort Carson is in my district, and there are 44,000 military personnel, and many are retiring or transitioning out of the military every day. And therefore, a program like this is absolutely needed and wanted and will be utilized. I urge an aye vote.
Rep. Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also encourage an aye vote on this. I didn't realize this until a couple years ago. I hired an executive pastor at my church, and he is a retired lieutenant colonel, and he helped set our church up to be a place that helps military people with the VSOs, works with the VSOs to help them go into different employment opportunities. And we use them for interns and things like that. If you understand the process, you know how important that is. And so this is hugely important for the military community. Space Force is in my district, so is Peterson is in my district, and so these are very important things to my community that we need to be able to fund this so we can get our military people seamlessly worked into the workforce through these offices. Thank you.
Rep. Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representing Arapahoe and Douglas County, this program is a key part of Arapahoe Douglas County Works that really helps our community and our veterans. So I'd encourage an aye vote on this.
Is there further discussion on J23? Rep. Byrd.
So, members, this is of course, my job to come up and just share with you some of the background of the good work that's already being done to honor our veterans in this state. So we know that veterans are a priority service population for federal funds that are designated to Colorado through the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. As such, veterans have the opportunity to work with highly skilled professional workforce center staff to find a job that maximizes their potential. And interestingly, Colorado received more than $11 million from the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act for eligible adult workers in program year 2023. So I just hope you find this as helpful background. Also, the Jobs for Veterans State Grants is another resource through the federal government, and it funds veterans employment specialists in local workforce centers who provide one-on-one assistance to eligible veterans and their spouses seeking guidance in obtaining employment. Furthermore, there is a current bill in the system that I would like to highlight, Senate Bill 109, which is Continue Colorado Veterans Service to Career Program. This bill, this session, will continue the Veterans Service to Career program with $500,000 of general fund. That bill should be considered by the General Assembly in the process it is currently in, rather than considering this as an amendment, which I will just point out, we did present you with a balanced budget. If we pass this amendment, this throws us out of balance by $1 million. So I ask for a no vote.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on J23? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J23 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye! Any opposed, say no. The ayes have that one. J23 is passed. Next is number 39 in the packet, J72. We'll see if the representative from Montrose would like to come down. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 072 and have it properly displayed.
All right, one sec, please. Rep. Catlin, just for the record, can we get you to move J072, please?
I thought I did.
If you could just please say J072.
I move Amendment J072.
Thank you. Just want to make sure everything is in order. It is displayed. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Also with you, sir.
Thank you. Members, this is to move $150,000 from the Department of Law in the general fund and increase the appropriation of the Department of Natural Resources by that $150,000 for floodplain management. One of the things that we're trying to do is there are some movements for us to start working on our floodplains, because updating and modernizing them is important, not only to the communities you live in, but also to your insurance companies, and for us to be able to identify the floodplains correctly. This is a small ask. We ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on J072? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to really support this on behalf of my colleague, but I respectfully say no, and primarily because of the fact that I don't think we should just take $150,000 from one department to another. That makes somewhat the assumption that the Department of Law doesn't need those funds. And I would respectfully ask a no on this.
All right, is there further discussion on J072? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J72 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Noes have it. 072 fails. All right, next up is number 40 in the packet, Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I move J063 to House Bill 1430 and ask that be displayed.
All right, one sec. It is on the screen. Please go ahead.
This is such a small amount of money, and I'm asking the women to the left of me to really listen. This adds a line item in the Department of Law for firearm training for women and adds $75,000 to the general fund. We are the 4th least safe state in the United States of Colorado. The House just passed a concealed carry training bill, so there's going to be women who aren't going to be able to afford this training. It's expensive. This bill is not equitable. And so I'm adding $75,000 so people in underserved populations can come and apply for the money so that they can be up to date with the law that was passed. I think that we are going to continue to make the most vulnerable victims, especially with the new laws that we're legislating. Our Second Amendment rights are the great equalizer for women. They're the one thing that keeps us away from being victims of crimes. We are number 6 in the United States for most rapes at 67 per 100,000. We have some of the most violent sexual assaults against women, and we have some of the highest rates of domestic violence. We must add help for women who cannot afford the new bills going into law and for them to be able to protect themselves. And $75,000 will allocate that, and a lot of women will be able to take the training and will be able to afford it, the laws that this body legislates. I really encourage an aye vote for this. I think women, I can afford the training. I'll be honest, I don't have to run this amendment because I can afford it. But there are people in my district and there are people in 64 other districts that you guys serve that cannot afford this. We have legislated this onto them. Let's help them pay for it. Let's help them pay to be an equalizer against people that are coming after them. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on J63, Rep. Bottoms?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm probably about to shock most people in this room with this statement, but this really is true. My church has sponsored 3 different times. 2 times we sponsored a gun training. We provided all the guns, we provided all the ammunition for the LGBT community in Colorado Springs at their request. We also provided a gun training, provided all the guns and the ammunition for women training in Colorado Springs. And I believe that people have the right to be armed. And to me, it doesn't matter what your ideology is, you have the right to be armed. And so I strongly believe in this, and we will continue to finance these things, but me financing 30, 40 women and the same 2 times in the LGBT community, that's not making a big dent in this. And we really need to put some money to this so that we can do the best we can to provide safety for women. To me, this is kind of an easy, small, little ask.
Further discussion, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. I think it's a good thing to do. I have 2 young daughters. I think it's important that they know how to defend themselves. And not everybody's in the same situation and can afford this type of training. And I think with the world that we live in today and some of the things that we see, this is a really good amendment. I think it's common sense, and I think it falls in within the spirit of both sides of this chamber. So I urge an aye vote.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When the General Assembly put an infringement on the Second Amendment, it also really incurred an obligation, and I think this satisfies in part some of the obligation, not nearly enough, but it does go towards compensating for that infringement that was done by this General Assembly for the most vulnerable of our society. So in the sense of supporting the most vulnerable from the infringement of this General Assembly on their Second Amendment rights, I support this amendment.
Rep. Serrata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. It sounds like something that perhaps folks will want to run a bill on. If you want to create a new program, you should give guidelines and ways in which folks can apply to access funding if that's what this is to do. But it sounds like a lot more is probably required than simply a line item. I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on J063. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J63 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The noes have it, and J63 fails. All right, the next one is Amendment 41 in the packet, J014. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw this amendment.
All right, at the request of the sponsor, J14 is withdrawn. Next up is number 42, J042, Rep. McLaughlin, also Rep. Catlin. Rep. McLaughlin.
I move Amendment J042 and ask for it to be displayed, please.
Okay, it is displayed and in focus. Please go ahead.
I am missing my friend from Montrose, but he should be here any second. So, yes, you have gotten to hear a lot about district attorneys in rural Colorado today, and now is your time to vote on it. Colorado district attorneys are elected by the voters in 22 judicial districts across the states. DAs are mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, neighbors, innovators, and leaders, and people who love Colorado like you do. The current state of things, there has not been a minimum salary increase for these public servants since 2012. The state only funds 80% of the elected DA's salary and contributes nothing to any other position, leaving district attorneys seeking personnel costs from the counties. While the bottom salary of $130,000 for elected DAs can be supplemented in richer metro areas, rural districts are left trying to attract a qualified lawyer with years of experience to run for an elected position, carry an entire criminal docket and all of the minimum salary in law, salary in law, roughly that of an entry-level lawyer in the private realm. In order to best serve defendants and victims, DAs need to be able to recruit quality attorneys and fully staff their offices in order to ethically review every case with care and compassion, which takes time and experience.
Rep. Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a nationwide shortage of prosecutors, and Colorado's rural DA offices are hurting the most. Rural DA offices cannot compete with higher salaries offered in metropolitan offices and private firms. A person leaves law school with at least $130,000 in tuition debt alone. This is not a good status for anyone, especially those facing criminal charges who rely on these public servants to review all the evidence, hundreds of hours of body-worn cameras, and seek out and find exculpatory evidence and seek a fair and just outcome. Entry levels for deputy DAs run from $55,000 to $65,000. Meanwhile, private law firms offer closer to six figures. There's little incentive to stay long-term in an office with a stressful job and an ever-increasing caseload, unless there's hope for a long-term career plan with adequate compensation for the experience needed. The current state of affairs of things, there's not been a minimum salary for these servants since 2012. How many of you work in a profession that hasn't had a raise since 2012? Honestly, ask yourself, would you stay? Ask yourself, would I continue to do this with a family that's growing, with more and more responsibilities as time goes by? I think the answer is probably no. And that's showing in rural Colorado. The answer is no. They are taking that young family and taking it somewhere else. And the communities that they had served now don't have that service. Here's an opportunity for us. This is an opportunity to say you are valued, we need you, and we appreciate you. I know that in this day and age, it seems like we should be taking a look at more and more people that are needing law enforcement help. But it seems like we are looking at the other side of the scales. Today's an opportunity. Vote yes on this amendment.
All right, who would like to go next? Rep. Martinez, then Rep. Zoper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
And also with you, please continue.
Members, I also rise in support of this amendment and liked what my Western Slope colleagues had to say about this. The three of us have one judicial district that we share in common, which is the 7th Judicial District. And I recently heard from our district attorney who talked about the real challenges that they face in the 7th, which spreads from Delta County to Montrose, San Miguel County, Ouray County, Gunnison County, Hinsdale County. And it's hard to be able to recruit attorneys, but it's also been hard keeping a district attorney. It's very challenging to be able to find someone to run when the office is open. But on top of that, as our district attorney pointed out to me, there's actually other people in his office that makes more than he does. But at the same time, they make far less than a private practice attorney would make, and they certainly make less than the local public defender's office pays as well. And because of these two inequities, what ends up happening is the first shot that an attorney has to take a job elsewhere, they're going to be leaving. And that's had some negative impacts, even to neighboring wealthier judicial districts like the 21st in Mesa County has certainly been one that has pulled attorneys away. And that's just put a real strain on the DA to be able to manage the district attorney's office and to be able to really keep up with the case filings when you yourself are barely able to make ends meet. You haven't had a raise since 2012, albeit most of them are probably not going to be in the office for more than 8 years because of term limits. But it still makes it very, very challenging to be able to do your job and to represent rural Colorado. So I'm very much a supporter of this and just want to thank my good colleague from Durango for bringing this amendment and look forward to voting for it. Thank you.
All right, now Rep. Martinez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Sorry, likewise, also with you, Rep. Martinez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. Right now, for those that aren't familiar, so the entire San Luis Valley is in the 12th Judicial District. That is something that we have been fighting for decades on trying to making sure that we have funding for our district attorneys and making sure that that office is staffed and able to get what they need to get done. This is something that we've tried to fix ourselves, but I think that this is a really good approach to being able to help out our rural district attorneys. It's just a little bit different in our area, in our neck of the woods, trying to be able to recruit well-qualified lawyers down, and it's just difficult. The Southern Colorado is a different place, but I don't think that this will fix everything, but I think that this is a really good first approach to being able to make sure that we are addressing the needs of rural Colorado, Southern Colorado, and I'm in strong support of this amendment, and I want to thank my the sponsors from Durango and Montrose for bringing this forward, so I urge and I vote.
Thank you. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also rise in strong support in this amendment. This is something that we need to do for rural Colorado. It helps us with recruitment. It helps us maintain qualified people that are able to maintain their offices to get the work done that they need in their counties. And I urge and I vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on J42? Rep. Taggart.
Thank you. I get these wonderful ones. Although I must say, my wife would be very proud of me because she has always accused me of never being able to say no, ever in my career, in my life. I have to say no on this, and respectfully no. And here's a couple of reasons. One, in the Department of Law, we did carve aside for them, or carve out, 4 additional rural district attorneys. 4. In addition to that, this department, we put aside significant funds for the new Judicial District 23, which was a significant amount of dollars, and we compensated 2 of the particular districts that in fact lended their support and put a great deal of time and energy into getting that off the ground, and that was a significant amount of dollars. I'm sorry, folks, we can't fund everything, and I would appreciate a no vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on J42? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J42 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. The noes have it, and J42 is lost.
I don't want to.
Okay, we are going to jump ahead to number 74 in the packet, which is J040. Rep. Bradley.
Thank you. I move J040 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, 1 second for the display. Okay, please go ahead.
I want to thank both caucuses, for working diligently about this. This is basically adding $2 million to the general fund to the school security disbursement program in the Department of Public Safety.
Thank you. Rep. English.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to give a few highlights on why we're asking for this amendment. And there were 303 incidents last year, according to K-12 school shooting database, which tracks every discharged firearm on school property for any reason. That is 10 times the number that occurred in 2013. Since 1970, the number of incidents had not surpassed 100 until 2018. In 2021, that had grown to 250. It is similar in Colorado, where numbers have risen sharply in the latter half of the 2010s, according to state-specific data from CHDS, which tracks each and every instance a gun is brandished, fired, or a bullet hits school property for any reason, regardless of the number of victims, time of day, or day of the week. Most years between 1970 and 2000 had no school shootings. After Columbine, there were 1 or 2 every year or every other year. There were 3 in 2016, 5 in 2019, and 5 in 2021, which is the last year with complete Colorado-specific data in the CDHS database. There have been 29 school shootings in Colorado between January 1970 and June 2022, putting Colorado 21st in the U.S. The Denver community witnessed more targeted school attacks per capita than 24 of America's largest metropolitan areas.
Rep. Bradley.
We all have different issues that we come to fight on. This is the hill I probably would die on, to keep all of our kids safe in schools where they're just going to go to try to learn. I wonder, when I go through security at the airport or at a Broncos game or a concert, why do we protect travelers, athletes, and music lovers so much more than we protect our most vulnerable and most valuable, our children? School security has not really changed in years, and the number of school shootings has dramatically increased. We offer options that have some record of working, like more SROs, arming staff, metal detectors, locking down campuses, but most are met with opposition from the other side. And then in the midst of arguing, we're left with no real solutions. Because of that, kids continue to be sitting ducks in a place where they should feel safe and protected. Some districts have resorted to profiling student social media accounts, grasping at straws for potential threats. How does that help when the shooter doesn't even go to the school they are planning to attack? Schools need resources to keep their students safe, and adding this money will give schools the opportunity to decide what they want to use to keep their schools safe. I urge a yes vote on this very, very important amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. Rep. English. Rep. English.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I ask for a yes vote too. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Rep. Byrd.
I need my Grinch t-shirt. Colleagues, I just want to first extend gratitude to our good colleagues who've brought forward what I think is a really important request. Notwithstanding, in my capacity as a member of the Joint Budget Committee, I must respectfully ask for a no vote, as this would throw us out of balance.
Thank you. Further discussion on J040. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J42, House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have that one. J40 passes. All right, members, we're going to jump back in order to the packet, and we will now take up number 43, which is J53. Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to withdraw Amendment 43.
Okay, at the request of the sponsor, number 43, which is J053, will be withdrawn. Next up is number 44,
I just need to withdraw.
Bradley.
Thank you. I just need to withdraw Amendments 71, 75, and 76, please.
Okay, so that is number 71. I'm sorry, Rep. Bradley, can you restate for the record?
Yes, I would like to withdraw Amendments 71, 75, and 76.
Okay, at the request of the sponsor, 71, 75, 76 will be withdrawn when we get back there. Okay, so number 44, J048 by Rep. DeGraff is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that J048 to House Bill 1430 be properly displayed.
And can
I'd
we
like to
get
move
you
it and
to-
ask it to be properly displayed.
Okay, we'll get it on the screen.
All righty. This might even be something that Rep. Taggart can say yes to, because it's a zero cost, and the reason for it is just something that was found in the CoWIN software. Since about $3 million for CoWIN's various departments, I'm not going to read all of this, but it covers up to about $20 million in health care coverage, $500,000 for pay equity. That's not a problem. Total budget from the governor and secretary of state, approximately $28 million. So for the Colorado Innovative Workers for New Solutions, WINS, which is a union or also referred to as a community or a certified employee organization. So one of the things that was found in there in Colorado Partnership Job Quality and Services Partnership under Article 7, if you go through their orientation, it says the parties will work together to develop and update needed written communication, which isn't really a problem. But then it goes on, CoWINS may distribute materials, basic educational information about CoWINS and its mission, programs, and history. The agreement / memberships committee on political education application. And so this political education application hot link, then it goes to the the CRM software. It takes it to every link, which is focused on Democrat campaigns and organizations. So that's embedded. So you have a splash page, and then it takes individuals that are giving their union information for union representation, and it takes them to a political fundraising site. So it's owned by NGP VAN, a digital tool for organizing, fundraising, compliance, and digital tools that have elected thousands of Democrats. So I'm sure over 50% of the population in here is not going to have a problem with this. But it does have implications, because this data is then not protected and it's not used like it's supposed to be. So this is a massive conflict of interest. There is zero emphasis on accountability and misuse of prevention safeguarding, and then can utilize that list to create lookalike audiences for fundraising. So I have absolutely no problem with unions. I just have an issue with using a fundraising website to that is misrepresented to the membership. So it is $0. All it asks is that the General Assembly's intent that none of the appropriation to the legislative department support union data, cataloging, organizing, or digital staffing tools. So it is just a specification to say that the data of the employees, the data of the union members, should be safeguarded and should not be used for political purposes. I think that is a pretty reasonable specification. That it should go without saying that it should not be, but this would just be a footnote that says that the data should be used like data should be used. So it's really kind of a shame that people are taking advantage of effectively a mandatory site and then using it to harvest the union members' data. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion on J048? Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The legislative department is not even covered under the WINS agreement. This is unnecessary. I ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of J048, House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. Noes have it. 048 fails. Next is packet number 45, J069. Rep. Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J069, ask for it be displayed.
Okay, one sec. All right, 069 is on the screen. Please continue.
I would like you to first not just rubber stamp this because my name is on it. I would really like you to think this through and listen to me. This is specifically an amendment for JBC. I am doing what I can to help you guys out. No thank you needed. So, I found out how to save a minimum of $553,000. We will add this to the general fund. No questions asked. Spend it however you want. And it can add up to much more because what we're going to do is this is a footnote, by the way, is we're going to move the legislative session from 120 days to 90 days. That gives you almost $600,000 back to the budget. But, and here's the kicker, is then those 30 days, all of the bills that would be run during those 30 days that you guys have to figure out how to fund will not be on the calendar. Again, another thank you. So with that being said, I strongly urge and I vote on this amendment. And guys, what this does is it puts us back out into the public where we need to be. We need to be out there with the people. We're a body of the people, and we're not peopling in here. And so we need to be back out where the people are, saving money, giving money back to the state and the governor. Give it to the governor. I don't even mind if you give it to the governor. So I urge an aye vote on J069.
Is there further discussion on J69? Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sincerely appreciate my colleague giving me back 90 days of my life and $600,000, but I respectfully say no to that.
All right, is there further discussion on J69? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J69 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Noes have it. 069 fails. Next is packet number 46, J85, Rep. Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Amendment J085 to House Bill 1430 and have it displayed.
Okay, it is displayed. Please continue.
Thank you. Members, I'm running this amendment on behalf of a community that is very dear to my heart, and it's in my district, and that is the city of Fountain. And in the city of Fountain, we have Aga Park. It's a popular and very most used park in the city. And every year, thousands of families and kids come to this 5-acre park to enjoy the splash pad, the playground, and the picnic areas. The city of Fountain does not have a municipal pool, so this Aga Park is really the only place for kids and families to go that have no charge. It did have the community's only ADA accessible playground, and it did have 1980s version of accessible restrooms, but as I said, 1980s, they are way out of compliance now. And so this park is in desperate need of being replaced and updated. It's one of the major attractions for families in my district. And I am very fond of it because I have also taken my grandchildren there when they were young. I'm asking for an aye vote on this amendment to help out the community in my district of Fountain. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on J85? Representative Byrd.
Members, much gratitude again to our colleague for running this. I will just ask respectfully for a no vote. This looks like an earmark, oddly like an earmark. I see upgrading concession stands and restrooms for a specific park. And while that might be good, that might not be our best budgeting practice here. And also want to assure the chamber that we are running several bills this session to make sure we have rural economic development efforts. So again, I ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion on J85? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J85 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. Noes have it. J85 fails. Next up is number 47, J64, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to withdraw Amendment J064.
All right, at the request of the sponsor, 064 is withdrawn. Brings us to number 48, also by Rep. Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I bring a bill that is benefiting the people of my district more than the greater population of Colorado. But it's also is a subject that we hear a lot in this chamber.
And,
it's called
sorry,
affordable
Representative,
housing.
I should ask you to move J094, and then we can display it.
I'm sorry. I meant to do that. Thank you. I move J094 to House Bill 1430 and ask for it to be displayed.
Okay, now it's displayed. Please continue.
Okay. All right. Affordable housing. That means housing that somebody who is earning a medium income could afford the mortgage. And we don't have many of that in my district. We just don't have enough. So this is a partnership between the Pikes Peak Habitat for Humanity, Morningstar Developers, Whitefield School District 3, Careers in Construction, Colorado, which is a nonprofit organization that does vocational construction training. And what this amendment is asking for is just a dollar amount so that the Sun 3 can go ahead and build out a development of 41 homes that will be designated for affordable housing. And that some of these homes will be devoted to the employees of Whitefield School District number 3. We'll get first crack at buying those. I think we all know that Habitat for Humanity partners with families, and the families put in sweat equity for the homes that they will eventually own. That means they put in more than 200 hours. This program also creates a stable workforce and will encourage new businesses. I am asking for an aye vote on Amendment J094. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on J094? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I respectfully ask for a no vote on this. Again, this is an appropriation directed to a particular district and looks like an earmark, so please vote no.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J094 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Okay. It's getting late in the afternoon. All those opposed, say no. All right, the noes have that one. 094 fails. All right, next up, number 49 in the packet, J68, Rep. Ortiz.
Mr. Chair, I move J068 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, 1 second. It is displayed. Please continue.
Members, this is an attempt to recover the $6.8 million from the Fort Logan land sale that y'all got to use from veterans during a healthcare emergency. I told you I was coming for this money. This is me coming for this money, and what this is going to fund is a clearinghouse program. And the reason why the clearinghouse is going to be important, folks, is because it's a one-stop shop for people to get, or for veterans to, and their family members to tap into resources. That it's going to save the state money, it's going to save veteran lives, it's going to help family members. I urge an aye.
Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add on to that and expand a little bit. This is a big thing for the National Guard, especially. Program that is very important to the National Guard and those reserve members and the active Guard members. Lots of great programs that are available to them that they don't know about, that active duty bases have a little bit more availability to, but the reserve component does not. So I also encourage an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to say yes to this one. However, no? No. I thought this was what we were. Oh. I take that back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to respectfully say no to this request. Thank you.
All right, further discussion on J68. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J68 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Let's try that again. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All right, it's close, but the noes have it. 68 fails. Next up, number 50, J26. Representative, let's see, looks like you're tagging in Rep. Armagost and Rep. Ortiz. Go ahead. Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J26 to 1430.
Okay, one sec, we're going to display.
Displayed.
Okay, now it's displayed. Please continue, Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, for those of you that are unaware of the Veteran Service Office, there are, of all of our counties in the state, we only have approximately 20-some VSOs that have to work regionally. Veteran Service Officers are very important to the veteran community. For veterans that don't have resources, family members of deceased veterans that don't have resources, it's important to them to have a local veteran service officer they can reach out to in order to get records and things that they need. Otherwise, get services that are provided to living veterans and surviving family members. It's a crucial aspect to have. Regionally, it's not the best thing. It's nice to have one that you can drive to, not one that you have to work through a phone call. It's very crucial aspect. We just need to get some money in there to help this program survive and maintain, increase our number of veteran service officers throughout the state. So I encourage an aye vote.
Thank you, Rep. Ortiz.
Members, I can't put it better myself. Not only is my co-prime an elected leader that represents a lot of veterans, but he also happens to be a commander of a veterans organization post. He knows what he's talking about. I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on J026? Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Actually, last year, the General Assembly, during the course of long bill debate, added money to this grant program, and we did retain $500,000 additional to this Veterans Assistance Grant Program through last year's long bill. And so during the course of crafting the long bill, we actually, our analyst recommended we continue to provide that additional $500,000 to the Veterans Assistance Grant Program, and the JBC agreed, and so you will find that in the budget already. So respectfully ask for a no vote on J26.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J26 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Noes have it. J26 fails. Next up, number 51, J27, Representative Ortiz.
Mr. Chair, we respectfully withdraw J027.
Okay, at the request of the sponsors, J27 is withdrawn, bringing us to number 52, J29, Rep. Ortiz.
Mr. Chair, we're going to stick with J52 or J29, number 52 in your packet. So this is our final offer, the rock bottom that we think that veteran service organizations at least deserve. We're looking for $250,000 to be able to support veterans.
We do need a motion.
I
Rep. Ortiz.
move J029 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, one sec. Now J29 is displayed. Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with my co-prime on this one, on the fact that $250,000 is going to be something that can at least support these veteran service organizations that contain the veteran service officers and help those veterans get what they need. Like we said before, I'm a member, a regional commander of VFW. It is a very important thing to have this money for these organizations to be able to survive and thrive and help veterans do the same. I encourage an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on J29? Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, members, I ask for a no vote. We did already increase this line by $500,000.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J029 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, noes were very faint. The ayes have that one. J29 is passed. All right, we're going to jump out of order to number 84 in the packet, which is J030. Rep. Rozelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know, members, that this might sound like an earmark, but hear me out. Mr. Chair, I would like to move J030 to House Bill 1430, please, and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, one sec for the screen. J30 is displayed. Please go ahead.
Members, as you all probably know very well, if you've driven south of Denver, the beautiful metropolis of Castle Rock has been growing so quickly. We are adding an entire development, bringing about 11,000 houses to Castle Rock here in the next couple of years. As such, there will be a new southern interchange for Castle Rock called the Crystal Valley Interchange. Members, this funding request is to appropriate $2.5 million to fund a new park and ride at that interchange. And I agree, it sounds like an earmark, but it's really not, because this is to serve everybody who uses I-25. And I'm sure if I dug just for a minute, I could tell you how many cars pass by Castle Rock on I-25 every day. It's a lot. So, members, I ask for your aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to be respectful again and say no to this. This is, in fact, an earmark, and I don't think we want to get into that type of funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on J030. Seeing none, the question is the passage of J30 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Noes have it. J30 fails. All right, we're going to go back in order. Next up was number 54, J004, Rep. Weinberg. Oh, apologies, Rep. Weinberg. You have 53 first. J065.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to serve with you.
And also with you, sir.
Fellow colleagues, we have a lot of money in the state, and I think we should spread it around a little bit better. I would move J065 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it properly be displayed.
All right, it is displayed. Please go ahead.
This is very simple. It's $100 million to wildfire mitigation across the state. I think this is a fair ask, and I would ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion on J65? Rep. Byrd.
Members, Mr. Chair, thank you. And members, just such gratitude for the request. And it's an opportunity to highlight some of the important investment that we've already put into the budget and actually have already passed. And I'm certain, to my good colleague from Loveland, that you voted for all of this. I'm confident of it. But I will just say that we have allocated tons of resources. In the 2023 legislative session, the Joint Budget Committee and the General Assembly approved the Department of Public Safety's very well-reasoned request for $5 million to be allocated to the COSWAP annually. In addition, the program has received an evaluation and implementation grant from OSPB to evaluate innovative forest management techniques for wildfire mitigation that is a $500,000 evidence-based practice project to gather data and evaluate efficacy over 4 years to inform best practices and maximize the impact of the annual appropriation. So with all of that, I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on J065? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J65 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The noes have it. 065 fails. But Rep. Weinberg, don't go anywhere. Number 54, J004.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fellow colleagues, it appears that $100 million is not a good price tag. So I would come back to you with J004. I move J004 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it properly be displayed.
It is displayed. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fellow colleagues, last year, you helped out a district that is facing a true crisis when it comes to mitigation, especially in our wildfire arena. This is directly from my fire chief in my county, and I would respectfully request again $100,000 be allocated to wildfire mitigation as a grant program. Do not listen to the JBC. Continue not listening to the JBC. This is worth every penny. $100,000 ask. Nothing big, nothing major. I'm pretty sure Representative Byrd has nothing to say furthermore. I urge an aye vote.
And now we will see what Representative Byrd has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just really admire the persistence and just the persistence and strong advocacy of our good colleague from Loveland, and want to respectfully request a no vote and remind the Chamber of the very well-reasoned request submitted by the Department of Natural Resources for severance tax revenue to be allocated to exactly this purpose. So a no vote, please.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J004 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. All right, the noes have it. 004 fails. Next up, number 55 in the packet, J058. Rep. DeGraff and Rep. Lynch. Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This again is a $0 ask for page 388. So I'd like to, for J058 to House Bill 1430, I'd like to move J058 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Okay, it's displayed. Please go ahead.
All right. So this just adds a footnote, the Department of Natural Resources identifying the General Assembly's intent regarding the use of appropriation of the ECMC. After, on page 404, after line 8, insert Department of Natural Resources, Energy and Carbon Management Commission, the ECMC. It is the General Assembly's intent that if no action is taken by the 90th day after the receipt of the application for the well permit is automatically approved. And what this does is it goes into the, it takes the task of the recent for the electrification, because it was deemed that the permitting process for electrification was a little bit Well, one, it was unknown because the CEO had not developed an application an application or process or the specs, the code specs for it. And so one of the ways around that to make sure that things don't get bogged down is to just say after 90 days, if they don't have it, then it would automatically be permitted. Now, in this case, this would be for the well permit. So when, and as we've seen so far, that the legislative, our budget is very dependent on the severance taxes and extracting that resource from the ground, which is a renewable resource. Actually, it's not a necessarily limited resource. The science tells us. But what this would do is just say, hey, if the permitting process goes past 90 days, then the permit will automatically be approved. We obviously want them to be approved inside of 90 days, but 90 days would give the approval process so that they can, so that the industries that upon which we are very dependent for our monetary solvency in this state, that it would that would be automatically approved, and that these industries are not held up unnecessarily. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on J058? Rep. Sirota. Committee will be in recess. Committee will come back to order. We were on J058. Rep. Sirota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on J58. This really is making substantive policy within a footnote, and that is not appropriate in the long bill. So not only would it not be my intent to make this policy, you just shouldn't make policy like this through the long bill.
Is there further discussion on J058? Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just like to respond to that and counter that certainly all the time, every year that I've been here, we've had footnote amendments to the long bill that have made clear the General Assembly's intent on where funds should go. And it's one thing to say that you might disagree with that, but I think it's another thing to say that that's improper. I would argue this is proper, and we can debate whether we agree or disagree with the policy, but I certainly have seen a precedence for this over the last 6 years where the General Assembly expresses our intent in a footnote in the long bill.
Is there further discussion on J058? Seeing none, the questions. Rep. DeGraff.
I just wanted to note that we had, I was just talking to our fiscal guys, and that we had no pushback from JBC on this, so I'm a little bit surprised at the ruling here. So I don't know if we need to have a little bit more discussion, but I'm not sure exactly. Although I obviously have high regard for my colleagues' statements, I'm confused as to why we didn't have any pushback on that amendment as it was drafted, and then now it's a problem. So I don't know if there's more discussions that need to be had on that, but thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support. The JBC pushed back on a lot of the amendments that we had drafted and a lot of the amendments that we were trying to get through. This was not one. At no point did they push back and say you cannot do this in a footnote, or that this was improper, or that this was making policy in a footnote. This is one they did not push back on at all. And so I just want to confirm that I do think that this is proper and that it should get consultation. Whether or not you all want to vote for it is a different question, but whether or not you should vote on it, I think it is proper. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on? Committee will be in recess. committee will come back to order. The question was J58 to House Bill 1430. We'll ask if there's further discussion. Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for clarification, in talking with our finance members a little bit more, the process for this is supposed to take about 150 days, no more than 150 days. So this is a little bit of an acceleration from the 150 days. Currently, the permitting process is...
Graf, one moment. Members, there's a bit of noise over on the side of the room. Can we please take the conversation out of the chamber? Thank you. Rep. DeGraff, go ahead.
So just for clarification and perspective, the process is supposed to take no more than 150 days. It's currently taking closer to about 250 days. And so this would just be an indication that the General Assembly is aware that the ECMC process is being dragged out unnecessarily, or possibly unnecessarily. So basically a notification from the General Assembly that this process needs to be expedited, especially when new legislation is coming up that is saying that permitting will be done inside the next decade sometime, which will obviously then cut away all of the severance tax and all of the money that the General Assembly is looking to get. So we need to expedite this permitting process in order to basically keep as we've seen, we need that money in order to keep our budget solvent.
Thank you. Further discussion on J058. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J058 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Noes have it. 058 fails. Next is number 56 by Rep. Lynch, joined by Rep. Soper. Rep. Soper, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J046, also known as Amendment 56, to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, it's displayed. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, this bill moves $1 million from the general fund to the Backcountry Search and Rescue Fund in the Department of Natural Resources. And why we're doing this is right now our search and rescue helicopter has not been delivered or stood up yet, so we still have ongoing expenses that we're having to pay for directly as a state to be able to engage in search and rescue operations in the backcountry. Colorado, as you all know, is a top tourist destination, and certainly we don't want the reputation that we're not going to come immediately to someone's rescue if they happen to get lost or in a bad situation climbing or skiing, and we want to make sure that we're utilizing all appropriate state resources to do that. And that's why we're putting $1 million there, is because the asset that we have ordered and have spent millions of dollars on has not been delivered yet. So this is basically that stopgap to be able to ensure that Colorado remains a safe place for visitors to come. Should they get in danger, they would have the ability to be rescued. And I'd ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on J046, Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Backcountry Search and Rescue, as many of you know, is near and dear to my heart. And we, in fact, passed legislation out of this body, and it passed yesterday in the Senate for private aircraft to also participate in search and rescue. Right now, we have a world-class system in the state of Colorado, and we have a pass called the Keep Colorado Wild Pass, where the dollars do go and continue to go to backcountry search and rescue. We don't need these additional funds. If you want additional funds, encourage all of your friends to buy a Keep Colorado Wild Pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on J046. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J046 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The noes prevail over the aye. 046 is lost. Next up, number 57, Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think a few of my aye votes were lost on the previous amendment. I move Amendment 57, also known as J061, to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, it's displayed. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that's near and dear to my heart, and certainly on the Western Slope, has been the reintroduction of wolves west of the Continental Divide. And one thing that has certainly been a frustration is there's just not enough funds in the wolf deprivation fund to be able to pay for claims. What this will do is it'll take $800,000 from the general fund, move it to Department of Natural Resources to their game damage claims and prevention fund for wolf deprivation claims. This is really important because the costs of wolves attacking livestock and other animals has certainly resulted in a lot of expenses. There's also a lot of expenses just for attempting to mitigate. It may be easy to say have range riders, but only a small group of the wealthiest people in Colorado could afford range riders. They're very expensive, so to be able to have a few more state resources to help protect our ranchers from the threat and harm that actually was created by us is only appropriate. I should mention that of all the industries in Colorado, agricultural industries are the biggest, so farming and ranching are the biggest, and within all of agriculture, the beef industry is the biggest within agriculture. Colorado is a top destination for people coming to have the best steaks in the world, and we certainly want to keep that reputation up. We are famous for our grass-fed beef. We don't want to be in a situation where we're pushing more to feedlots, because Colorado has been known for mountain grass-fed beef. It's really high quality. It is really good for you as well. And if more beef cows are going to be the targets of wolves, it certainly means that the entire industry is at risk. And that's why it's more important that now than ever to pour more dollars into the Wolf Deprivation Fund, and I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on number 57, J061, Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the point here is that the governor and the General Assembly have taken an active role in attacking basically the right to property, the right to the pursuit of happiness of the members of the Coloradans, and sent the hellhounds after their livestock. And this happens on a regular basis. And it is not, the livestock are harried, the livestock are they're killed, they're gutted, sometimes just for sport by the animals. And I don't think hellhounds is an exaggeration, but when we do that, for whatever reason, I think it's important that Colorado takes responsibility for its actions. It's really not unexpected that the ranchers that I've spoken with feel like their livelihood, their lives, their ranches, their property, which are sustained by that, are under attack. And as far as the grasslands are concerned, really, if you look at agriculture, the best thing for that grass was designed to be harvested by grazers, and the best thing for that, if you want to get water up into the atmosphere, if you want to de-desertify the landscape, you really need a lot more livestock, not less. So I think it's an incredibly foolhardy thing to send the hellhounds after our ranchers, but since we are committed in that direction, I think it's only appropriate that we take responsibility for it.
Further discussion on J061, Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out that in the Department of Agriculture, in the long bill, is an additional $600,000 for this particular purpose. So please, in addition to the $1,282,500 that's already on this line item, we've added another $600,000. So I would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on J061. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J061 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Noes have it. 061 fails. Okay, we're going to proceed out of order to number 4A. Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to withdraw Amendment 4.
All right, at the request of the sponsor, number 4 in the packet, which was J12, is withdrawn.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move Amendment 4A, J103, I'd like to move J.103 to House Bill 1430.
All right, 103 is displayed. Please go ahead.
You can start.
Rep. Garcia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Members, what this amendment does is it takes funds that are dedicated to adding more beds in the male prisons and in the women's prisons, and it strikes those additional new beds and it reallocates those dollars to programs that are actually intended to keep people out of prison. The first program that it will be allocated to is competency. A lot of times we tend to overuse our jails and our prisons as mental health institutions, and this is going to keep us from doing that because we are dedicating more funds to competency. We're also ensuring that through wages and through support for people undergoing substance use disorder treatment, that we are helping them with their reentry, we're helping them stay clean, and we're doing that through additional funds to wages as well as child care support for those who have to go through substance use disorder treatment. And then finally, we are allocating some funds to make sure that the pilot program for crime prevention in Trinidad and in Grand Junction are funded adequately to continue its great work.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Garcia. It's great to join you on this amendment. It really is part of a longer conversation that you're seeing with this particular amendment. Certainly, those of us who've been on the Judiciary Committee for a number of years now have had a lot of complaints with bloated numbers coming out of the Department of Corrections with their bed count and their FTEs. And what we have been able to dig in and see is there's 1,000 uncounted beds that are actually what we would call swing beds in a hospital setting. They're not actually ones that are prison beds. And then we have seen hiring freezes, FTEs that are supposed to be going towards giving a bonus pay to be able to hire more folks back. We're not convinced that any of this really has happened. And certainly what was appropriated earlier was on the anticipation of needing more beds rather than fewer beds. That did not come in at that higher level. So really taking the delta between the two figures is how we came up with the $3 million figure. And what this will go to fund is $1.7 million will be for competency restoration services. We've talked for many years about finally ending the wait when it comes to competency on the criminal justice side of the equation. We've also put $1 million for a pilot program in local affairs for competency, and then $363,000 for substance use treatment that has been ordered by the courts. Certainly Colorado has a need for individuals to try to be unhitched from drugs, and anything we can do to get them treatment helps the entire society and hopefully prevents more individuals from going to DOC. If you look at it as the prevention side of things, it will actually have a net benefit on our state, and that's why we'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to give a little bit of insight as well into the decision that we have heard come out of JBC. And I want to say this and also express my profound appreciation to our JBC members who have spent hours and hours and hours preparing this budget for us to look through and comment on and amend. And this is one of the areas where we are deciding to bring an amendment. Both the Division of Criminal Justice and Legislative Legal Services prepare a forecast of the adult prison population for fiscal year 24 through 25. The Division of Criminal Justice forecasted a male bed need of 116, while the Legislative Legal Services forecasted that showed we actually have a surplus of beds. This complete and
really wild differentiation is one of the reasons why it's important for us to scrutinize this element a little bit closer. We understand that JBC generally takes the more, in this case, I guess, liberal, forecast. And I say liberal because it's saying, let's just be safe, let's just have a whole lot more beds, let's just throw more money just in case we might need it. Instead of approaching this with a more conservative view of understanding and investing our money in what is actually needed. Yes, I am supporting a conservative viewpoint, friends. The other element of this is that there's concerns that if we were to reduce the number of beds, what happens if suddenly we need these beds? Well, the state of Colorado has a law, and it's been on the books since 2018, which is called the Prison Population Management, PPMM. What this means is that when we achieve and when we reach a certain vacancy, it triggers a mechanism, it triggers an action within DOC to look through its prison population and identify folks who are actually eligible for parole to get them through the process. That will allow the parole board to decide whether or not they are eligible for parole. It's not an automatic. It starts the process. Parole is a civil right that people are entitled to, and when we do not, in some cases like this, force the hand of DOC to start getting people who are actually eligible to undergo parole evaluation, we are violating their civil rights. Because we continue to add beds year over year over year, we have yet to reach the threshold to trigger PPMM. With this amendment, we will still not even trigger PPMM. But if in the case, suddenly there's this massive crime spree and we have 600 people who are arrested and thrown into DOC, that would trigger PPMM. Anything else? And with that, we ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on J103, Rep. DeGraff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems like this would be one of those policy things, an important policy, it did answer some of my question. The sponsor did answer some of my question. That PPMM would be triggered if we had a sudden increase. Now, according to the Department of Corrections, this surplus is to account for the population increase that we are anticipating. And we can't really say that we are not anticipating a population increase when we are encouraging no limit occupancy on housing, max cram, Calcutta-style zoning, and no parking requirements, and all of these things. So we're anticipating this massive influx of people, and then we're saying with this that we're not going to have any increase in criminality. Well, one thing we know that when you cram many more people into Calcutta-style zoning, that you get a lot more crime. And when you have a lot more crime, you're going to need a lot more beds.
So, Rep. DeGraff, we are talking about an amendment that considers different forecasts, and one of the proponents did refer to the different forecasts, but nonetheless, let's please try to keep it to 103.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the bill here, what the bill is essentially doing is it is reducing the number of beds so that we will trigger the CRS 17-1-119.7 early release. So you get within 3%. So if you reduce the number of beds, then you're going to hit that 3% threshold more rapidly. Now, when you have a massive influx of population, which we are apparently anticipating, although numbers from organizations like Western Watch would disagree with that what we're doing is we are forcing, this amendment is going to force that 3%. It's going to force us to hit that 3%. And then we get to the parole. Now, the parole is a little bit interesting to me because it's not necessarily that you do have a right to, you have a due process right that you should not be denied life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. But parole is a truncation of your sentence. It's not necessarily a part of your sentence. It's not a guarantee. It's a carrot for good behavior. So I don't really understand how parole is a civil right, because if parole was the civil right, then it would be violated by not paroling somebody. It would be violated by not paroling somebody. Now, when somebody's in jail, the reason that they're in jail is because they deprived another citizen of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, and that person is removed from society and put into an area where they can no longer deprive somebody of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. So what we're doing with this bill is we're saying, hey, we want to take this threshold and we want to trigger this where maybe we're going to force an expedited process on the Department of Corrections to release people into the general public who have already demonstrated propensity to violate the life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. So that's what we're doing with this. That's what would happen with this amendment. The amendment is designed to decrease the buffer, hit that threshold earlier, and trigger the release of individuals that obviously they do have rights under our Constitution. They have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but they have demonstrated a propensity to violate those rights of others, and so they are limited and they're restricted and they're put in an area that they can't do that anymore. So we would be asking the Department of Corrections to release people who have a propensity to violate the life, liberty, or property of other individuals without having served their complete sentence, just by an artificial thing here. Now, when you look at the overall cost, if these people are not fully rehabilitated and they have a propensity to still violate the life, liberty, or property without deprive life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, then they are going to have to be rearrested. They're going to have to be reincarcerated, and then any potential savings that you would get from this bill will have been negated. Now, one thing that we don't need to do is we don't need to turn loose any more predators in Colorado. So what we need to do is we need to, if somebody is eligible for parole, if somebody is demonstrating that they are responsible enough to return to society without being prone to violating the life, liberty, or property of somebody else without due process of the law, then they can return. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to create an artificial situation where we force the system to release those people back to violate those rights of our citizens, only to be forced to further overwhelm our police department, only to go back into the system. And what will they find what will the recidivism find? When we reward recidivism, you're going to get recidivism. And when we reward that, they're going to go back into the system. We're going to be processing all these people, which is not a small expense. I'm not going to try to equate it, but then you're going to have to go through the entire process all over again, which I would estimate you are going to completely blow through any potential savings that you have on this bill, well-intentioned as it is. But the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We do not need more people on the streets that are prone to violating the life, liberty, and property of other people. And that's what we're going to get. So the bill is designed, the sponsor basically outlined it, that if there is a crime wave, we're not even anticipating a crime wave. The beds that are in place that are considered excess now are in place right now for a population increase for which we are trying to zone Colorado into a Calcutta-style zone because we want so many people crammed into such a small space, which is going to give you more crime. So I think I don't think it's an incredibly short-sighted bill. I think it's a cleverly worded bill. I don't think there are any unintended consequences to this bill, just unstated intentions. So I would recommend a no vote. I would recommend not beleaguering our legal system by by recidivism. And I would focus on the civil rights of the good law-abiding citizens of Colorado. I think we lose track of that the citizens of Colorado who are abiding by the law do not all of a sudden give up their civil rights because parole is somehow misconstrued as a civil right. Parole is not a civil right. You have the civil right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And the government's role is to secure those rights. And if the government has to secure those rights by removing somebody out of that social contract for violating those, then that is the process. Parole is a benefit. Parole is a carrot for good behavior. Parole is not a civil right. This amendment is just a hook wrapped in emotionalism, and it is going to cost Colorado.
Is there further discussion on J103? Rep. Byrd.
Members, thank you for bringing this forward. Appreciate you've got some important policy goals to achieve, and I think they are shared by the wider chamber. I think what would be important for this chamber to know is the work that the Joint Budget Committee has done in this space, which actually you have the opportunity to approve of. It's right in our long bill. In that long bill, there is nearly $70 million of funding dedicated to new beds, actually 145 new beds for competency to address that issue. There's another $800,000 invested in the Bridges program to support hiring 5 new clinical psychologists to conduct pre-competency assessments. These are important things for us to know. I'll talk about the funding source. I know there was some discussion about funding for caseload adjustments, and it needs to be said that cutting funding for needed beds in the Department of Corrections to meet arbitrary targets do not reduce the number of inmates. That is something for us to consider. And I know there was some discussion about our selection of forecast, and really just wanted to share with this chamber that the decision of which forecast to use does not determine the number of actual inmates that the Department of Corrections will ultimately house, of course. Cutting funding for caseload to approach a lower projection puts the safety of inmates and operational capacity of the department at risk in the event that the actual number of inmates in custody is similar to the higher forecast. JBC elected to use the DCJ's more conservative forecast because it reduces the likelihood that the department will need supplemental funding to accommodate a potentially larger population. In recent years, DCJ forecasts have tended to be more accurate. So I did want to provide some more context to the request that's put forward in this amendment and respectfully ask for a no vote.
Further discussion, Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make the point. I just received a note that Department of Corrections says they are currently at 3.18%. So you're certainly welcome to go back and verify that. But if they're at 3.18%, then really any reduction here is not getting into surplus. It's getting into an automatic trigger. It's getting into an automatic trigger of this event. So again, I recommend a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one point of clarification. We are not reducing the number of beds that DOC currently has. We are just restricting the addition of new beds. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on J103? Seeing none, the question is the passage of J103 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. Ayes have it. 103 is passed. All right, we are going back in order. We are going to resume at number 58 in the packet, which is by Rep. Soper. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J066, also known as Amendment 58, to House Bill 1430, and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment moves $500,000 from the general fund to the Wolf Deprivation Compensation Fund. This is very important. It's very similar to the one that failed a few minutes ago at $800,000. This now is at $500,000. It really is important that we add to this fund. This is a very important fund for our farmers and ranchers. It's one that certainly has been, of great concern. What has been told to me from our ranching community is that there's just not really dollars there, and then the department is working really hard to not necessarily allocate the dollars out or pay out when it's there. And that's mainly because they understand that they have incredibly limited resources. But when the threat has been created by the state to have wolves, I believe the state should pay out of the general funds, not from sportsmen's dollars, but the general funds for this. We have been able to use some non-sportsmen's dollars in the past. I was part of that legislative effort. This just adds $500,000 more to ensure that the fund is sufficient to compensate our farmers and ranchers should they need to use this. It would be a one-time transfer, by the way, and I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say again respectfully no, and remind my esteemed colleague from Delta, we put an additional $600,000 in this long bill in agriculture for this particular purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on J66? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J66 to House Bill 1430. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it over the aye. 066 fails. Next up, number 59 by Rep. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make sure that JBC is paying attention to these difficult ones. I'd like to withdraw 59, 60, and 61.
All right. Amendment 59 will be withdrawn, and 60?
60 and 61.
And 60 and 61 will be withdrawn. Thank you. We have Representative Catlin, maybe with Amendment J78. Representative Catlin.
Thank you. I'd like to move Amendment J078 and have it displayed.
All right. Amendment J78 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Catlin.
Thank you. This is an amendment to go back again to natural resources and increase their appropriation by $150,000 on floodplain management. It's still a big deal to me. That's why we took another bite at it. Thank you. Vote yes.
All right. Is there any further discussion on Amendment J078? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote. There are other allocations in the budget that provide for funding for floodplain management.
All right. Any further discussion on Amendment J78? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J78. All those in favor say aye. Hey, there's one. Anyone opposed? No. All right, and the noes have it. The amendment failed. Representative Winter, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to withdraw Amendment J006.
All right, that amendment will be withdrawn. Thank you. All right. Representative Assistant Majority Leader Winter, you're up next again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment right here, folks, this is trying to help out with the groundwater compact. Appropriates $10 million general fund to the groundwater compact compliance and sustainability fund in the Department of Natural Resources, and provides $10 million reappropriated fund spending authority from the groundwater compact compliance and sustainability fund to the department.
Representative Winter, can you move the amendment, please?
I'm sorry. I'd like to move Amendment J003 and ask it properly be displayed.
Okay, that has been moved and is displayed. Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment J003? Representative Byrd.
Members, again, gratitude to our good colleague for bringing this forward. I will just let you know the Joint Budget Committee through the last 2 years has invested substantial amounts of money to ensure that we are protecting waters, or rather Colorado's natural resources. We know that water is a crucial natural resource in our state that needs to be defended, particularly now. And with that in mind, and of course the knowledge that we need to have a balanced budget at the end of the year, we ask for your no vote on this.
All right, any further discussion on Amendment J003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J003. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. And the noes have it, that amendment fails. Representative Winter, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move J071 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Okay, that has been moved and displayed. Go ahead.
This reduces by $200,000 the general fund and 2.5 FTEs to the appropriation for the Department of Personnel and the Division of Human Resources and Human Resources Services. I'd like to take this money and I would like to put it towards basically an open line item for apprenticeships. I urge an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on Amendment J0171? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully ask for a no on this vote. We reviewed these requests on the human resource side for the Department of Human Services for a very long time and felt that they gave us adequate answers on this. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on Amendment J71? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J71. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the noes have it, that amendment fails. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, too.
Members, this is in rural Colorado trying to take some money out of one place and save it so that rural hospitals will have an opportunity to run a bill for more money for rural hospitals. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Catlin, can you move the amendment, please?
I move J034 and have it displayed and ask for a yes vote.
Okay, has been displayed. Any further discussion? Representative Serrata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. This actually gets to a really critical part of the budget that I really fought hard for because this part of CDPHE, the Disease Control and Public Health Response Division, they are receiving the minimum level of funding possible now to perform base-level local public health support, disease surveillance and mitigation, and vaccine coordination. The $5.6 million and 62 FTE represent almost a 50% decrease from the original appropriation that they were given in 2021. And with this current funding request, we are actually going to lose over 400 employees by fiscal year 28. That is a loss of a lot of expertise at the state level that our local public health departments depend on to do the work that they need to do in our districts all across the state. Proactive disease prevention and investments in public health infrastructure not only result in greater health, life, and safety protections for the public, but are cheaper methods of public health disease mitigation in the long run. So I very strongly request a no vote on this amendment. Without state staff, our local public health departments lose access to coordinated disease response, technical assistance services, and reduced community advocacy from state entities. And I will also say that there is money in the budget set aside to address rural hospitals, and so there's an ability to do that there, not by reducing this important investment in public health.
All right, any further discussion on J34? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J34. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. And the amendment is lost. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to...
It's Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move J067 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, that has been displayed. Representative DeGraff.
All right. So I'm hoping I can get a yes out of JBC, perhaps out of Rep. Taggart. This is to save the citizens of Colorado about $99 million. Put $99 million back into the budget, because from what we've seen today, we don't have enough money. And so we should be making sure that we're spending it on something useful, something that will actually accomplish something. So when I look at this, I ask myself, what do you do about something that you can do nothing about? Or even more so, how much do you spend on something about which you can do nothing about? And so that's the key. So I'm going to take a few minutes here. Everybody can get out your calculator. I see the gentleman in the back has his calculator out already. He's getting ready to go. That's fantastic. I appreciate that participation. So, and I just want everybody to know that I do have the concurrence of the CEO director on here. Every member, including the chair, of all the bills that specified the unspecified climate goals, and even on the DNR director that CO2 is not a pollutant below anything like 2,000% more than what we're experiencing now. So I'm going to just try to put everything in perspective for you to see why we are forcing our citizens into Calcutta zoning housing, no parking, no POVs, and forcing them onto mass transit. So, first of all, I think it's important to note that there is no denial that there's a climate. It's outside. It changes. It does not deny that CO2 is a greenhouse gas. CO2 is a greenhouse gas. That's fine. It doesn't even disagree. I don't even necessarily disagree with that there's a CO2 catastrophe looming. But if we do have a catastrophe looming, this is the difference between having a 100-foot tidal wave coming towards you and asking and having about an inch taken off the top, or taking a helicopter out of harm's way. Well, apparently we have enough money now, because no one seems to be really all that really engaged in how to save it to them. So I'm still going to go through it for anybody in Colorado who is wondering why they're being forced into Calcutta-style housing, no POVs, no parking. So the first off is that the Colorado Energy Office estimates that we could potentially save 125 million tons of CO2 in a year if Colorado went to zero emissions. Which is never going to happen. And then you look at Asia, who is increasing their emissions by 10 times everything that we do. So whatever we do here doesn't account for anything anyways. So first of all, it's a fool's errand. So if you look at that 0.125 million, that's 0.125 gigatons. And in the atmosphere, and I would say that these numbers have also been validated by people with the highest degree of access to the climate justice movement. So 0.125 gigatons, there are 3,200 gigatons in the atmosphere. So if you look at 0.125 gigatons divided by 3,200 gigatons, I'll talk to the JBC because they know how to do money and math. So they'll pretend like they're listening to me. Okay, so that is 40 millionths, 40 over 1 million. So Colorado, you are being duped in a regular basis on this whole climate catastrophe thing to thinking that you can do something significant about it. Well, if all of Colorado went to zero emissions, you could do 0.125, you could do 40 millionths of a difference. So if you're talking about 4 degrees, you're talking about 40 millionths of 4 degrees, which is a very small number. So you're not going to make any difference whatsoever. But Colorado, it is costing you $99 million per year. It's costing you $99 million a year to satisfy this superstition. Another way, well, it's less than a superstition. Superstitions usually have some basis in fact. So another way to look at this is that carbon dioxide has about a 5 to 7% impact on the greenhouse gas effect. So if we round that up to 10%, that's it's about a 50% increase. And the United States and the globe.
Representative DeGraff, I understand that you want to explain all this, but we're really talking about the money and the budget, so please bring it a little bit back to that.
Thank you, Chair. But it's important that everybody knows why we are taking why we could save this money. Because we could save this money because, I'll just hurry up through the math there. So out of that 3,200 gigatons that's in the atmosphere, the United States globally, we make about 35, which is a little less than 2%. Of that 2%, the United States makes about 15% or a little bit less. And if you take those all together, if you take 10% of 2% of 15%, you get about 300 millions. And if you divide 300 millions divided by 300 million, you get 1 trillionth. So your effect that is costing you directly is costing a typical family about $5,000 a year for Colorado, just for Colorado, and it's estimated that it'll cost $10,000 per year per person. Your effect on this catastrophe is 1 part in a trillion. Now, if you take 20 drops, would be a common drops per milliliter, and you convert that into liters and you divide it by 2.5 million liters for an Olympic-sized swimming pool, what you would get is 1 drop per 20 Olympic swimming pools. So your carbon dioxide footprint, your impact on the greenhouse gas effect is 1 part in a trillion, 1 drop dispersed over 20 Olympic swimming pools. So Colorado, since nobody listening in here, that means that's costing you about $99 million per year. $99 million per year. So you've heard the budget things going all day long today, asking for money for this, asking for money for seniors, we can't afford it, asking for money for this, asking for money for that. But what we're literally doing, Colorado, with your $99 million per year, and this is per year. Last year it was 99 million, the year before it was 99 million, next year it'll be more than 99 million. Colorado, this superstition has spent hundreds of millions of dollars. And then they come and tell you and they say, well, we can't afford this and we need to raise fees on you and we need to increase the prices. So what this does, what this amendment does, J067, is it tries to at least put a pause on the absolute foolishness of this chaotic quest
Representative DeGraff,
to...
please do not impugn motives with words like foolishness.
Okay, I'm not really sure what the motive is. I'm not really sure what the motive would be to waste $99 million per year. I will allow those who have failed to justify any level of scientific basis for the climate goals or any indication as to how CO2 would achieve them. I will allow them to speak for their motives as to why they would waste $99 million per year of Colorado's money and force them into Calcutta zoning housing and take away their POVs. But what this amendment does is Calcutta-style housing. No limitation on the number of people in an occupancy. That is going to drive up the cost of housing, the cost of rent, and I don't know why anybody in this body would want to do that, so I won't question their motives. But what this does is for 1 year would just give Colorado a little bit of a break, get that boot off the neck for 1 year, that climate boot, and allow them to actually breathe instead of criminalizing the air. So I would ask that for the sake of Colorado and their 1 trillionth or 40 millionths, if you want to really, really round it up, 40 millionths, 40 parts in 1 million. That is the maximum effect that Colorado can have on any part of the greenhouse gas effect. So any catastrophe, and that's even, you'd have to divide that by 10. So I'm asking to put this money back into the budget so we can fund some of these things that we said are priorities. But what we've actually said are priorities are a chaotic quest at literally tilting at windmills in order to accomplish absolutely nothing. And nothing will be accomplished by these CO2 regulations. It's mathematically proven. It's mathematically a fact. There is concurrence by everybody in this body on the math of that. So I ask for concurrence on this, save $99 million just this year, go back to the foolishness next year. We'll try this fight again on the part of the people of Colorado. Let the people of Colorado breathe freely instead of literally regulating every single breath. So I ask for an aye vote for science and sanity.
Any further discussion on Representative Byrd? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a respectful request for a no vote.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J67. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. And the noes definitely have it. That bill fails. It is lost. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J054 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, it is displayed. Please proceed, Representative Wilson.
Thank you. We need, as we work on housing and we continue to try to build more housing, one thing we have to do is make sure that our water and our wastewater is being effective, being efficient, and that we can continue to support the communities that we're growing. This amendment would add $700,000 to the SCADA system for whatever communities need it, or an update to the system. What this does is this helps you identify waste in your own water system. When you have a leak or you're losing water somewhere, this system, which most water utilities use, this system can tell you that and tell you the magnitude of what you need to do, help you prioritize your maintenance so that you're consistently keeping up with your water system and your water system remains healthy, whether it's water or wastewater. So I would ask for an aye vote on this.
Any further discussion on J54? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleagues. A respectful request for a no vote.
All right, any further discussion on J54? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J54. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, no. No. And the amendment is lost. Representative Evans.
Thank you. I move Amendment J031 and ask for it to be displayed.
All right, that has been moved, but will momentarily be displayed. There it is. It has been displayed. Go ahead, Representative Evans.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think we all know some alarming stats here in Colorado. Ages 18 to 45 nationally, fentanyl is the #1 leading cause of death in Colorado. Ages 14 to 18, Colorado is the #2 state in the nation for death among youth in that particular demographic. And so what this amendment does here is it enables us to deploy some technology that's able to be utilized in the field to rapidly and safely be able to identify drugs and toxic substances. It's a technology called TrueNarc. It basically shines a light on these substances and then analyzes the absorption spectrum lines to be able to figure out what it is. And the best part about it is under current technology, if you have some sort of unknown substance that you suspect might be a dangerous substance, you have to actually open up the bag and get a little bit of that stuff out to test it. Here you can test it through glass, through plastic. You don't even have to mess with the packaging. So it keeps first responders safe, it keeps our communities safe. And so I ask for your aye vote to be able to deploy additional pieces of this key technology in the community. So I ask for your aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on J31? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gosh, I hate having to say no, but I do have to say no on this particular amendment. We cannot do earmarks for very specific causes. So I respectfully ask us all to vote no on this.
All right, is there any further discussion on J31? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J31. All those in favor say aye. I heard one. Anyone say no? Okay, the noes have it. The amendment is lost. We have Representative Weinberg and Garcia. Representative Garcia. And Weinberg. Reluctantly, Weinberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J025 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, the amendment's in front of us. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to just start by sharing the statistic that I hope alarms all of us, that there are actually 1,125 students for every one full-time school nurse. So what we're trying to do is help put more funds into the school nurses grant program to get more school nurses working in our schools. The way that this grant program would work is that we would give first priority of this grant program, the way that it does work, is we give first priority to Title I and rural schools. It prohibits House Bill 19-1203 funds from supplanting current school nurse funding. And each school will only be awarded the grant one time. After that, the school must find other funding to support the school nurse. This also requires recipients to provide information to CDPHE on the number of nurses the education provider hires, the number of students served through school nurse positions, types of services provided, and impact on grant and local education providers and students. Ultimately, colleagues, what this amendment is doing, and it's funding this program that we already have on the books that just needs more support so we can reduce that number of 1,125 students per school nurse.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you. Fellow colleagues, this is a good amendment, short and sweet. You're not hallucinating after the state has passed mushrooms. This is a Weinberg and Garcia amendment. And we are standing up here together in unity over this one. This does not come out of Tabor. This does not come out of the general fund. Our nurses in our schools are truly some of the best heroes ever, with not only one job of taking care of sick children. This puts grant programs in place to assist and help. There's no reason, any way, shape, or form, that the JBC would be against this amendment, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
You guys should just stay there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, too.
Members, this is a tough amendment because I really like school nurses, and I think school nurses are important. But what I will tell you is I have a lot of concerns about where the money's coming from. to take money from the Attorney General's office, I do have a lot of concerns over. There's not a nexus for why we're taking funds from the AG's office and putting it towards school nurses. That, it's a non sequitur. It's really not in line. And the other thing that I'm quite concerned about is it's one thing to say that there's resources available. We should be able to grab those resources from a state department. I certainly don't believe that that's always the case, that there are laws that we maintain certain fund balances and certain emergency funds within departments, and that doesn't mean those funds are up for grabs. And that's what I'm very concerned about that we're doing here. I also want our Attorney General's office to be a very robust office. I mean, after all, they are the front lines for protecting consumer rights in Colorado. They're the front lines for protecting civil rights in Colorado. They're the front lines for upholding law in Colorado. I certainly believe that the Attorney General does a great job in our state, and I want to make sure that his office is not undermined, and that's why, unfortunately, I'm going to have to be a no vote here.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just clarify where this funding is coming from. Right now, you have one amendment, but we have a accompanying amendment that will come in from an orbital to 1425. What that is doing, it's transferring $1 million from the Attorney General's Legal Services Fund, which for the last 3 years has had a balance of $8 million, a reserve that has covered its costs to provide legal services for state agencies. This is really a modest transfer of $1 million that still leaves $7 million for the Attorney General's Legal Services Fund. This is not in any way taking away from their operations, from their staffing, from anything that they actually need to operate and operate well on a daily basis. This is coming from a fund that has not been used, a fund that just continues to carry over a balance. And we need to make sure that we are using our dollars effectively and in ways that are going to support our communities.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you. And again, to respond to my good colleague, this is fiscal responsibility. Using taxpayer dollars in the right way by not using taxpayer dollars that are unused in the Attorney General's office. Again, I would urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I completely appreciate the amendment sponsors' conscientious attention to the general fund reserve through their amendment here, I still must ask for a no vote.
Oh, all right. Any further discussion on J25? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J25. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. The amendment passes. Representative Catlin. Representative Catlin.
Thank you. I'd like to move Amendment J010 and have it displayed.
All right, as is before us, please proceed.
Members, this is an amendment to move some money from the general fund into the Department of Public Health and Environment, Health Facilities and Emergency Medical Services Division to its Regional Emergency Medical and Trauma Councils, or RETAC, I believe is what they refer to them. And they'll be using this money for ground ambulance licensing. Ground ambulance licensing is currently unfunded, and the Regional Emergency Medical Trauma Services Councils, RETAC, are currently significantly underfunded. This amendment tries to move some money towards them so that we can do some more good with our ambulances and with those emergency medical services. Please vote yes.
Any further discussion on J010? JBC folks? Anyone? We'll be in a slight reset, brief reset. We'll come back. Ready? The committee will come back to order. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote.
All right, there we go. Any further discussion on J1010? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J010. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed say no. And the noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Armagost.
Thank you. I move J079 to 1430. Ask that it properly be displayed.
All right, it's displayed. Representative Armagost.
Thank you. So this is for if you are not familiar with the cell phone extraction, it's basically for forensic investigations. It's a software that is used to extract information from cell phones on investigations that are usually mostly pertaining to stalking and otherwise harassment and even sexual exploitation of children. This is something that is important, something that agencies do need, but not all agencies have, and this is simply an expenditure of $26,000 to help get some more agencies connected with this software to extract forensic information from cell phones. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully, I'd have to say no to this amendment, again, for the same reason I've given before. To take money from one department for another department just does not sit well for me. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment J79. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. J79 is lost. We will go next to Amendment 74 in the book, otherwise J40. I'm sorry, 77? J77. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw Amendment J049.
Thank you. Amendment J49 will be withdrawn. We're now moving on to Amendment J55, otherwise 78 in our book. Representative Armagost. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on this amendment, for those of you that are unaware of the crisis we have, 2022, we had 331 officers shot in the line of duty. 2023, we had 378 officers shot in the line of duty in the United States. That's pretty significant. Fortunately, the majority of them survived, and we can thank Body Armor for that reason, or for that result. And Body Armor for our state law enforcement, for our Department of Public Safety, is crucial because this is something that does have a shelf life. It is something that does need to be replaced. During my 10 years in law enforcement, I had mine replaced 3 times. I would like to move
thank you.
J55 to 1430
Thank
and
you.
ask that it be properly displayed.
Sorry about that.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay, it's properly displayed. Please continue.
So with this, we're asking for $800,000, half of that going to Colorado State Patrol and half of that going to the Department of Public Safety. And this will help fund agencies to replace and replenish their body armor for their officers throughout Colorado and help protect them further to keep them from being at such risk in the line of duty. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on J55? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I'm going to make a respectful request for a no vote on this. Over the last 2 years, I can attest as a member of the Joint Budget Committee that our state has made significant investments in grant programs to local law enforcement to help them purchase safety equipment and, of course, also help with recruiting and retention and doing all of the good things and important things that are necessary to keep law enforcement safe and appropriately equipped in the line of duty. So for these reasons, this gives us an opportunity to prioritize other things with our general funds, and for that reason, I ask for a no vote.
All right. Any further discussion on J55? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J55. Anybody want to say yes on this amendment? Yes. All right. You got it one. All opposed say no. No. All right. And that amendment is lost. Representative Evans.
Thank you. I move Amendment J033 and ask for it to be displayed.
All right. It's displayed. Representative Evans.
Thank you. So this is an amendment that adds $1 million to the Automobile Theft Prevention Authority. We all know that we were the back-to-back national champs 2 years running for auto theft. That number is starting to trend in the right direction. However, we still have a lot of smaller rural agencies that are still trying to get basic equipment to be able to help them to identify and deal with auto theft. So that's things like license plate readers. I know a lot of the major metro area agencies have rolled out that type of equipment, but I represent a lot of smaller, more rural agencies that have maybe 10 officers, and so they're still trying to get some of this key critical equipment like license plate readers and other technology to help them be able to identify, track, and ultimately recover stolen vehicles. And so this amendment takes care of that. I ask for your aye vote.
Any further discussion on J33? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to respectfully again say no, but there's a reason for my no here. In the long bill, there are $8.1 million of additional funds for auto theft prevention initiative and another $1.1 million for forensic resources for auto theft. So add those together, it's an additional $9.2 million in this long bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment J33? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J33. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, well, that amendment is lost. Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, too.
I move J077 to House Bill 1430.
All right, that has been
And
moved.
ask for it to be
I get it displayed? All right, it has been moved and displayed. Representative Young.
This one-time transfer will support an increase in the Colorado Vine victim notification line item in the Department of Public Safety to support a pilot that would modernize notification for victims of crime by enabling text, email notifications, and other technologies so that victims of crime have victim-centered, modern, multilingual access to information about their crimes as required by the Victims' Rights Act. The budget amendment is general fund neutral. A companion amendment to House Bill 1425, transferred to the Capital Construction Fund, will reduce the general fund appropriation to that bill by the same amount and provide the cash fund transfer. So this is a cash fund transfer, not general fund dollars. The fund source for this cash fund is in the Office of Information Technology, Technology Risk Prevention and Response Fund that has a significant cash fund balance of over $9 million. Our amendment would leave over $7 million in this fund.
Representative Evans.
Thank you. And colleagues, my colleague has done a fantastic job of explaining this amendment. As you heard, this is general fund neutral. This is a cash fund transfer. And here's why this program is so important. As my good colleague from Greeley noted, in Colorado we have the Victims' Rights Act. This requires by law that victims of certain VRA qualifying crimes receive notification at critical points as that whole case moves through our criminal justice system. The problem is, right now, we don't have a very good way to reliably inform those victims at all of those legally required touch points. I personally know this because a big thing that I did when I was in law enforcement was I was get sent out at 10 o'clock at night and bang on doors and try to find phone numbers and let someone know, hey, the person that attacked you is going to be released from jail in 6 hours, and this is a required notification per the Victims' Rights Act. So what this amendment will do is start that pilot program so that we can actually have a modernized and streamlined program to ensure that we are complying with existing law to ensure that victims receive notification at the appropriate legally required times, and we would ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on J77? Representative Serota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Well, not only did we actually consider some additional work to Vine during our briefing and figure setting discussions and landed on a conclusion that there was more work to be done by the department to develop their plan to actually make this work within the system. And so they have committed to us to come back with a better, more refined plan to make these Vine enhancements. Or actually to make them to Vine instead of a separate pilot program that they had initially proposed. But I will also say that the offset suggested to fund this has to do with removing funding from the information technology account within the Capital Construction Fund, which would remove funding for the Auraria Campus Network Infrastructure Modernization Project. And this project will upgrade network infrastructure in 36 buildings on the Auraria campus, allowing for increased cybersecurity and improving technological resources for students and staff. So I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on J77? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J77. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, no. And the noes have it. That amendment is lost. Representative DeGraff. Yes.
You already shot this one down. So. I would like J073 to House Bill 1430. I would like to move J073 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be improperly displayed.
That is displayed. Representative DeGraff.
All right. This is for shields for the El Paso County Police to protect themselves and protect the prisoners who they are protecting. It is for, well, it's mutual protection of because the police do have to protect themselves, and they are also charged with protecting the prisoners who are under their that were incarcerated or under their care, to make sure that nothing happens to them while they are in police custody. So while they're being moved out and about. So this was a need that was they were unable to fill, and so the Sheriff's Department of El Paso County has asked for this funding of $159,000, $508, very specific amount, because that is the order that they would place with this funding to make sure that they can keep to move back and forth between with jail and the courthouse, to make sure that they are safe and that the prisoners that are incarcerated are also safe. So with that, I would ask for the approval of this amount of money, and that you would approve J073. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on J73? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I again respectfully ask for a no vote on this, but I would direct my colleague to Orbital Bill 1421, which has 3 distinct cash funds where these dollars could come from. They would have to apply for them, but there are significant dollars in these cash funds where they could hopefully secure these dollars.
All right, thank you very much. Any further discussion on J73? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J73. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. And the amendment is lost. Representative Wilson.
Thank you. I'd like to move Amendment J059 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it properly be displayed.
All right, that has been displayed. Go ahead, Representative Wilson.
Thank you. Has anybody seen a pothole lately?
No.
This amendment does not cost anything, but what it does is it moves money from admin in CDOT and moves it to actual construction, maintenance, and operations. This would put the focus where it needs to be for CDOT, the actual maintaining of roads, the actual transportation portion. So I would ask for an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Any further discussion on J59? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleague. Just a respectful request for no. No vote.
Any further discussion on J59? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J59. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. And the amendment is lost. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J047 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, it has been displayed. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my district, State Highway 7 is a major thoroughfare. It helps to connect the eastern part of my district with the western part of my district. It runs through both Louisville and and Lafayette, and it is in a terrible state of disrepair. Discussion, even before I started in this job, even before I had run for office, I knew how bad this was, and people had talked to me about how we need to fix this particular section of road. I have had conversations, and I really appreciate the work of our friends at CDOT in their efforts to try to keep our roads safe and well-maintained. But this is a dire situation in my district, and I am asking for the Department of Transportation to prioritize the fixing of this road, the resurfacing of State Highway 7 in the next fiscal year. Because in large part, this has become a hazard for folks traveling in my district. So I would ask for an aye vote, and I thank you.
Is there any further discussion on J47? Representative Lindsted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is a terrific amendment for my district and the good representative from Louisville's district. So I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Taggart, sent to do the dirty work this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we know, we have regions within the state that have commissioners that do in fact set the priorities for CDOT. It is not the place of this legislature to change those priorities. They work hard and long to create those priorities, and our lobbying should take place with our commissioners in our particular regions as compared to within this body. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on J47? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J47. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Oh, wow, that was overwhelmingly no, and the amendment is lost. All right, now we are on to Representative Ortiz. All right. Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, it is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
And actually, they say imitation is the biggest form of flattery, and you inspired. Is this? No, this is not mine.
Gotta move.
Oh, I gotta move it first. Yep. So they say imitation is the biggest form of flattery, and you inspired this one, so I move J024.
That is displayed in all its beauty. Representative Ortiz.
Folks, this is an amendment that I'm affectionately calling Till the Wheels Fall Off amendment. And I got to give a shout out to a fellow Craig alum. This is his motto and mantra for life. This is a picture that Craig Hospital did for me with my wheelchair without wheels on it. But I think that as we look through the lens of budget, I want to grind it into your brains until the wheels fall off, that we always need to be thinking of access and accessibility. I hope as you're serving the people of Colorado that you keep serving them until the wheels fall off. And with that, I withdraw Amendment J024.
All right. Amendment J224 is withdrawn. We will be in a brief recess. All right, the committee will come back to order. Representative Bottoms, it's your turn.
So I am the last amendment today. I don't know if this was done on purpose, but I am the bottoms of the list. So this is actually just a footnote, and it's designed specifically after everything that we've done. It's designed specifically to back up what the Constitution says about all of our big, long process here. I move Amendment 052, asking for it to be displayed.
All right, it has been moved and displayed. Representative Bottoms.
And this basically is just saying that it is the intent of the General Assembly that all unappropriated general fund remaining in the year be refunded to Colorado taxpayers. That's just a reiteration. It's a footnote that it says this is our intent, which is the Constitution, so it's nothing outside the scope. It costs nothing. It is just a sentiment that says we are going according to the Constitution. So that's it. So what I said was, to recap, this is just restating what the Constitution says, and it says our intent is to make sure that all the extra monies go back to the Colorado taxpayer. It's just Tabor. It's just Constitution, and it's a footnote, and it costs nothing. It's free and comes with roses and chocolate if you so desire. So, is that legal? Am I not allowed to say that?
Any further discussion on J52? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote. Monies over the Tabor cap are already refunded.
Any further discussion on J52? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J52. All those in favor say aye. Didn't hear anything. All right, there was one. And all those opposed, no. And that amendment is lost. All right. Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I request permission to offer Amendment J104, which is Amendment 87.
All right, members, this is an amendment that was not in the amendment packet, but it is identical to J45, which is Amendment 76 in your packet. This was Rep. Bradley's amendment, and she withdrew it. Under House Rule 33A, subsection B, an amendment that does not meet the drafting requirements for 33A, subsection A, may be considered on second reading with the consent of the Committee of the Whole. This is a non-debatable motion. So the motion before us is for the House to give consent to consider Amendment J104. All those before us in the House to give consent for J104, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, no. All right, the request for permission is granted. Representative English.
I move Amendment J104 and ask that it be displayed. Robin, give me that one.
Okay, that has been displayed. Representative English, why don't you explain the amendment?
Okay, so the purpose is clearly there. It adds $200,000 to the general fund to the Department of Public Safety for the School Security Disbursement Program and adds a footnote specifying the General Assembly's intent that the increase support external access point doors.
All right, Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of school safety. I think it's incredibly important that our kids feel safe at school. This is a topic of conversation consistently in my house, to the point where I tell my children to keep their cell phones on, even if they're going to get in trouble, because if there's an emergency, I want them to be able to call me and tell me themselves. And so I think any dollars that we put towards school safety helps our children. And Representative Bradley is not here right now. She had a separate amendment, which we can talk about later, that gave money for school safety. This is an additional $200,000 for school safety. What is the price of our children? I think $200,000 is nothing compared to the lives that we can spare for our children. And I urge and I vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on J104? Representative English.
Members, I just asked for an aye vote.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on? Okay, a division has been called on the amendment. All right, let's just find that page. All right, the request for division has been called. The question before us is the. Oh, okay. We will be in a. I'm just going to stall for just 1 second. Okay, all right. Now, members, the question before us is the adoption of J104. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment J104, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. And please stay where you are, don't move around. All right, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place so the count can be taken. All right, you may be seated. The amendment passes. All right, Representative Garcia and Weinberg. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you. I request permission to offer an amendment J105, which is Amendment 88.
Representative Garcia.
Members, if I can please have your attention, this is really important because you guys just approved an amendment that we are overriding right now. This amendment was not in the amendment packet, so we asked for it to be displayed. And it's a fix on Amendment 70 in your packet, which was adopted by this body. Unfortunately, it has a drafting error that needs to be corrected. J105 makes this correction by adding the phrase, adjust affected totals accordingly.
All right. Members, under Rule 33A, subsection B, an amendment that does not meet the drafting requirements in 33A, subsection A, may be considered on second reading with the consent of the Committee of the Whole. This is a non-debatable motion. Members, the motion before us is for the House to give consent to consider Amendment J105. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. All right, that permission has been granted. Representative Garcia, or Representative Weinberg.
Thank you. I move Amendment J105 and also to be displayed.
All right, that amendment has been displayed. Go ahead. Representative Garcia.
So as mentioned earlier, this amendment simply adds a technical fix to add adjust affected totals accordingly. It does not change anything else in the amendment, and we ask for your aye vote.
Okay, the question, any further discussion on Amendment J105? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J105. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, no. And that amendment passes. That concludes the amendments. No, we got one more amendment. It is Representative Garcia. Don't run away yet. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, I would like to, well, Madam Chair, I would like to move J57 to House Bill 1430 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, that has been displayed. Representative Garcia.
Okay, members of the committee, Colorado has a state requirement to fund abortions that are eligible under Medicaid, which include women who have been raped, victims of incest, or because their life is at risk, to provide a reimbursement for those providers who offer these services under Medicaid. What this amendment does, it's very simple. It just increases the provider reimbursement rate to match what the actual cost is for providing these services. The cost of this is quite simple, and I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further? Representative Bottoms.
First, we've been keeping money from going to children, going to seniors, going to all kinds of very important and I think necessary things. And I understand why JBC, I've been giving Representative Taggart a hard time for quite a few days about this, but I understand why JBC is doing this. You got to have a balanced budget. But then to get up and say, let's do something that already is playing around with and skirting the edges of constitutional rulings here. This is again, it's beyond the pale. I have people that have asked me many times, do you believe abortion is wrong? I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. And I understand that views differ in this House, I get that. But I believe it's wrong. And I get the question because somehow this seems like part of the same, different conversation. Well, do you believe it's wrong in the cases of incest and rape? Abortion is wrong, in my opinion, because you're taking the life of a baby. It's not taking the life of a baby unless the baby came about by this process or this moment. And while rape and incest is a tragedy, it's also interesting to me that we have voted against bills that try to address that too. So this whole thing is disingenuous and it's wrong. It's also, again, playing around with the Constitution. But let me say this specifically about the rape and incest mentality, because maybe nobody's ever processed this. I feel very strongly about this. I think every single child, every single baby that is conceived, it's not about what I'm about to say has nothing to do with how they were conceived. I understand there are horrible tragedies that are involved with that. This has touched many people that I know very well. But I believe very strongly that every single human at conception, that God breathes life into them. He breathes His Spirit into them. And God is the originator of life. It's not people. God gives us this amazing ability to co-create with Him. And we get to be a part of this co-creation in this conception moment. And in good circumstances, that's a wonderful event for a man and a woman. But the idea that because a tragedy happens, then we murder the baby, I still don't understand. I don't understand a people that think murdering their own children is good. Every society that has ever embraced this horrible thing has collapsed. And so I want to add this as I finish with this. Maybe you've never heard this, But I believe that every single person in this room was created by God. God breathed you into existence. And so therefore, there's some things that come along with that. One is God loves you more than you can ever imagine. He has given everything, Scripture says, that pertains to your life and godliness. You will never know, you'll never ever know how much He loves you until you stand before Him. And so for me, and this is one of the things that gets lost in these conversations, I think, I pray for every person in this room that you would know this, that this would get into your heart and your mind, that you would know that you are not here by accident, but that God made you and He cares deeply for you. And that also includes every single baby that we're aborting. And I just can't stand with this. I know it's not a big fiscal note. I don't think that's the point of this. For me, it's not that. It's the attack on this sovereignty that God does when He makes people. And this starts, I believe, at the very moment of conception. And so I know that my words are not greatly liked or respected on this subject. That's okay, because I know God loves you, and that makes it all okay. You'll figure that out someday. I hope and I pray.
Representative DeGraff. Representative DeGraff.
So to read it again. It's a small fiscal note, but we have fought all day. And we knew this was coming all day because death has become a priority in this state.
Representative DeGraff, so please do not editorialize on the topic. I gave Representative Bottoms a lot of leeway. I will give you some as well, but please do not make allusions to that.
Thank you. I think it's important that we reflect on why we actually have rights. And that does go to this. It's a difficult conversation. It'd be easy. It would be easy to be pro-feticide. But ultimately what you're talking about is feticide, whether you want to hear it or not. You're talking about the intentional death, dismemberment, chemical burning, exsanguination.
Representative DeGraff, I don't think it's necessary to go into this kind of line of speaking. Can you speak more towards the amendment?
I would like to get clarification on that, because this bill is specifically about that activity. The activity that we're talking about is the mechanical dismemberment, exsanguination, or chemical burning of an unborn child. Those are facts. They might be uncomfortable facts, but they are facts. What we're talking about is feticide. We're talking about feticide in an inconvenient situation. I'll give you that. A very unjust situation. Because rape is a crime. Now, recently, surprisingly, penalties for child rape, increased penalties for child rape, was voted down. I don't know why. I won't question those motives.
You don't need to allude to other policies that have been debated in this body. Just please stick to the amendment.
The policy at hand, the justification for this policy, the justification for this $12,000 is rape. Now, incest, those are crimes, or they used to be crimes. Now, whether they remain crimes, I'm sorry, what? We're talking about crimes. Because I think everybody should have the choice as to whether they become pregnant. And if that if that is violated, then that's a heinous crime because that takes away. But that doesn't remove. And as much as I would like to be able to just look aside, that does not remove the humanity, because we all exist as a clump of cells between conception and death someplace. Now, whether that clump of cells has any form of rights, derivative or otherwise, and we have the legislation that's been passed in the last few years that removes the humanity, removes the personhood from the unborn person, removes that humanity, strips that humanity, and that has always, stripping the humanity has always historically been something that leads to genocide. So we have to be very careful when we go down these roads. Because history, written by the victors, remembered by the vanquished, is erased by those looking to repeat it. So if you want to talk about life, again, it would be easier. I shouldn't say I'd rather be pro-choice. I'd rather not be pro-choice, but, well, it would be easier to be pro-feticide. This is not about choice. Because as a president a long time ago remarked, I noticed that everybody who is pro-choice has already been born. But if you look at your Declaration of Independence, and we have sworn an oath to support and defend, or at least support, those of us in the military took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. The Constitution is our auxiliary rights that are based on the rights that are laid out in the Declaration of Independence, and among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and the first among those is life. And you have to look at why we have the right to life. Well, we're talking about the amendment. We're talking about whether the state is going to give more money for feticide.
You could just say abortion, that's fine. Representative DeGraff.
Well, abortion is the termination. It can be natural. The abortion is a natural process by which pregnancy is ended. Feticide is the intentional destruction of the unborn human, and then the mechanical termination of a pregnancy. So the pregnancy it's not actually technically an abortion. It's not actually technically an abortion, because an abortion is the termination of a pregnancy, an unviable pregnancy. It's a natural process. So we can't just euphemize this process just to make us more comfortable. If it's okay, I mean, nobody in this body has an issue if we talk about appendectomies, because it's not a questionable moral issue. So I don't know why we would be squirmish about talking about the actual procedure that we're talking about funding. We're talking about spending $12,000 additional of taxpayer money on the intentional mechanical dismemberment, exsanguination, or chemical burning of an unborn human. That can feel pain, that does have a heartbeat, that does have thoughts. So as inconvenient as that is, those are just the facts. And if you want to look at it, I think it would be wise for everybody to consider themselves and whether they have on that existence between some clump of cells between conception and death. Do you have the right to life? Now, I think you do, but I think you have the right to life, but by our Declaration of Independence, which is the basis for our constitutional auxiliary rights, you have that right to life only premised on the unalienable right, the self-evident truth, that we have these unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So if you have the right to life, you only have the right to life premised on your being created. Now, if you deny that there's a creator, and many of you do, and that's your right, you also deny that you have the right to life, personally. And if you look at materialist philosophy societies, atheistic, communist societies tend to be.
Representative DeGraff, there's no reason to bring up communism.
if you look at societies that have denied the right to life, they have also denied the right to life of all of their citizens. And you can't look around the world, and you can look around the world, you should look around the world, and you should recognize those countries, because those countries that have embraced the materialist philosophy, that the material is all there is, have killed 1 million of their own citizens on average every year.
But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about this amendment, and we're not talking about global nations involved in communism.
But we're talking about the act of feticide.
We're talking about abortion, which has a medical code, which is what's covered under Medicaid.
Well, feticide would be the murder of an unborn human,
But that's
and
not a
abortion is
medical
the abortion.
code in Medicaid, so...
I'm talking about the actual, about the actual act, and I'm specifically saying feticide because abortion happens, and it's a very tragic event. So when we try to euphemize this and pretend it's something different, it's just because we're squeamish and we don't want to deal with the moral truths of it. So I'm trying to be very careful, I'm trying to be very accurate, and feticide is the more accurate term. Abortion is a less accurate term. So if you want to claim that you have the right to life personally, then that's a matter by the Declaration of Independence of claiming your status as created in the image of God. And we can get into the scientific case for that, but I would probably get gavelled down, which is always fun. So if you have a source of the right to life, it is the Declaration of Independence, and the Declaration of Independence is predicated on you being created. If there's no creator, there's no rights. If there's no creator, then you have no rights. So this is important in this term, because what we're doing is we're saying, in this case right here, this amendment is saying that Colorado does not recognize a creator. And when Colorado does not recognize a creator, you then deny the rights. You deny the rights, and the first among those rights is life. So it's not a matter of you personally. It's not necessarily a matter of you personally. It's all of humanity. Now, if you want to deal with these tragic situations, there's a lot of things that we can do to mitigate these. Now, I'd say that the majority of what happens in this House is going in the wrong direction in terms of recognizing this right to life, in the recognizing the right to life of everybody in this body. But if you don't have a transcendent view, then this is what you end up with. And this corresponds directly to the making the euthanasia bills, to make the murder of the elderly wrong. These are directly tied together, because this is where you deny that humans have the right to life. And it's just stated that, well, you can't hear an unborn child scream. You can't see an unborn child try to get away from the mechanical dismemberment. You can't see them bleeding out from their arm that's been ripped off. I'm just describing a surgical procedure. If that's a problem, then I would say there's a problem. If you don't want to hear, if you don't want to see the facts of what's going on, if you want to keep it in the dark, then I would suggest that there's a reason that you want to keep it in the dark, because you know it is morally abhorrent. So when you look at rights, rights are a funny thing, because they're predicated by our documents to which we've taken an oath, on the laws of nature and nature's God, on those self-evident truths that we're created equal, which means that we're created. I guess this is a fun conversation for some of us. So rights are something that we either all have. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm well. I am well. But we either all have rights, we have all the rights, or we have none of the rights. And if we have none of the rights, then no one has any of the rights. You can pretend, but when they come to take your rights, then you don't have that. And so as much as I would like to remove and wave a magic wand, this does not wave a magic wand. This does not make the problem go away. If we want to make the problem go away, then we're going to deal with the crimes that go around this. We've intentionally avoided going around this.
Representative Graff, I think Representative Garcia has something she would like to say, and you might enjoy this. Representative Garcia?
Whoa.
What?
I don't remember. I don't remember asking. I don't remember the
Okay.
invite.
All right. I was just giving you an opportunity to have Representative Garcia offer something.
No.
Okay.
No.
Go ahead.
Nope. When I'm done, I'll go back to my seat.
Okay. Got it.
I think we need to reflect on why we have rights, how we have rights, what those rights mean, because there are people that want to take away those rights. They want to make the state the ultimate authority in your life. This is a step in that direction, another step in that direction. Because rights are something that are either all or none, or they are none for all. And right now, when we deny the personhood of the unborn, we are effectively denying the right to life for all. As much as it would be easier to not go down that road, that is the logical path. And we can look at those societies that have that model, and we should probably look at that and go, you know what? We don't need to go down the deaths of millions of Americans. So, again, rights, they're either all or none, or they're none for all.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I really appreciate the attention to this matter and the so far lively conversation that we've had to this issue. And, you know, I have decided that I would rather work on this issue, this very, very important issue of achieving equity for all of our providers, to achieve the goal that we want to in this chamber in a different way. So I would like to pull this amendment, please.
Okay, can you say you withdraw the amendment?
I would like to withdraw this amendment.
Okay, Amendment J57 is withdrawn. All right, seeing no more amendments on House Bill 1430, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1430. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1430 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, no. All right, House Bill 1430 as amended passes. What's the next bill? Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1408.
House Bill 1408 by Representative Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning expenditures for care assistance programs.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam
Yeah.
Chair. I move House Bill 1408 and the Appropriations Report.
All right, to the Appropriations Report. Representative Sirota.
Let me get the Appropriations Report. In appropriations, we made some adjustments to the fiscal years listed for those appropriations, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Somebody say it. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the appropriations report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is really a wonderful bill that clarifies, because we believe it had always been the intent when this program was created that the Relative Guardianship Assistance Program and Adoption Assistance Program in the Department of Human Services are actually entitlement programs, and by making this clarification, it will authorize them to spend beyond the program's appropriation when it is necessary to reimburse counties for up to 90% of costs. And I ask for an aye vote.
Members, it's getting a little loud in here. I'm having a hard time hearing Representative Sirota. Could you please take your conversations off to the side? Representative Taggart, anything else? All right. Any further discussion on 1408? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1408.
Wait.
Although, Representative Sirota.
Did we adopt the appropriations report? Oh, we did. Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. The question before us is still the adoption of House Bill 1408. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right. House Bill 1408 is adopted.
Really? You don't like adoption?
Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1412.
House Bill 1412 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning clarification of the scope of the authority of the Adjutant General to disperse state money for capital asset-related purposes.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, Representative Taggart. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1412. House Bill
To the bill.
Thank you. House Bill 1412 just clarifies that the Adjutant General from our Department of Military and Veterans Affairs go through the standard process of this General Assembly, and as well the Capital Development Committee for projects, construction projects, and/or real property purchases or sales through the normal process.
All right. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1412? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1412. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the House Bill 1412 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1414.
House Bill 1414 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning repealing the COVID Heroes Collaboration Fund and in connection therewith transferring the balance of the fund to the general fund.
Representative Byrd.
I move House Bill 241414.
All right, to the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill transfers the unexpended and unencumbered balance of the COVID Heroes Collaboration Fund on July 1st, 2024 to the general fund and repeals the fund effective July 31st, 2024. This is a fund that no longer serves a constructive purpose. I ask for a yes vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1414? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1414. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, House Bill 1414 passes. It is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1388.
House Bill 1388 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning an increase in the percentage of money transferred to the Nurse Home Visitor Program Fund from the Tobacco Litigation Settlement Cash Fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Taggart.
I move House Bill 1388.
To the bill.
This bill adds an additional 2 percentage points from the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement to the Nurse Home Visitor Program in the Department of Early Childhood. Under the law as it is right now, 26.7% of this MSA revenue is for this particular program, for, again, Nurse Home Visitor Program. This adds those 2 points, taking it up to 28.7, and I ask for a yes vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1388? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1388. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Okay, House Bill 1388 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1415.
No, I can't seem to sit
House
down.
Bill 1415 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning the State Employee Reserve Fund and in connection therewith, transferring $31,160,000 from the State Employee Reserve Fund to the General Fund.
Yeah, okay.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 241415.
To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, the State Employee Reserve Fund was created as a way to capture general fund reversions from personal services and operating line items in all departments and use those reversions to offset annual cost of merit pay compensation. The General Assembly has not appropriated money to the merit pay employee compensation plan for the last several years. However, funds continue to be reverted to this fund from notwithstanding. And what this bill will do is transfer nearly the full balance of this fund to the general fund in fiscal year 24-25. We ask for your yes vote.
All right, any further discussion on House Bill 1415? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1415. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. All right, House Bill 1415 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1416.
House Bill 1416 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning the creation of the Healthy Food Incentives Program and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1416.
To the bill, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1416 simply codifies in statute the existing Healthy Food Incentives Program in CDPHE and also appropriates $500,000 to continue maintaining the existing requirements for administration of this program into the future. This program has been really an excellent provider for healthy eating incentives to low-income populations through a variety of partnerships in our communities. And in addition to helping to feed Coloradans, it has been adding multiplier effects into our economy. I ask for an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1416? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1416. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. And House Bill 1416 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1417.
House Bill 1417 by Representatives Burton Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning license fees payable to health care cash funds.
You can do it, or I can do it either way.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1417.
And the appropriations report.
Oh, yes, and the appropriations report.
Okay, to the appropriations report, Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you. Members, the amendment that was added in the appropriations report clarifies that the fees that we're discussing in this bill will be adjusted according to a schedule and not through a rulemaking process.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. Well, that appropriations report passes. Representative Byrd, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill changes the current process by which the Department of Public Health and Environment initiates the State Board of Health approvals for fee increases for the General Licensure Cash Fund, the Assisted Living Residence Cash Fund, and the Home Agency Cash Fund. The bill establishes that fees for these funds shall be increased according to a schedule. The fee increases are based on the need to ensure that these cash funds remain solvent and allow the department to maintain program staffing levels that meet minimum survey and complaint investigation requirements for healthcare facilities. This is critical to ensure that there are enough staff to go and keep our loved ones safe, performing necessary inspections where more vulnerable people are living. We ask for a yes vote.
All right, any further discussion on House Bill 1417? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1417. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. Well, House Bill 1417 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1418.
House Bill 1418 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the transfer of money from the Hazardous Substance Site Response Fund to the Hazardous Substance Response Fund.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1418.
Okay, to the bill, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill makes two transfers from a tongue twister, the Hazardous Substance Site Response Fund, to the Hazardous Substance Response Fund. One transfer is this year in the amount of $4 million, and the second is next year, which will move the remaining balance to the Hazardous Substance Response Fund. This does not have any fiscal impact whatsoever. It's just moving the transfer from one fund to another to, in fact, help with the remediation and maintenance required under the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act. And I ask for a favorable vote.
All right, and I will ask the body to turn the volume down. It is a bit noisy. Please take your conversations off to the side. Any further discussion on House Bill 1418? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1418. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. House Bill 1418 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1425.
House Bill 1425 by Representatives Burton Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning transfers of money for capital construction.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1425.
To the bill, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very simple but incredibly important bill that makes several transfers into the Capital Construction Fund so that we are able to fund all of our capital construction and information technology projects approved for fiscal year 25. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill? Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, we move Amendment L004 to 1425 and ask for it to be displayed, please.
All right, Amendment L004 has been moved and has been displayed. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. This adds to this transfer of money so we can get $20 million into the BEST fund to help our schools, and we can't take it directly out of the education fund, so we are doing it this way and moving it over, but it all goes for education, so we think it's a good yes vote.
Representative Winter.
I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004 to House Bill 1425? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that this, I ask for a no vote.
Members, please keep your voices down. I'm having a hard time hearing what's happening right in front of me. Thank you. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I understand members' interest in making that transfer, that $20 million transfer to BEST, which we simply delayed. It doesn't mean that that $20 million wasn't going to go to BEST, but we delayed the impact of that transfer due to marijuana tax cash fund solvency issues. And I will also note that BEST also does receive $40 million off the top of the marijuana tax cash fund, so it is not that BEST has been, defunded. It is simply that we are delaying that additional transfer, and there are a variety of pressing needs on the state education fund, and for this reason I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. And the amendment fails. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L1 and ask for it to be displayed.
All right, Amendment L001 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Weiss.
Thank you. All right, members, this is sort of part two of an effort to put some money toward access to justice that our colleague from Delta and I spoke of a couple hours ago. As noted, it was necessary to do two amendments, one to the budget itself, another to this orbital. This is part two. What we are doing here, this is the capital construction bill. We are reducing the general fund transfer to the capital construction fund by $500,000. That's the source of funding for the other amendment that we approved. Thank you. On the long bill a couple hours ago. We know that funding capital construction is important and that a great amount of effort goes into this. So we are keeping that dollar amount exactly identical by transferring, this is the second part of the amendment here, the equivalent amount, $500,000 from the DPS account in the Indirect Cost Excess Recovery Fund, which is set up in 2475 Part 14. Our reports show that the fund balance there is several $1 million, so there's plenty left after this. There is not even spending authority in the budget year for the entire balance there, so we don't take lightly what is in that account of that fund, but we do believe it is important to fund access to justice, which is why we are asking for your support on L1. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L001? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request a no vote on this amendment. We have heard from the department that there are concerns about the fact that there are federal funds mixed into the indirect cost recoveries account, and that utilizing funds in this way could actually become quite problematic for the ways in which they're required to use them.
Okay, is there any further discussion on Amendment L001? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, no. No. And the amendment is lost. Representative Garcia.
Members, remember when we talked about school nurses twice? And we talked about that in order for the amendment that you all approved, we'd also have to do an amendment to 1425. What this amendment does is it redirects funds from the attorney's legal services cash fund. It moves it into the capital construction fund, that then we're able to take the $1 million from capital construction towards supporting the school nurses grant fund. Again, this is a budget neutral amendment. It's just changing the color of money, if you will. And we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you. Fellow colleagues, again, I've gotten pretty good support from the amendments and the amendment to the amendment that amended the amendment. And I would ask an aye vote on this one, which actually finalizes the deal, which again does nothing to our TABOR, does nothing to our general fund.
Oh.
Representative
And we'll
Garcia,
move
do you
the
want to
amendment.
move an amendment? Because we're talking about an amendment when I don't even have it displayed.
Madam Chair, I move L002 to 1425 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, that has been moved. And it is now displayed.
Oh, really?
You want to recap on that amendment? Representative Garcia?
So just to recap, now that you all have it in front of you for my brilliant visual learners, what this amendment does is it starts by taking $1 million from the legal cash fund from the Attorney General's office. It moves it into the capital cash fund. From there, we're able to take $1 million from the capital cash fund to fund the school nurses grant program. And we ask for an aye vote.
Okay, Representative Weinberg.
Good bill vote, yes.
Representative Snyder.
Yeah, I have a question for the bill sponsors. Have you asked the Attorney General's office if they find it budget neutral?
Representative Garcia.
It's a great question, my dear representative from El Paso and Teller County. We have received a concern from the Attorney General's office about using their cash fund, and we have told them that we will continue to work with them through the process of this budget piece.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you. Again, we're talking about an $8 million funding that we have identified with fiscal responsibility that is not being used or utilized. So we're taking, yes, this came out of 8, we're taking 1. And so the 1 million that we're asking for to do with is something that we've identified to be more important than the money sitting around doing nothing. And we think this is a smart utilization of funds. I hope that answers your question.
Representative Soper, and then I'll go to Representative Burt.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd request a title challenge. I do not believe that this particular amendment fits under the title of transfers for capital construction because it concerns school nurses, which also has nothing to do with capital construction, and it also concerns the fact that it's taking money from the Attorney General's reserve, which has nothing to do with capital construction, and within that reserve, there's money that's under the color of law that actually can't be transferred. It may be federal funds, it may be from other agencies, or from grants that are specifically tied up and legally would not be able to be transferred or used for capital construction. And because of the fact that it doesn't fit under the title, I'd request a ruling.
Okay, we'll just get to that one second. Representative Garcia. Do we need to do the title challenge first? Okay, we'll be in a brief recess while we talk it over. Committee will come back to order. The chair has ruled that the amendment does fit under the title. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to address the comments that the funds in this, the monies in this fund are restricted, and that is actually only partially true. We have asked the Attorney General's office for a breakdown of how much of the funds are restricted, how much are not, what is the cost spend down. We have not received that information. We know that they're going to give it to us, which is why we have said, let's get this through, and we will continue working with you, with the Attorney General's office, as well as the sponsors of this amendment in the Senate. And we ask for an aye vote.
All right, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I'm going to once again ask for, excuse me, a no vote. I do want to point out that the sourcing of funds from the LSSA, which this ultimately purports to do, the LSSA is an internal service fund. And as you know, these dollars reflect revenue from various state agencies. It supports accrued compensation absences and legal services related to federal grants. Just to be certain that you understand, because the fund contains federal dollars, there could be serious impacts if we divert their payments for legal services to other efforts that are not within federal grants or awards. So I rise against this amendment because we would not want to create problems for the Attorney General's office with respect to an inappropriate use of these dollars.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L002. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Any further discussion on House Bill 1425? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1425. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. House Bill 1425 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1426.
House Bill 1426 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning transferring the balance of the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund to the General Fund.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1426.
To the bill.
Oh, hi. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a simple transfer bill transferring the balance of the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund to the General Fund, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Question before us is the passage of House Bill 1426. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 1426 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1427.
House Bill 1427 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning a requirement that the state auditor retain in actuarial firm with experience in public sector pension plans to conduct a study regarding a public employees retirement association.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 001.
If you could move the bill and the Appropriations Committee report.
Oh, that's what I was about to do.
Oh, great. Okay. My apologies.
I move the committee report for House Bill 1427 from the Appropriations
Okay.
Committee.
If you could, say first, I move House Bill 1427 and the committee report.
Oh, I'm sorry. I move House Bill 1427 and the committee report from Appropriations.
Very good. Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report.
The Amendment 001 is a very simple amendment that moves the $380,000 that is involved in this bill to us on the legislative department to work directly with the Office of the State Auditor for the purpose of this audit. And I ask for your aye vote.
Okay, Representative Taggart, we were talking about the Appropriations Committee report. So are you talking about an amendment L1 that you'd like to move to it, or an amendment that was in the committee report?
It was in the committee report.
Great. Okay, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1427 requires that we do an audit on a very specific hybrid defined benefit within para. This is a very good idea to do periodically to make sure that our benefit plans are the best for our retirees. And I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1427? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 1427 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1419.
House Bill 1419 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning a transfer of $10 million from the Energy and Carbon Management Cash Fund to the Stationary Sources Control Fund.
Representative Byrd.
I move House Bill 241419.
Thank you. Representative Byrd to the bill.
Madam Chair and members, the bill transfers $10 million from the Energy and Carbon Management Cash Fund to the Stationary Sources Control Fund on June 30th, 2024 to ensure funding for the Department of Public Health and Environment's air quality obligations. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1419? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 1419 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1411.
House Bill 1411 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Zenzinger, concerning an increase in the amount of fees paid to the Property Tax Exemption Fund for filing property tax exemption forms.
Would you take this? I'll take the next one. Oh, you want to do that? Hang on a second.
Representative
Thank you.
Taggart.
I'm trying to catch up here.
Sorry.
1411.
Property tax filing, property tax exemption filing, please.
Yeah, I just got to find it here. Okay, I got it.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I
Thank
move
you.
House Bill 1411.
Thank you. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill increases certain fees having to do with property taxation, in particular for nonprofits that are requesting exemptions. These fees have not been increased for many years, and just to give you one, it goes from $175 to $200 for an initial exemption, and then the bill also goes on to add an inflationary factor for future years, rounded to the nearest $5. And I ask for an aye on this vote, or a yes. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1411? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 1411 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1389.
House Bill 1389 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning providing funding to schools in the 2023-24 budget year for increases in pupil enrollment after the 2023-24 budget year pupil enrollment count day and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1389.
To the bill, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill provides $24 million to be transferred from the State Education Fund into a cash fund in the Department of Education so that they may distribute it to our school districts and charter school institute charter schools to provide for the unique circumstances whereby we have seen thousands of new-to-country students arriving after the 2023-24 count day. And these districts have gone above and beyond to provide additional services to address class size, additional teachers, paraprofessionals, and we want to do our part to ensure that our school districts are able to support these new students as well as the students already in our classrooms. And we think that this money will go a long way. It will support school districts all across the state, not just along the Front Range. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Parenti.
5 seconds. Colleagues, I just wanted to go on record to say that I've heard from the districts the school districts in my district on this issue as well, and I think this is really important, and I completely support this bill and hope you will support it as well. Thank you.
Representative McLaughlin.
I too agree. This is really, really needed right now, and I'm really appreciative of JBC for putting in the budget. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1389? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. 1389 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1406.
House Bill 1406 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the creation of the school-based mental health support program.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move House Bill 1406 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Members, in the committee report, we added an appropriation clause, and that is what we did. Ask for a yes vote.
Members, I need you to quiet down a little bit. I can't hear in the well. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Members, as we know, schools are often at the front lines of Colorado youth mental health crisis and must be at the center of any solution, often representing the only source of mental health care that children and teens can access. House Bill 1406 provides the opportunity to scale up a nonprofit program previously funded through the Response, Innovation, and Student Equity Grant to provide resources, professional development, and ongoing coaching for the existing educator workforce to deliver evidence-based, high-quality mental health services in schools. The program helps schools establish multi-tiered systems of support, filling in gaps in student mental health care while amplifying existing Colorado solutions. The bill appropriates $2.5 million to the Behavioral Health Administration to pay for the external provider contract. The program is intentionally designed to ensure fidelity and sustainment of practices in schools so they persist in perpetuity, which means that this is a one-time investment per school with no ongoing funding required. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1406? The question before us is to pass House Bill 1406 as amended. All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 1406 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1390.
House Bill 1390 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, concerning measures to support certain school food programs in the Department of Education.
Yes.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1390 and the Appropriations report.
To the committee report.
Representative Byrd has an amendment. You can move it. You can move it. You can move it.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move L004 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, we'll just get it displayed. Okay, please, to the amendment, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, you will see that this amendment includes technical corrections to adjust references to various section numbers throughout the bill. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on amendment L4? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? L4 is passed. To the committee report. Seeing no Representative Sirota.
That's fine.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? The committee report is passed. Ooh, sorry. To the bill. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very important bill doing some restructuring to our Healthy School Meals for All program. This program was passed by the voters in 2022, and we have learned some good things, which is that more kids are eating, more kids are being fed. However, the revenues that are coming in to support this program are not currently able to meet its meet the demand for the program. And so in this bill, we make a few changes to this grant program, to the program, to ensure that some grant programs that were to begin in the coming fiscal year will actually be delayed, related to a technical assistance grant program, a local food sharing, a local school food purchasing grant program, and an employee wage program. Those programs will be delayed 1 year and then become subject to available appropriation. We also establish an advisory group to get to work on planning how will we address the shortfall in funding and come up with a plan in future years to ensure we are able to continue our Healthy School Meals for All program. We will work to maximize federal funding, and CDE has direction to work through this. We delay the audit so that there can be time to analyze the program before the audit is done. And we also do continue for a year the local food purchasing program that has been in existence for a few years. So we are extending that program while we analyze how to best address the funding shortfalls that we find ourselves in. And I'm very grateful to my co-prime to be able to sponsor this bill with her, because I know that we both believe very much in the importance of feeding kids and the universal nature of feeding our kids that is embedded in this program, that no one should be shamed for not having enough money to be able to purchase their school lunch. We are eliminating school lunch debt. We are eliminating shame over such matters, and we are proudly feeding our Colorado kids.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1390? The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1390 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. House Bill 1390 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1421.
House Bill 1421 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning modifying funding for grant programs administered by the Division of Criminal Justice and the Department of Public Safety, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1421.
To the bill. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill transfers $3 million from the general fund to the Multidisciplinary Crime Prevention and Crisis Intervention Grant Fund, which is within the Criminal Justice Division within the Department of Public Safety. The bill also extends the repeal date for this grant program from January 2025 to July 1st, 2027. In addition to this, the bill appropriates a total of $14.5 million cash funds to the department with a very specific breakdown. And I should point out on all of these are for the purpose of working with our various local law enforcement agencies across the state. And I hope you will vote yes on this bill.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L003 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, L3 is properly displayed. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After working with the department, this amendment ensures that agencies must be compliant with data reporting requirements in order to be eligible for this grant. They believe that about 90% with this language would still be eligible, but some would need to come into compliance before they have access to these grants. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my good colleague from Denver. In the spirit of JBC, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment and request that reporting requirements go through a stakeholdering process so we understand how we would be amending this bill.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the passage of L003. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Okay, L3 is passed. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1421? Seeing none. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1421. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. 1421 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1422.
House Bill 1422 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning the cost threshold of controlled maintenance projects for capital renewal.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 241422.
To the bill. Rep. Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill increases the cost threshold above which a controlled maintenance project of real property is deemed to be capital renewal from $2 million to $5 million and requires the state architect to adjust the cost threshold every 3 years based on United States Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics Producer Price Index for the building material and supplies dealers industry. We ask for a yes vote.
Sorry, we're just trying to get your mic up. We can't hear you too well. Sorry.
I ask for a yes vote.
Sorry. Thank you so much. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1422? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1422 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1423.
House Bill 1423 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning money administered by the Division of Parks and Wildlife and the Department of Natural Resources and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1423.
Okay. Members, thank you. I cannot hear in the well, and we are still voting. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill just corrects a mistake. Unfortunately, there were proceeds from Colorado Parks and Wildlife Cash Fund as well as the Wildlife Cash Fund that were transferred to the Capitol Complex Renovation Fund, basically the buildings here in our Capitol Complex. This bill just strictly transfers those dollars back to both the Wildlife Cash Fund as well as CPW Cash Fund. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1423. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 1423 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1424.
House Bill 1424 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning the transfer of $1,496,000 from the College Opportunity Fund to the General Fund.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 241424.
To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This bill requires the state treasurer to transfer $1,496,000 from the College Opportunity Fund to the general fund on June 30th, 2024. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1424. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 1424 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1410.
House Bill 1410 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning administrative changes to the Just Transition Office and the Department of Labor and Employment.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1410.
To the bill, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill makes a number of administrative and technical changes to the Just Transition Office and Just Transition Cash Fund in the Department of Labor and Employment, including relocating the office from the Division of Employment and Training to the Executive Director's Office, clarifying the allowable use of the Just Transition Cash Funds, allowing funds in the Just Transition Cash Fund to be spent through the end of the year 29 or the fiscal year 29-30. This is being done because of coal mines closing in critical areas not too far from my home district that begin in 2025. And the intent was to make sure we extend this so these transition funds are available to those coal workers, which had we not done this, this would end in 2025. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's lots I like about 1410. One detail I'm going to ask us to change. I move L2 and ask for it to be displayed.
To the amendment, Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So members, great description of why we need to make some of the changes in the bill by our colleague from Grand Junction. The Just Transition Office, or JTO or OJT, goes back to 2019. This is part of our commitment to those impacted by policy changes we make here as we effectuate the difficult and gradual but necessary work of energy transition. The one detail that this amendment seeks to change is just the question, in what fund does the money sit after we come to the end of this now extended time period, 2930? The introduced bill would sweep money from the Just Transition Cash Fund back to the general fund. We heard testimony from impacted folks in approach the other day that that is really not preferred. All this amendment would do is strike the language that directs those sweeps, so any money would remain in the relevant fund for these purposes attached to the office the end of 2930. Obviously, it's in the province of the General Assembly at that point to do something else if the votes are there. So it's really a small change. It's just the question of what's the default when we get to that point. In the future, I think the default should be that in keeping with the promises that we have made to impacted communities and workers, that money stays in the Just Transition Fund. That is all that L2 seeks to do. I ask for your support.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our good colleague from Aurora. Members, I am going to break character for this bill only, and and recommend a yes vote on this amendment. I just want to extend gratitude to the good representative from Aurora for helping us work this amendment through. We did receive really good stakeholder feedback, particularly in the Appropriations Committee, concerned stakeholders that wanted to make sure that these funds remained available and didn't get swept before they were deployed for their critical purpose of really supporting communities impacted by the closure of different extractive industries throughout our state. We share that goal and want to make sure people know that we share the goals of the Just Transition Office. There is no intent to remove resources before those resources are fully expended for the purposes for which they were intended. So gratitude to the stakeholders for working with our colleague from Aurora, and I am happy to support this amendment.
Thank you. Is Representative Taggart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would like to support this amendment. It was the intention of this bill to protect these workers, and this improves upon the bill and allows them to be protected throughout the period of these closures. And again, I thank the representative for bringing this forward.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L2. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. L2 is passed. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1410 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 1410 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1393.
House Bill 1393 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning measures to reduce the cost of the accelerating students through concurrent enrollment program and in connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 241393.
To the bill, Rep. Byrd.
Yes, thank you again, Madam Chair. Members, this bill pertains to the ASCENT program, which is called Accelerating Students Through Concurrent Enrollment. For the fiscal year 25-26, what this bill will do is limit the number of additional students who will be participating in the program, and also limit per-student funding at the current fiscal year amount. We're also creating some additional eligibility requirements to participate in the program. I want to first start off by saying I think this is a wonderful program, and it has grown extensively since it was first passed in fiscal year 21. Well, actually, it was passed sooner than that, but there has been an explosive growth and no limits. We took a cap off of the number of students that were eligible to enroll. And since then, the program continues to grow, which makes it very difficult for us as a state to budget and plan for costs. That's just not a wise way to budget. We don't know what to set aside for this because we don't know how many people are going to participate. So what we're trying to do is a matter of good budgeting, make sure that we know how many students are going to be in the program. Also, we wanted to elevate, there is a valid concern that has been raised regarding whether this is the best way to help students access post-secondary education. Right now, the per-student reimbursements being paid to school districts that participate in this program actually exceeds the cost of tuition and fees in community college. So there's a question that the state might be funding tuition and fees in excess of what we should be. So for these reasons, we ask for a yes vote. Help us do some better budgeting and be thoughtful about how we implement this program.
Members, this is the third time. Please keep your voices down. We cannot hear in the well, and we do need to take votes. Please keep our voices down. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As on the last one, there are some things about this bill that I appreciate and some things that I'm going to invite us to discuss. I move L1 and ask for it to be displayed.
L1 is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So members, as noted, the bill concerns the Ascent program, accelerating students through concurrent enrollment. Ascent, if you will, is the fifth year of high school to take concurrent enrollment courses. It's something I became aware of before I was elected. This is a subject I've intermittently been legislating on since my first year, 2017, because it's really important to my community. If you look at the data, APS is consistently one of the highest utilizing districts. A couple years ago, we had legislation to change Ascent from uncapped. We used to have about 500 slots a year, so it was very much a Hunger Games phenomenon. The department's own data showed that need or desire, if you will, to participate in the Ascent year exceeded the number of slots, in some cases, I think, by 50%. So in 2022, we changed the law and we made Ascent available without a cap to anybody who met the criteria. And not just anybody can get in. There are requirements in the law. I'm not proposing to change that here. I do find it problematic to be removing those positive changes, to be putting the cap back on so soon. And what L1 seeks to do is simply strike the parts of the bill that would do that, leaving the requirement for an Ascent participant to complete a FAFSA. I think that's fine policy. A lot of other states do that. And leaving in place reporting requirements from districts so that more information is flowing to JBC. I think that's been briefed, and that's a worthy goal too. It is true that the program has been expanding. The flip side of cost is more students getting an education, particularly more students who are first generation to college, who may not have a lot of other pathways. That's really what Ascent was intended to do, was create a higher education option, an associate's degree option for students for whom the traditional, very expensive four-year residential pathway might be out of reach. We do have this ongoing multi-year conversation pursuant to HB 1215 from a few years ago about the whole blur space, and what about Ascent, and what about concurrent enrollment, and what about dual enrollment, and what about teacher prep, and what about P-TECH. All very good conversations that we need to be continuing to have. And when the representative from far Northeast Denver and I brought forward this policy a couple years ago, I don't think that we pretended that it was going to be the end of the discussion, but rather that was an interim step as all of us here grappled with what's the best way to educate youth past grade 12. My contention with this amendment at this point is simply it's too soon to put the cap back on. Yes, we have to budget for it, not denying that. But as between students without a lot of other good options and the state with our gigantic budget, the balance of the equities should tip to students who don't have a lot of other good options in districts like APS and DPS and others. I think pathways to education and the opportunity that comes from that are absolutely one of the core things that we should be doing here in the General Assembly. That's why I'm asking for a yes vote on L1.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, gratitude to our good colleague from Aurora. The reason we want to make this change, I just want to give you a sense of the scale. So in fiscal year 2021 and in prior years, the Ascent program was capped at 500 slots. And the amount budgeted at that time was $3.8 million. In the next fiscal year that we're budgeting for, the program has grown so much in a very short period of time. We are now budgeting $17.1 million. So the other point I want to make is that the rate that we are reimbursing our schools for each student that is participating in the program exceeds what it would actually cost if the state were just to pay community college tuition and fees. So that doesn't make sense. And if we want more students to be attending higher education, really the cost would be better just to pay for them to go to community college rather than going through this program. It's more expensive. I also understand with this program, the intent is to make higher education more accessible to students who might otherwise not be able to afford this. And I just want you to know that here's some statistics for who's actually making use of the program. Usually a measure of students who might not be able to afford higher education is the free and reduced lunch measure. Only 22% of the students taking advantage of this program are actually receiving or beneficiaries of free and reduced lunch or on that lower income scale. Non-eligible are 72.6. So there are valid questions about whether this program is actually helping the students it is intended to help. My request of this body is respectfully to reject this amendment. We have limited state dollars. We must budget. We all share the goal of lower income students being able to have greater access to higher education. I think I can't champion that enough, honestly. This is something that I talk about frequently. But we need to be thoughtful about the money that we have. We don't have a lot. And make sure that we get the biggest return for every dollar we expend toward this effort. So my request is a respectful no vote on this amendment.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other concern I have, even with the 22% that are in lower income, if they were to enroll in a community college, I would venture to say almost all of those students would qualify for a 100% Pell Grant, which are federal dollars as compared to state dollars. So in the effort to be fiscally responsible, we should always be encouraging programs where they can take advantage of federal dollars first and foremost, and we as the state fill in behind that.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, and just further to Representative Taggart's point, state funding for the Ascent program, it's arguable right now that it's substituting for federal dollars. So we should have our students be making the most of that so that we are deploying all available resources to make sure more students actually can take advantage of higher education.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments from our members on the Budget Committee. You are doing your job. You're being tough on the dollars and cents. I just wanted to add two things I should have noted before. About the amendment, you'll see language in the middle. I have read some of the briefing documents from nonpartisan JBC staff. I have spoken with the analyst on this. There are some valid points. Again, there are things in the bill that I appreciate. It is a modest attempt on my part in the amendment to respond to some of these cost concerns, and this was meant to educate students to help people get the two-year degree. It was not meant to be a subsidy or a transfer to the local districts, hence the requirement that the local education provider, take care of books and fees, including out of these funds, is part one. The only other thing that I would say, and this was part of our discussion 2 years ago on removing the cap, it's not just how many get to go. When there's a cap, even if it's now a higher cap, we introduce a big element of uncertainty. Because, again, I think of it as the Hunger Games. There's this process by which districts figure out how many students might want to go. They put forth that number to the State Department. They have to play some kind of triage game, come back to each department with how many slots you actually get. That may or may not be as many as you have need for. That process takes months. That injects uncertainty into the lives of students and their families about what pathway they're going to pick post-high school, military service, workforce, something else. So I think getting the element of uncertainty out and keeping it out is another important facet. Again, I hear the counter arguments, and nothing personal in you're making the arguments that I know that you have to make. My contention here is just let's let this program do what I believe it's doing, which is afford education to youth. One more year. I'm here for the discussion next year. I know you are too. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L1? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. L1 fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1393. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1393 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1420.
House Bill 1420 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning the transfer of money from the general fund to the Colorado Crime Victim Services Fund.
You're going to throw that?
I love you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1420.
To the bill.
This is a very simple bill that many folks talked about this particular subject in amendments. This bill requires the state treasurer to transfer $4 million from the general fund to the Colorado Crime Victim Services Fund on July 1st, 2024. So an additional $4 million into this cash fund, and I ask for a yes vote on this for victims.
Madam Minority Leader. And Madam Majority Leader.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
But, I'm sorry, Representative Taggart, did you want to?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my JBC members. I see the horrified look on your face, Representative. It'll be okay, I promise. Madam Chair, I'd like to move Amendment L001 to House Bill 1420 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Can you give us the amendments? Committee will take a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. We are in the middle of L1. We are getting it properly displayed. Give us a moment. Okay, to the amendment. Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would change the amount that we do appreciate that the Joint Budget Committee gave us $4 million. The need is much greater than $4 million, and so we are asking for a substitution of $19 million. You can find it, I promise. But this would really help our crime victims, our children and our families who have been the victims of abuse and our survivors. And so with that, I will move to the Majority Leader. No? Oh.
Ask for a yes vote.
And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
I know where you can find 99 million that's not being used for anything useful.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L1? Representative, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our message to survivors must be clear. When you come forward for help and support, it will be available. That is why the conversation about funding programs that support victims in Colorado is so important, and why we have led year after year. VOCA is the largest source of funding for Colorado Victim Services infrastructure, supporting more than 200 organizations, serving thousands of victims across the state, and comprising of the majority of community-based programs and budgets. In 2023, the VOCA dollars served over 220 programs that provided support services to victims across the state. Over 300,000 people who were victims of crime. Over 2 million services. To be exact, Colorado is set to only receive $13.8 million in 2024, down from $23.4 million received in 2023. Prior to 2024, the lowest amount Colorado has received was $18.1 million in 2021, and the highest amount was $56.7 in 2018. This is significant, and a consistent decrease has really put programs at risk for closing their doors. And members, I so appreciate that after 6 years of being here, where we actually have a conversation and have every year about crime victims. It's become the norm to think about them and not to ignore them. And I have appreciated and do appreciate everything that JBC has done to acknowledge that and recognize that. And as a survivor, as many of you know, these dollars are important. It could make the difference between someone going back to their abuser, being homeless, and out on the streets. So I ask for a yes vote on this and appreciate your time and appreciate all your work. And thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely appreciate the intent behind this amendment. And in no way do I not support funding for victims to access services. But this is an orbital bill, part of a budget package that is balanced. And this is not an appropriate way. This was not an amendment to the long bill. This is an amendment to an orbital. It is not an appropriate way to add funds to bills. This is essentially the entire legislative set-aside for all of your bills. And while, yes, this is a priority, which is why we allocated the $4 million, we are trying to balance the multiple priorities that all of our members have voiced and have worked so hard on throughout this legislative session. And as your chair of appropriations, we cannot just we cannot establish a practice of bringing bills to the floor and then amending appropriations clauses just because we like a policy and we really want to support it. So while I so appreciate the intent here, I really ask you to vote no on this amendment. This is not a good precedent to set.
Representative Snyder.
What she said.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the risk of being thrown off the balcony over here, I too think this is a very, very important cause. But as a newbie to JBC, I can tell you how hard we worked to balance this budget with a lot of competing priorities. And I just ask you, allow us to balance this budget. An additional $15 million will be at the expense of many, many other very valuable programs. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L1? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I concur with my JBC colleagues.
Okay, is there any discussion on L1? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L1. Hold on one second. Okay, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. Okay, L1 fails. Back to the bill. Is there any further discussion in House Bill 1393? Actually, 1420. Sorry about that. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1420. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. 1420 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1392.
House Bill 1392 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, concerning revising the fourth-year innovation pilot program and in connection therewith, limiting local education provider and school participation and adding program evaluation requirements.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1392.
To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So members, we have several different educational pilots, some that we look at the efficacy, how we improve student achievement by lengthening people's time in high school. And then there are other programs that are pilots that see what happens when we shorten people's time in high school and give incentives to achieve the same. So the bill we have before us looks at a pilot program that shortens people's time in school. I'm just making sure I'm speaking to the appropriate bill here. So this incentivizes students to finish high school early and continues an incentive payment to our local high schools and helps cover the cost of some higher education for that student when they're in what otherwise would have been their fourth year of high school. Similar to the challenges we saw with the other bill, we have similar challenges here where we are attempting to just put some guardrails around the program's ability to grow in future years. And we need to do this. This is just good budgeting. We have to understand what our expenses are going to be, evaluate programs, and be thoughtful about when we increase the cap. When we do so, we do it with the knowledge that it's something that we can afford. So we ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1392? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. House Bill 1392 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar until later today.
The balance of the special order calendar will be laid over until later today. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I move the committee rise and report.
I think the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1385, 1386, 1387, 1388, 1389, 1390 as amended, 1391, 1392, 1393, 1394 as amended, 1395 as amended, 1396, 1397, 1398, 1399, 1400, 1401 is amended, 1402, excuse me, just 1401, 1402, 1403 is amended, 1404, 1405, 1406 is amended, 1407 is amended, 1408 is amended, 1409 is amended, 1410 is amended, 1411, 1412, 1413, 1414, 1415, 1416, 1417 is amended, 1418, 1419, 1420, 1421 is amended, 1422, 1423, 1424, 1425, 1426, 1427 is amended, 1428 is amended, 1429, and 1430 is amended. Pass on second reading, order and gross and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1175 and 1278 laid over until later today.
All in a good day's work. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Members, you have heard the motion. There are 26 amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please, and members, to be clear, we're going to go by bill alphabetically. So we will pull up the bill, go through all of the amendments that have been cowed to that bill alphabetically by your names. So, Mr. Shebel, please read the Weissman amendment to House Bill 1393.
Representative Weissman moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Weissman Amendment L1 to House Bill 1393 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1393 is amended passed.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move H001 to House Bill 1393 and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Members, we kind of just talked about this at the bottom of the second reading calendar. I'll try to not repeat. Ascent is a program that creates options for students who, frankly, do not have a lot of other options. At different times, all of us come down here and we say that we are doing something squarely and plainly for our district. That is what I'm doing right here, right now. Perennially, Aurora Public Schools is one of the top utilizers of Ascent slots, because we have a lot of high-need kids in our district perennially. This is part of the work that my school district does, that the Community College of Aurora in my community does. There is a very valid longer-term conversation to have here. I am just asking that we leave options open for students for one more year. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I want to make note, I so appreciate this. We have limited resources in this state. And with the funds we do have, we need to be thoughtful about how we deploy them, helping students from lower income backgrounds access higher education is a huge value. And we would want to use the limited dollars we have in an efficient way to make sure we can reach more students. So to this point, the bill we are running without this amendment, I just want to make a point why we're running this bill, is that only about 25% of the students are free and reduced lunch who are participating in this program. So there's a question as to whether we are actually helping the students we intend to help with this program. Also, if we want to help more students access higher education, we would actually pay less by just paying for community college tuition and fees rather than the per pupil amounts that this program costs right now. So this is to my point of using the limited funds we have. If we want to make sure higher ed is accessible to more students, we still wouldn't do it through this program. We would just directly pay for community college tuition and fees. And also there is a great question that was raised by our JBC analyst about whether this program is actually substituting state money for federal supports that these students can get. And if that's the case, that means that we are substituting money in places where federal money could be used when our money could have been deployed helping yet even another student who needed access to higher ed. So with all due respect, I do ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Weissman Amendment to House Bill 1393. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote? Representative Frizzell, how do you vote? Representative Frizzell is excused. Bacon, Brown, Doherty, English, Joseph. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 39 no, and 8 excused, the Weissman Amendment fails. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Garcia Amendment to House Bill 1401.
Representative Garcia moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Garcia Amendment L3 to House Bill 1401 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1401 is amended passed.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, this amendment is the amendment that sets legislative intent, that when there's true-up in the budgets and making sure that what was allocated and what hasn't been spent, specifically in Medicaid, that the first $10 million, the intent is that the first $10 million of any reclaimed Medicaid dollars will go to Denver Health to support the effort that Denver Health is doing to support the migrant crisis, unpaid. So this is to just use the reclaimed Medicaid dollars for the purposes of which they should be used. I urge I vote.
Representative Garcia, could you move the amendment? Thank you.
I suppose. I move the Garcia Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
And ask that it be properly
And ask
displayed.
that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. There we go.
There you go.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just if the money is for a migrant crisis that we're told doesn't exist, I'm just curious on how this balances. So I'm still a little bit confused. We have a crisis. We don't have a crisis. We're a sanctuary. We're not a sanctuary. We're not importing. We're asking for money based on something that no metrics are provided, no data is provided. So obviously Denver Metro has. I have no doubt that they're being overrun, but telling Colorado that the rest of Colorado needs to take on the poor policy making of Denver is really not fair to Coloradans in general. So this is a burden that Denver has brought on itself, and the rest of Colorado is being asked to help mitigate the symptoms of poor decision making by Denver. So I think we ought to actually get to the root of the problem rather than just continue to fleece Coloradans to help Denver feel better about their poor policy choices.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. While I actually think that the General Assembly has demonstrated its intent to support Denver Health through previous budget actions, through our supplemental, and I look forward to continuing that opportunity to do so. However, I do not think that we should be making it our intent to bind any sort of savings that we might find from caseload adjustments, because there are probably a whole variety of other needs that we will have to meet, and that is the work of the Budget Committee and ultimately the General Assembly to consider. And so I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the Garcia Amendment to House Bill 1401. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Frizzell votes no. English and Joseph. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 34 no, and 7 excused, the Garcia Amendment is lost. Sorry, Mr. Schiebel, please read the Frizzell Amendment to House Bill 1413.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment, L1 to House Bill 1413, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1413 as amended passed.
Minority Leader Puglisi. Instead, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Frizzell Amendment. I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that the action be reversed. And I ask that the amendment be properly displayed. Or I move the Frizzell Amendment be properly displayed.
I think, Representative Wilson, it was in there. Let's try. I move the Frizzell Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, and you're golden. Just restate it once.
I move the Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
Perfect.
Wow.
All right. It is perfectly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This amendment goes back to that severance tax. The funding that's supposed to go to our local governments, go to DOLA so that they can support our local communities. This is not the purpose. These severance tax should not be moved. They should continue to go where they're supposed to, even if it's extra money. If we have extra money, why are we not doing extra to support our communities? I ask for, and I vote on the Frizzell Amendment.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Let's see. This has been happening all day long. I again stress, as I stressed before, this $25 million is coming from the reserve. And it's coming from the reserve in a particular fund that has well above the required reserve level in it today. Also, the $25 million is going for programs and priorities that you folks want in this year's long bill. If this were to be removed, we have to take $25 million out of the long bill. And that is going to hurt other programs for local governments in particular, for higher institutions of higher education and other programs. This is not reducing whatsoever the commitment from this fund to DOLA. Thank you. I would ask you to vote no on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Catlin, English, Hernandez, Lindsay, Ricks. Please close the machine. With 8 aye, 7 aye, 51 no, and 7 excused, the Frizzell amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Garcia and Weinberg amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1425.
Representatives Garcia and Weinberg move to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Garcia Amendment L2 to House Bill 1425 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1425 is amended passed.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to move Amendment 003 to House Bill 1425 and also to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow colleagues, we've just voted 2 different times to pass the initial bill that we wanted, and now all we're asking is where to get the money from. I do not want this coming out of the general fund. My co-prime does not want this coming out of the general fund. We don't want this to touch Tabor. The Attorney General's office has an excess of funding that we have sought to take from. We understand that any type of office within this building would be upset with that, and we empathize wholeheartedly. But in order to do this properly, without hurting the taxpayer, we would request humbly from all of you that you would make the decision here and today that we fund school nurses in our rural and urban areas with money that has nothing to do with general, Tabor, and that is fiscal responsibility.
Representative Garcia.
Members, I want to thank my co-prime for his words. I don't think that I can say anything better than that. The only thing I want to just remind us all is that while we have already adopted the amendment to support our school nurses grant program with $1 million, as we mentioned at the very beginning of adopting that amendment, that it would come with this secondary amendment in order to make sure that the funding mechanism does not come out of general fund. You all graciously said, yes, we want to support the school nurses grant program, and allowed the adoption of that amendment to the budget. And now we're asking that you follow us today to continue to the end of the game where we can actually say that we have secured the appropriate funding source to make sure that we are not touching the general fund that can impact every single one of our bills. We urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
And to be clear, the amendment was moved to the bill. We need for you to move it to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I would move that H003 be moved to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
There we go. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Members, I rise in opposition of this amendment. First of all, it's a non sequitur. We're moving money from the Attorney General's Reserve, which has a lot of money under color of law, which may be federal dollars, may be tied to different state agencies. Those are funds that the Attorney General has to maintain in reserve. That's good fiscal accounting, but it's also required by law. The other thing is, it's moving it to the Capital Construction Fund. And then it's being moved out of the Capital Construction Fund with this amendment for school nurses. I have a real problem with moving money around like that, where you're basically robbing the reserves of the Attorney General to move it to the Capital Construction Fund and then to move it around for school nurses. First of all, if you really want to fund school nurses directly, talk to the relevant department. Get that in their budget priorities from the get-go. Include that. Don't come in at the last minute and try to take monies out of the reserve. Secondarily, these reserve dollars are actually tied up. A lot of them are still under certain color of laws, so that may mean they're attached to federal dollars or different state cash funds that are tied to the different agencies in which the Attorney General by law has to represent. So for those reasons, that's why I cannot support this amendment at all, and I believe that if we really do want to fund school nurses like this, let's actually work with the JBC and the relevant department, put that as a line item, let's consider it. There was a great member of the Joint Budget Committee named Joe Shoemaker, who years ago wrote a fantastic book on budgeting in the Colorado General Assembly. And he had a phrase in there that he repeated numerous times. He said, if you want something, you budget for it. This is not budgeting, this is stealing. And I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's truly an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
This is not stealing in any way, shape, or form. This is legitimate fiscal responsibility because we understand that this state has very little resources that we can pull from. And when my colleague from the other side of the aisle and I come together in the spirit of bipartisanship to make sure that the people that are not being robbed are the people of this state of Colorado, I would state plain and simple that the thievery exists when we steal from their pockets. This is a good bill. Our nurses in our schools are at a lack. We are lacking. This provides a grant program from a pool of funding that is not being utilized. And I have great concern with that, and as do every single one of your districts. I normally come down into this well and selfishly represent the city of Loveland, who I guarantee you this grant program will support. But additional support to my city will support every single one of yours, every single one of your counties and your districts, every single one in the state, whether you're in Denver, whether you're in Trinidad. There is absolutely no reason to have excess money sitting in our state not being utilized for the good of students and the well-being of teachers. Because at the end of the day, in rural communities, which in Larimer County I know that they have, that school nurse is not only a school nurse, she might be a teacher as well. And if we do not pull these people in and give them any type of incentive and a hand up, we're doing a disservice to the state. I would ask everyone in this chamber, send a text message in the next 2 minutes to anybody that you represent in your district. Any teacher, any school nurse that is in your district right now, and tell me that they would vote no on this. Because I am willing to bet that no one in our school system that are underfinanced and underpaid would say no to this bill. And this, the last point I'll address, is the last minute. This was not any way, shape, or form in the last minute. We found a way to skirt the system to literally pay our way through without stealing and robbing our taxpayer. And I feel that that is a fiscally conservative way to do things here in this well.
Members, I do want to offer that the use of the word stealing can obviously hit a nerve, prefer that we speak about moving our funds between accounts, transfers. Stealing certainly implies something else. Representative Soper, then Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the guidance there. I will say it is fiscally irresponsible to take the reserves of one of our constitutional officers. As everyone knows, I serve on a public hospital board that's been struggling. And there were many people who said, you should just take the reserves. We had several $1 million. But the reason why it's fiscally irresponsible to just start tapping into the reserves is sometimes you might actually find you're in a position where you need those monies. For us, that happened. We came really close to not making payroll. As a board member, I was protected by a bond for a certain amount. But if we couldn't make payroll for more days, that would mean that my own personal assets could come into jeopardy. Having reserves here is really smart fiscal sense, but it's also the law. It's also the law that those have to be maintained. It's not monies that are up for grabs to be able to be taken. I have nothing against school nurses, but this is two separate issues. It's a non sequitur, and then to transfer the monies through the capital construction fund also does not make sense. That's just moving it through a vehicle. The proper way would be to have a line item, to ask for school nurses in that line item, but certainly moving money from the Attorney General's reserve that's needed. Also, it's protected under the color of law, so some of these funds can't be touched. They may be federal funds, they may belong to different state agencies as well, because the Attorney General represents them, and those dollars still have that color of law attached. And that's really important to remember as we're casting a vote here. And that's why I once again want to emphasize, please vote no on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff and then Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, underfunded, underpaid. We're prioritizing here. We're prioritizing what we're doing with the money from Colorado. Supposedly, it's money that should help them. I would think that a school nurse, teacher, we've got people that have committed their lives to doing good things for our people. Now, I'm not for the money here, but we're talking about priorities. And I just wanted to remind everybody that they set a priority on chasing a ghost. $99 million on chasing a ghost. 40 parts in a million of 10% of any potential effect. That's what you prioritized. So when you're talking about $1 million, when you're talking about $1 million and seeing, can we do this? Can we do this for the children? Can we do this to help our schools? Just know that you voted 99 times against this program to throw that money straight down a hole, because that's what you're doing with it. That's what you're doing with the money. 40 parts in a million, 0.125 gigatons divided by 3,200 gigatons, 40 parts in a million of 10% of any potential effect. You are not doing anything to help Colorado with that money. You are actually hurting Colorado by taking it out of their pockets and then denying them the services that you say they need. It is unconscionable what goes on in this room with your full knowledge of the statistical negligibility of any effect of chasing that ghost. And I have to say that I have probably shouldn't say it, but I have a deep sense of shame over what's going on here.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks. We've heard a lot of different things. I imagine that every single one of you in this room has received a text message with a different reason of why this is not a good idea. Reasons that this cash fund that is considered a reserve is tied to specific programming that could be harmed, or that this cash fund is predominantly and primarily funded by restricted funds without the actual data or numbers that say what is the percentage in that cash fund that is restricted to by federal or enterprise dollars. We've heard a lot of reasons, and this is not an attack on the great office of the Attorney General's office. They're doing what they need to, fighting for what they believe is theirs and rightly theirs, and we are doing what we need to and being responsible stewards of unused dollars for a great need that exists in our schools and for our students. 1,125 children per school nurse, compared to $8 million that is just sitting in a reserve. We have an obligation in this body, members, to do what we need to do to support our communities and our constituency. And what this amendment does is it allows more funding to get more nurses in our rural and Title I schools. This is a good amendment. And we know that the school nurses worked really hard and tried really hard to work and get this money added into the budget. Don't think and don't accuse anyone that this is a one-time, last-minute ditch effort. Yeah. We all in this body have an obligation to learn, to watch, to address, to shape the budget. That is our responsibility of each and every one of our 65 members. And unfortunately, this is the way we have to do it. I do not mean that as a criticism to the incredible work that our JBC members have done as well. And at the same time, priorities that we might individually in our communities or as a collective feel should be funded are not, this is our chance to come back and say, here is another idea. So this is the idea, and we ask that you support it. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say that I share the desire to fund school nurses. I think that the intent is laudable here. So there's a lot of gratitude to my good colleagues from Adams County and Loveland. But members, fund source matters. And also, before we would take money from another cash fund, this chamber should know for certain. We shouldn't just go on the belief that there is money there. We should have hard data to know what money actually is available and what could legally be used for non-federal purposes. So these are two deficiencies that we have here. Also, another point I'd like to raise is that this amendment would provide one-time funding for school nurses. You can't hire a school nurse with one-time money. To the other point, I understand what our representative from Delta was raising, and I actually share the same concern. The fund source being sought for the school nurse program is the Legal Services to State Agencies Cash Fund. I will remind you that this is an internal service fund, and these dollars reflect revenue that the Department of Law collects from various state agencies. It supports accrued compensated absences and legal services that are related to federal grants. Because the fund contains federal dollars, there could be serious impacts if the Department of Law diverts funds for payments unrelated to what those dollars were originally allocated for. This chamber must be mindful of it, no matter how worthy the cause. We have to be thoughtful and operate within the bounds of what our agreements are with the federal government and allow the Attorney General's office to maintain its agreements as well. So for all of these reasons, members, I respectfully request a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Garcia-Weinberg Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Amabile, Froelich, Joseph, Rutenell, Young. Please close the machine. With 35 aye, 23 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Weissman Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1425.
Representative Weissman moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Weissman Amendment, L1 to House Bill 1425, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1425 is amended passed.
Representative Weissman,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move H001 to House Bill 1425.
please move it to the Committee of the Whole report.
Apologize. I move H001 to the, which is a cow concerning HB 1425, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. And it is properly displayed. Please proceed.
All right, members, another lovely conversation about funds. What we're talking about here is access to justice. Hours ago, we amended the Long Bill 1430 to have some funds for the Access to Justice Commission that we spoke about. Then when 1425 came up, we ran part 2 of that whole, if you will, to rebalance how we're doing certain things in capital construction. What we're proposing here is that the general fund transfer to the capital construction fund be reduced by $500,000. Instead, that $500,000 is replaced dollar for dollar from the DPS account in the indirect cost excess recovery fund, which is a statutory fund set up at 2475 Part 14. This is not the Attorney General stuff that we were talking about. This is a different source. I've got spreadsheets, I've got information suggesting that there is sufficient balance in there. We're looking for a smaller amount of money. We believe that, I believe that there will still be funds left in that account for the purposes for which they need to be there. For what it's worth, federal funds are less than 10% of the total funding in the Department of Public Safety. That's not the same as the percentage of funds in this excess recovery account of theirs, but it may be suggestive. Finally, members, I've come to believe today that we have an institutional interest in this place, all of us, regardless of party and issue, of having better visibility into and awareness of cash fund balance. Among other things, this starts to be a separation of powers issue. I will not be here for the budget next year, but I encourage those who will to dig in on this issue. In the meantime, I ask for a yes vote on the cow.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask you to vote no on this particular amendment. I think we get into dangerous precedents when we take money from one fund and reimburse another fund for the purpose of a third fund. The problem I have with that is we can do a very quick review of those different funds, but we truly don't know what those departments' plans were for those funds. And when we keep moving from one fund to another for our own particular purpose, where do we start and stop on that? And what mistakes do we make through that kind of shuffle of funds? I'm not doubting that this is a good priority, but I do not like the practice of moving dollars from one fund to another fund to another fund to reimburse another fund. That's dangerous to do, and I would ask you to vote no on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Weissman Amendment to House Bill 1425 in the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Clifford Garcia Joseph. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 34 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report. Please read the winter amendment to House Bill 1425 of the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Winter moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following winter amendment L4 to House Bill 1425 to show that said amendment passed. That House Bill 1425 is amended passed.
Representative Winter. I'm sorry, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move H002 to House Bill 1425 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Thank you. Oh, I need for you to move it to the Committee of the Whole report.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I move
No problem.
H002 to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it properly be displayed.
Thank you.
And what we're doing with this is myself and my co-sponsor, we're looking to help our rural districts. You know, the need for the capital funds for districts is great. We just want to make sure that rural students are able to have the same kind of schools that happen in the inner city. I mean, with new improvements in technology, so I urge an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote. Within the budget package, we simply delayed the $20 million transfer to the BEST fund, but they are already getting $40 million to that fund off the top of the marijuana tax cash fund. So it's not going unsupported, and we have made significant investment in BEST over the years that I think you can all be proud of and see projects resulting from in your district. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the winter amendment to House Bill 1425 of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 37 no, and 7 excused, the amendment fails. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Bottoms Amendment to House Bill 1430 of the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Bottoms moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bottoms Amendment J52, Amendment 86 to House Bill 1430 to show that said amendment passed. That House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Bottoms.
I move the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
This again is it's a footnote, but it's saying that the intent, after all of the budget's finished, everything's done, the intent is that the extra money goes to the taxpayers. That's already Constitution, that's already Tabor, so it doesn't make sense to vote no on this unless it's just about me.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a respectful request for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Bottoms Amendment to House Bill 1430 of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote? Whoops, Representative Luck, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Garcia. Please close the machine. With 13 aye, 45 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is lost. Members, we're going to pause for a moment because we want to make sure that we're making our motions correctly. Grammar matters, right? The motion should be that you move the amendment, you can use your name, to the report of the Committee of the Whole or the Committee of the Whole report, we do need the word report to appear in your motion, to be heard in your motion. Thanks, everyone. Okay. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first EPS amendment to House Bill 1430 of the Committee of the Whole. Report.
Representative Epps moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Bradley and English Amendment J40 Amendment 74 to House Bill 1430 to show that said amendment lost and that House Bill 1430 as amended passed.
Representative Epps.
Thank you. I move what is herein referred to as the first EPS amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, and I ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. So it's been hours ago, but perhaps you'll remember that this amendment, in its original iteration, allocated $2 million American dollars to fund security programs at schools, particularly AI ones. Tech is not neutral. You have recently heard our colleagues fight incredibly hard for $1 million American dollars to support something that is known to keep students safe and to improve outcomes in schools in the form of school nurses. And a look at a budget.
Representative
my
Frizzell,
round.
please, thank you. Please proceed, Representative Epps.
Thank you. And in consideration of the effort and the creative accounting that it takes to provide the things that we know keep our students safe and improve outcomes, we should not be allocating in such a limited budget, as we are consistently told that we have $2 million to this sort of technology and fortifying schools in a way that is antithetical to community and school safety. So a yes vote indicates that we know that there's a bill already at APROPS, as we've heard today, and that that is the process it should go through. We vote yes to align that the way we keep our students safe is by investing in evidence-based technologies and not by things like this amendment funds that don't keep our kids safe.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been really struggling for the last couple of hours to even know what the words are to say when I came to the well tonight. I'm obviously against this amendment. Representative Bradley is not here right now because this amendment passed the floor. And it passed the floor with little discussion, little opposition, no conversation, no debate. Because I guess in my mind, we were all committed to protecting our children in schools. And I want to talk about, again, reiterate that school safety is a conversation we have at my kitchen table almost every week for both of my children, middle school, elementary school, because bad things happen in schools. And our very first priority when we talk about how to prioritize our money, we talk a lot about education, we talk about school finance, but we don't want to fund safety of our children. I guess I'm really just struggling to wrap my head around this. The budget time, I was joking this morning, I no longer feel this way, but budget time is normally like my Christmas because I really enjoy budget. I've spent this whole week in like heaven going through line items of budgets because that's what I enjoy doing. And there are places to find money if we really need to. There are conversations that I hope this body has going forward about programs and departments and what is really going on in our state. And I look forward to those conversations. But never should the conversation be, should we fund the safety of our children? And I guess when we had the conversation earlier, and it seemed like this body supported protecting our children, I was very pleased. I think my kids would be very pleased. We're not spending time with our children and our families right now because we're here debating whether or not $2 million is too much money to keep them safe. And I guess that's offensive to me. I know we talk a lot in this chamber about what offends us. I am really offended right now that our kids don't come first. They do for education, but not for keeping them safe. What are we doing? And I am just, this money is going to not necessarily a program, not necessarily any one bill. It is $2 million to protect our children in a fund that the schools can decide what is the best way to do that. And this was a bipartisan amendment because the safety of our children is something we all in this chamber agree with, or at least I thought earlier today. So I urge a no vote. I urge if we need to find more conversations, if we need to have more conversations about where to find money, I am happy to tell you where there's money. I think we've brought some good amendments to move money around to the places we think are important. And I am asking this chamber to prioritize the safety of our children. What is the dollar amount of what our children's lives are worth? I think it's way more than $2 million. I urge a no vote on this amendment. Let it go through the process, and let's prioritize the things that really should be important in this chamber. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. I just wanted to clarify a few things. We did see a bill come through the Education Committee asking for around the same $1 million to go to the School Safety Disbursement Fund. That fund you can find in statute in Title 24. It includes dollars going to schools for equipment to prevent access. It goes to equipment within schools to determine safety issues. It also can go to programs to help students become more resilient, but it also can go to supporting co-responder programs as well as SRO programs. That is what the fund does. The amendment brought today that we're voting on brought $2 million to go to that fund. We then also saw amendment number 87, where we voted in $200,000 to go to that fund, thinking we would vote for that in exchange. And so I just want to remind us of that and what it is that we would be voting on with this amendment and what it is that we voted on at the end of the budget amendment. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to make sure that we understand what the amendment is actually about, it's money given to the school for the school to choose security, whatever they desire. There's not a limitation in the bill. It doesn't say it anywhere, what it's limited to. I know there was discussion about different types of AI and different things like that, but that's not actually stated. And so this is so that it could be chosen. I do think, so that's why I think the amendment is legit and should stand. Here's another reason, is what we do in this House. There is a give and take. There's a lot of things, well, pretty much everything I've ever said, everybody disagrees with, but I understand that you're right. You have the right to come up and discuss that or debate that or do whatever. Where was the discussion? The calling of this now, where was the discussion when this passed? Where was these things? I mean, you can say there's something that was added on that you thought you were going to go, but this was an amendment. It was run bipartisan and voted in very strongly bipartisan. Why are we now coming back when one of the bill sponsors the amendment sponsors is not even in the room? This is, this breaks down the integrity of what we do in this House. This is not the actual amendments in the bill. This is the procedure part of it, and this is just the way I'm seeing this. It appears to be underhanded. So let's stand with what was originally there.
Representative Bottoms, I'm unclear, but I don't know that anyone has done anything underhanded. The amendments can run that is appropriate process here in the House.
Right, I agree. I said I thought it appeared that way. Thank you, though.
One moment, Representative DeGraff. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm not really sure on this amendment because, again, like my colleague said, this was voted on. This was a bipartisan. It was brought up that technology is not, but the technology aspect isn't required. Now, the technology is pretty neat. I have to admit, I was skeptical when I saw it because I didn't like the idea of video going out. But the only video that ever leaves the building, is if there is a weapon in view of the camera. Otherwise, the screens are completely blank. I thought that was pretty fascinating. So that technology would allow for the privacy of the school to secure that. But when we look at our funding, when we look at our purpose of being here, the purpose of our being here is to secure these rights. That to secure these rights. Governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. And the first of these rights that we are supposed to secure is life. And we're talking about the lives of our students. And this is not a mandate this is saying, hey, we have $2 million. Now, I've already showed you we're spending $99 million on chasing a ghost. And we're prioritizing 99 times over protecting our students. I personally think that's obscene. But that's the body's choice to prioritize chasing a ghost over protecting the lives of their students. But we are tasked with prioritizing the lives of our students. And so I see this amendment as undermining those efforts. We've heard multiple times about the crisis, the violence, the problems that we're having with the policies that are creating this violence, that are creating an anti-life culture. This is one of the ramifications. School shootings are part of creating an anti-life culture. So now we have to deal with the ramifications, and this is one of the ramifications. Creating an anti-life culture and wasting money chasing ghosts is what makes this money necessitated, because our role, despite everything else that we get involved in that has nothing to do with securing the rights of our citizens, the tangents that we go down for little pet projects, but this is about actually securing the lives of our students. So I recommend sticking with the original plan, voting no on this amendment.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, I'm here to simply ask you to vote against this. We spent time today working on it, passed. It was a feeling of the body that this was good. If there needed to be more debate or questions or those type of things, they should have been asked. This is a simple one for me. We've already dealt with this. Vote no on this amendment.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In this body and in a lot of committees, we hear a lot about protection. We hear a lot about kids feeling unsafe. We hear a lot about things that we need to do to address violence and address school violence. And that feeling that kids have when they go to and from school talking to their parents and how they feel unsafe. There's a lot of things that I'm passionate about. When I come down to the well, there's a lot of things that strike a nerve for me. This is something that goes beyond that. When we're talking about victims and we're talking about protecting people, this is something where we're talking about people that don't have the means to protect themselves. These are our kids. These are our prized possession. Whether you have kids or not, I do. These are the people that we need to protect. And when I hear words in this well where somebody that, I don't know what they had to do with this or anything else, saying we're lucky to get 200,000 for something like this, pisses me off. This is not okay. If we're going to be challenging this, the fact that we're asking for $2 million for our state to protect our kids in a school where we send them to be educated, hardening the school from the exterior so that our kids are safe on the inside. If you're willing to vote against this, shame on you. I would encourage a no vote and question yourself if you're thinking otherwise. You need to vote no. You need to vote yes in support of $2 million, but do not let this get challenged. This is not okay. We need to support protecting our kids. That $2 million needs to go where we can protect our kids, where they're the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would genuinely like to thank the representative from El Paso County for working with us today and trying to do the right thing. Thank you very much. I can see that you want to protect kids. And thank you for holding to your word on this, because that's important. Because as we come in here to deal, what you did earlier was admirable, and I appreciate that. And it's unfortunate that you're having to stand through this and what you had to go through today. I appreciate what you've done. Protecting our children is important. I would ask you to support the original decision of this body. We constantly talk about how we're going to protect children. And what I'm finding with this is the solutions to protect children are just one-sided in this building. I listen to committees that I don't sit on over and over and over again, and I hear, how do we protect children? How do we protect children? And what I'm trying to find out with this is how we protect children, like I said before, sometimes is really one-sided. So I ask you to stick with the original decision. I ask you to uphold what we did earlier while one of the sponsors was here. I don't even know what else to say. I mean, $2 million to harden the target?
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm in education, and I heard Representative Bradley bring this bill. And I was always amazed that she only put a $2 million fiscal note on it, and I always felt that that was not ever going to be enough. Rather than taking that money away, I think this body should be looking for ways to add to that. And again, I want to echo, it's kids. It's our kids. Are they worth it? I think you would probably agree that they are. Thank you.
Representative Epps.
I appreciate the AML's, the Assistant Majority Leader's transparency earlier in reminding us that there were 2 amendments that were discussed today. I'm going to take just a minute to ground us in the reality of what actually happened earlier. Thankful for the folks at the Colorado Channel who have recorded this, so you do not have to take my word for it. You can scroll back and watch it at your leisure. You heard the phrase that earlier today, the underlying amendment passed without debate. That is technically true. That's because we were some 40 amendments earlier in the packet. We quickly jumped ahead to 74. It happened in less than a minute that it was called up, passed, and 2 related amendments were withdrawn. I am a person who pays copious attention, and I couldn't keep up with what happened in that moment. Had I understood that we were moving from an amendment in a much earlier section to 74, I would have come down. So it's disingenuous. While the result may have been the same or may have not, it is disingenuous to the folks who are listening to suggest that we had either robust debate or that we had opportunity for the same. That's okay. That's not a process foul. But let's not delude ourselves into acting like we had a discussion. There was a question that was exactly posed. Where was the discussion? It was that I, for one, I'll claim for myself, maybe everyone else anticipated we were jumping ahead to 74. I missed the memo. I asked earlier for a yes vote on the Epps amendment. I've changed my mind. I do hope that you will vote yes, but not because that reflects what happened on the floor, which was that clearly, audibly, the amendment lost, and this amendment, a yes vote, reflects that reality that 1430 passed as otherwise amended, but not with this. Instead of asking you to vote yes, I'm asking you to vote on the policy. If you think, given our budget constraints, given what has been presented before the committees of reference, given what we know about how we are investing and where, if you think it is an appropriate use at this time to allocate $2 million, you should vote no. If you think that we have properly considered this and that because of both process and because we are not going to be afraid to tell our constituents and our neighbors that we are not succumbing to the fear-mongering rhetoric that would suggest that anybody in this chamber does not care about protecting children. We can and will disagree vehemently on policy proposals, on strategy, on prioritization, but it is antithetical to the shared humanity that we ought to have to suggest that because someone disagrees with your proposed route of funding, that you therefore are willing to sell babies up the river and don't care about our safety. It's nonsense. So I ask for a yes vote. If you agree that we should obey both the rules of process, vote like the folks who sent us a mandate ask that we do.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, members, this is a really tough place for me to be in, but it's all good because I'm the woman for the job, and I can take it. And I'm going to always do what's right and do what's best for kids. Nothing about this process, for me, was disingenuous because I kept my word. And I'm going to continue to keep my word when I give it. And so I'm asking for a no vote on this amendment. Schools should be able to make the decision to do whatever they want to do when it comes to school safety with the dollars that are allocated to them. It's not up to us to say you can't give to this pot or you can't give to that pot. It should be up to the local school districts when they receive the funds that's been allocated to them. And every day in this House, when I have the opportunity to vote for kids, that's what I'm going to do. So again, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first Epps Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote? Representative Luck, how do you vote? Oh, we have lost her. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Representative Luck is excused. Please close the machine. With 33 aye, 24 no, and 8 excused, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Epps amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Epps moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following English amendment, J104, Amendment 87 to House Bill 1430, to show that said amendment lost and that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Epps.
I withdraw the second Epps amendment.
The second Epps amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Evans amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans amendment, J39, Amendment 1 to House Bill 1430, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Evans amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. $1.5 million to wildfire mitigation funding. This is a cost-saving measure because wildfires cause lots more damage than that once they get going. And by investing $1.5 million additional dollars, we can help to reduce that fuel load and save some money in the long term for our state. I ask for your aye vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we have allocated substantial resources to wildfire mitigation. So for that reason, I respectfully request a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Evans amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote? Representative Frizzell? Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Representative Hernandez is excused. Please close the machine. With 12 aye, 45 no, and 8 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Evans amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans amendment, J83, Amendment 12 to House Bill 1430, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Evans amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This amendment is the one that keeps kids warm. Again, we got an 80-year-old boiler. We need to have that boiler fixed. I ask for your aye vote so kids can stay warm.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Not only do we not earmark in the long bill, but this is also eligible for a BEST grant, and I hope they apply.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Evans amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote? We'll come back. Representative Luck.
I vote yes. Sorry.
Representative,
My apologies. I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Please close the machine. With 12 aye, 46 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the third Evans amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans amendment, J87, Amendment 13 to House Bill 1430, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the third Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we know that a big issue in certain parts of the state is transportation to and from the schools. This amendment here helps to get kids to and from that school so that we can shorten up some of these wait lists for kids awaiting transportation. I ask for your aye vote. I think I ran 6 amendments. I'm only counting 3, so just consider that.
That's a bargain deal. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I again raise the issue in the long bill and in these orbitals, we cannot be doing earmarks, and this is an earmark, and I would welcome that that this particular school district can in fact apply, and I would encourage them to apply from a capital standpoint to the best fund. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the third Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Representative Frizzell, you voted yes. We are confirming.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I voted yes.
Please close the machine. With 10 aye, 48 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Garcia amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Garcia moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee in adopting the following Garcia Amendment J25, Amendment 70 to House Bill 1430 to show that said amendment lost and that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Garcia. We will stand in a brief recess. Oops, the House will come back to order. Representative Garcia.
Madam Speaker, I move Amendment 19, the Garcia Amendment to House Bill 1430.
The Committee of the Whole report.
Oh, gosh. I move the Garcia Amendment to 1430, no, sorry. Let me start.
Representative Garcia, the third time's the charm.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Garcia Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Applause. Yay. Thank you. And it is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Members, this, if you remember, we brought the nurses amendment twice. This amendment actually removes the first yes vote, if that makes sense. Yes, it is. That is what it is. This is because we had to bring back the amendment to add that technical line. So we had to bring Amendment 88. So this removes Amendment 70. Okay? So it's a yes vote, please. Everyone just needs to vote yes. We don't need to fund nurses twice. Well, we do, but we're not going to do that this time.
Representative Sirota.
I also ask for a yes vote.
It's perfectly clear. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Garcia Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
Sorry, I had to unmute. I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. DeGraff and Judah? Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 1 no, 8 excused, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Hartsook Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Hartsook moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Hartsook Amendment. J11, Amendment 37 to House Bill 1430. It shows that amendment passed that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I am not Representative Hartsook, I would be honored to move the Hartsook Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This would add $20 million, $1 million for each of our 20 workforce boards. This is really important as we are dealing with workforce issues and getting people jobs. So I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker, I apologize. As much as I would like to say yes to this, I would ask you to vote no. We have put substantial funds in the Department of Labor for this workforce development type of situation. And again, we've got to balance a budget. I do not know where we could get 20 million additional dollars. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Hartsook Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Please close the machine. With 11 aye, 46 no, and 8 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment. J7, Amendment 36 to House Bill 1430. To show this amendment passed to House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this amendment seeks to take 20% of the increase that was going to the State Public Defender's Office and moves that over to fund legal aid. It really is important in our state that we are focused on all aspects of taking care of the indigent when it comes to having access to justice. And certainly, I would rather fund directly from the general fund than increasing fees by $20 per court filing. Some of you may think that doesn't sound like a lot. That's actually quite a bit, especially when over 75% of all the users of the courts were pro se over the last 4 years. So what that means is, in this particular space, now they're not only having to navigate higher fees, but they're doing so without the use of an attorney. So this would ensure that whether you're on the criminal justice side or the civil side, you have an attorney who's there to help you out. And it strikes that balance, and it's within reason. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, with the words of my colleagues, I would suggest that we don't funnel money and move it around all willy-nilly so I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also urge a no vote on this amendment. I will just say that your Joint Budget Committee worked extensively with our Office of the Public Defenders, and their budget request has been sized down substantially beyond what I know that department believes they truly need. And I think to scale back any further would be irresponsible and not in the best service of people who are truly depending upon public defenders to shepherd them through the criminal justice system and preserve their rights. So respectfully, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wolford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wolford votes no. Please close the machine. With 5 aye, 52 no, and 8 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper amendment, J74, Amendment 7 to House Bill 1430, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Members, I'll ask you to keep your voices down. Representative Soper, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what this amendment does is currently the Department of Corrections spends about $30,000 a year for a LexisNexis subscription for inmates to be able to access Colorado case law. In 2022, my good colleague from Aurora and I passed House Bill 1091 that created a public access website that's free to anyone in the state, well, actually in the world, to be able to access Colorado case law. It has every case from territorial days all the way up to the latest case that comes out of the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court. And because we now have direct access to the public, there's no longer a need to be funding this for inmates in DOC. The Supreme Court has ruled on point with this, and what the U.S. Supreme Court has said is that the state has a duty to provide inmates with a law library with access to the cases, to statute, and to the Constitution. We are doing all that. All that right now is currently available online, free of charge, regardless of if you're in prison or not. And we shouldn't be using tax dollars to pay for two different resources to be able to access the exact same cases. And because of that, I believe we should be good stewards of our tax dollars and not pay for the same resource twice. So I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I do not think that we should be taking from one line item in one department's operating expenses line to fund another line item in a whole other department. And I wonder if there might just be an inquiry with our legislative department that you want to place this into to see if this could not perhaps be purchased and fit under their budget.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to correct my good colleague. If you'll notice, the $30,000 is not actually being moved, it's just being returned to the general fund. So it's not like we're moving from one department, we're actually just pulling back and being good stewards of our taxpayer dollars. Since we're paying for this resource already, we shouldn't, once again, pay for it a second time within DOC.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wolford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wolford votes no. Armagast Hernandez? Excused. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 40 no, and 8 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the third Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Yeah. Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse section taken by the committee not adopting the following Lynch Amendment, J46, Amendment 56 to House Bill 1430 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the third Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This one moves $1 million from the general fund to Department of Natural Resources for the purpose of search and rescue within the backcountry. As Colorado is a top tourist destination, and certainly our Rocky Mountains are a playground, it is very important that we maintain healthy funds for search and rescue operations. And the helicopter that we've ordered for the Western Slope hasn't arrived yet, so being able to ensure that we have appropriate resources to be able to search for individuals who may be lost or in danger in the backcountry is important, and I believe this sends a very bold message that we care about Coloradans no matter what's happened. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Search and rescue is very much near and dear to my heart, as you folks all know, because you helped me get a bill through this House. This is an area that is very, very well funded, to the degree that we're one of the best in the country on this. In addition to that, if we want to get more dollars into this particular area, all we have to do is get all of our friends to keep Colorado wild and have them buy that pass, and that will add more dollars to this. We do not, and I stress, we do not need to take this out of the general fund. Thank you.
That was a good commercial, Representative. Go buy your pass. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the third Soper Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Hernandez, Herod. Please close the machine. With 4 aye, 54 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the fourth Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee not adopting the following Soper Amendment, J61, Amendment 61 to House Bill 1430 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the fourth Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this seeks to take $800,000 from the general fund over to the Department of Natural Resources for their game claims and prevention fund. This is really important with the wolf issue that we have on the Western Slope that was certainly thrust upon us. As we're getting more and more wolves on the Western Slope, and their territory is certainly increasing every single day, I want to ensure that we have adequate funds to be able to pay for the deprivation that occurs. I will say that what the JBC had appropriated was $520,000 for the wolf deprivation fund. That is pretty small compared to everything else that we're doing in a $40+ billion budget. It's also one that can be depleted very quickly. I mean, that's just a good night for a pack of wolves. And we certainly need to have some adequate funding there as well. There's also, what the JBC put towards Department of Agriculture was $580,000, but this is for technical assistance on non-lethal means for containing wolves. That is completely different than deprivation and paying for the damage that wolves have done. I just want to remind members that agriculture is Colorado's largest industry, and within agriculture, the beef industry and livestock is the largest there as well. And that we need to do all we can to protect Colorado's ranchers, and we need to send a bold statement that we've got their back. And I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too am concerned about the wolf and the wolves in western Colorado. But we've put aside a number of funds for this particular purpose. And I can assure you, if we find ourselves in a situation that, in fact, we need more funds for this particular purpose, the department can come back with a supplemental. But the departments feel they are adequately funded on this particular subject. And I ask you to vote no.
Should we just take a recess here? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You just want me to write that? Okay, that's what you want to do? Okay. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'll withdraw the 4th SOPR amendment and offer in its place the 5th SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the 5th Soper amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Soper amendment, J66, Amendment 58 to House Bill 1430, to show that such amendment passed. House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Soper has already moved the amendment. Let's just get it displayed. Okay, Representative Soper, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So, members, there was a technical problem with the last amendment, but luckily we were all ready to go with this one, so life is all good. This is $500,000 instead of $800,000 that we would move into the Wolf Deprivation Compensation Fund. This is very important for all the reasons that I previously stated. The one thing that I want to say is that there's kind of a feeling amongst the rancher community that Parks and Wildlife is very protective of the $520,000, and they're making it very difficult on ranchers when it comes to making their case, as it should be. But what we found is certainly the claims that are currently coming through, we've been very concerned about. And like I said earlier, $520,000 is just a fun night for a pack of wolves. And being able to have real dollars, at least hitting the $1 million mark, to show that Colorado is fully willing to pay for the deprivation when wolves do damage to a herd is very important. So that's why I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just ask for a no vote for the same reasons my colleague from Mesa already described on the last amendment that was withdrawn.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the 5th SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Please close the machine. With 16 aye, 42 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the 6th Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Garcia Amendment J25 to House Bill 1430 to show that said amendment lost and that House Bill 1430 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And because of the technical change that had occurred, this is moot, so I withdraw this amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Weinberg amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Weinberg moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Weinberg Amendment J4 to House Bill 1430 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Weinberg Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
It is
also to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow colleagues, this is your last chance. We have this money allocated to fire mitigation in the state. It's already in the budget. It's already there. I'm looking at you, Representative Taggart. It's already. This is nothing new. We did this last year. I would urge an aye vote on correcting $100,000, not $100 million, $100,000 going to wildfire mitigation again for the second time to our fire departments in the good state of Colorado. And nobody else has anything else to say.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, as I said earlier, we have invested a lot of money, a lot of state resources into wildfire mitigation. I respectfully request a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Weinberg Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Yes. There we go. Please close the machine. With 9 aye, 49 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Garcia and Soper Amendment J103 Amendment 4A to House Bill 1430 to show that said amendment lost and that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
Committee of the Whole report.
Report.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This is exciting. This will be the first time today Taggart will get to say, yes, he agrees. So, Amendment J103 moved to artificially hit the release trigger for the Department of Corrections. This is updated projections say that we do need these beds. And if we don't have these beds, we'll end up paying more to the counties because they'll have to stay longer at the counties. So our staffing levels have improved for the DOC. Last year, we argued this because we were having trouble filling those staffing levels, but this year, we're on a much better track. So I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't even want to look to my right. I would love to say yes, but it's been fun having you guys beat me up this whole time. In fact, it is a yes. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
There is so much confusion right now. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We all voted yes already. I mean, let's not pretend we didn't. All we have to do is vote no on this to preserve our yes, just to add a little bit more confusion. So here, just vote no. Just say no, friends. Just say no.
Representative DeGraff.
Just say yes. Just say yes, because right now the beds are on the 3.18% according to the DOC, and the getting rid of the beds would put us closer to the 3%, which would be the trigger for doing the parole, whether it's deserved or not. It's putting an artificial pressure on, and our role here is to protect the citizens of Colorado from people who have willingly deprived other citizens of Colorado of their life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. So we have a role. It is to protect the citizens of Colorado. This saying yes on this helps preserve our actual function in doing something we should be doing.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Hemrick Joseph. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 33 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Winter moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Lynch Amendment J75 to House Bill 1430 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1430 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the Winter Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it properly be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Purpose of this amendment, it adds $200,000 to the general fund to the Inspection and Consumer Services Division in the Department of Agriculture, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment, and I think everyone will be very glad to know that due to budget actions last year, they were already able to fund this in the current budget, and so we can just say no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. Members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Please close the machine. With 16 aye, 42 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Oh, wait.
Representative Winter moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Lynch Amendment J44, Amendment 18 to House Bill 1430 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the second Winter Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it properly be displayed.
Sorry, AML Winter, we just have a couple of extra documents here. This is H006, the second Winter Amendment. There we go. Properly displayed, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is to push $300,000 to the Department of Energy to study small modular nuclear reactors. We've had this discussion before. We've talked about the clean energy push in the state of Colorado. I will say it over and over again, I believe in an all-above energy program in the state, but there's been a path that's been set forward, and I think if people are truly being genuine about zero carbon, that nuclear energy is the option, so I'd urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Members, respectfully, I request a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second winter amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
Enthusiastically, yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Representative Judah is excused. Please close the machine. With 16 aye, 41 no, and 8 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the third winter amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Winter moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following winter amendment, J82, Amendment 10 to House Bill 1430, to show that Senate passed that House Bill 1430 is amended passed.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move the third winter amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask it properly be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The purpose of this amendment appropriates 20 million cash funds to the Department of Education from the Public School Capital Construction Assistance Fund for Public School Capital Construction Assistance Board cash grants for the best grants. And if you all voted for this amendment, yes for this amendment, it would be a good day.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have already allocated $175 million to the BEST Fund for this year, which is the highest in a long time, and it's $60 million over last year. I think we have funded it to the best we can within this budget, and I would ask you to vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the third winter amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Please close the machine. With 10 aye, 48 no, and 7 excused, the amendment is lost. There are no more amendments at the desk. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
Sorry, trying to get unmuted. I vote no.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 ayes, 16 no, and 7 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, our next order of business is third reading of bills. Members, I know it's been a long day. I'll ask you all to keep your voices down. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Bill 1230 to Friday, March 29th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the bill will be laid over until Friday, March 29th, 2024. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1148.
House Bill 1148 by Representatives Weissman and Mabry, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning more inclusive calculation of the finance charge applicable to certain consumer lending transactions and in connection therewith requiring more accurate disclosure of the cost of credit for certain loans.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1148 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1148 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 18 no, and 7 excused, House Bill 1148 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Shebel? Not a co-sponsor. I didn't just push it. I don't think so. Representative Wilford, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1354.
House Bill 1354 by Representatives Harrod and Duran, also Senator Janal, concerning requiring pet care facilities to provide notification of an infectious disease outbreak.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1354 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1354 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes.
It's a pet bill.
Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 8 no, and 7 excused, House Bill 1354 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1007.
House Bill 1007 by Representatives Rutinell and Mabry, also Senators Exum and Gonzalez, concerning residential occupancy limits.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in the Senate, they removed our legislative declaration. I honestly got to say that they probably, oh, okay, I move House Bill 1007?
You move to
We move to concur with the Senate amendments.
to
House Bill 1007.
There we go. The turkeys are loose. Continue, please.
Okay, members, in the Senate, they removed our legislative declaration, and I honestly think the only reason why they did it is my co-prime sponsor here wanted to make sure we included loneliness as a reason, and the Senate didn't like that. And so they pulled out our ledge deck, and while we are disappointed that they did that, this is still a good bill, and we will reluctantly concur.
Representative Rutinell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Colorado, 2 reps took the floor with a plea his colleagues shouldn't ignore. Let's end the rules on who can cohabit. For fairness and friendship, let's finally scrap it. Vote yes on this change. Let old views disperse, for a home filled with laughter is what we should all endorse.
That was good.
Good poetry.
Good job, good job.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1007. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 9 no, 7 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1007 as amended.
Representative DeGraff.
This would be an excellent opportunity to undo the mistake of this bill, which will drive up housing costs, will drive up rent costs, and this is the bill that I was referring to as the Calcutta-style zoning. So this is cramming. This is not one of these things like, oh, let's just open it up. This is removing all arbitrary limits on occupancy. This is no longer. This ties into 11th.
Members, please keep your voices down.
This ties into, say, 1175 with the first right of refusal. I can't see how this would not force every house in to be considered a multifamily unit. The multifamily units would then be given first right of refusal to the government. This is a collusion between government and industry because these are going to, so these all tie together. Now, this bill is part of the carbon roadmap to nowhere, because it's not going to solve anything, but what it is about the abolition of private property. And that sums up the intent. And it's a quote you can find easily. But what this does is it violates the zoning that people have entered into. They've entered into zoning contracts with the government, with the state, and said, we want to live in a certain amount of area. And the idea that this is going to solve loneliness by making it so that you cannot escape from any individual. So a problem with a bill like this, unlimiting, it's probably a great thing for some, like maybe in Boulder, where a developer wants to, or an investor wants to buy a house and pack as many college students in it as they can, but you take a house that, say, has 5 rooms in it, and instead of renting it to a single family for, say, $1,200, say $1,200 for rent, I don't know, but then you go to the 5 rent, and that's probably single family, 1 or 2 incomes, right? So, and that you want that to be less than 30% of their overall income. And then you take that and you say, well, 5 bedrooms, that could house the income potential of 5 renters themselves that each could pay $500 and have basically an apartment in there with a shared space. Now that house rents for $2,500. So now that house rents for $2,500 instead of $1,200, so that incentivizes to move as many people into the house as they want. So what can that single family do that has kids? Well, the laws were in place. Basically, they're also in place to facilitate recognize a carrying capacity of a population. And what this does is it eliminates and overrides the carrying capacity of the population. It's going to force zone all of these houses. I don't know, and I get, normally if you were to do this in an area and say, we're going to turn these houses into multifamily, then you would have an entire process of looking at what the effects are going to be. So instead, we're going to do it for the state. And we're going to do it. Why are we going to do it? Because of the carbon map to the road to nowhere. What is it going to achieve? 40 parts per million of 10% of basically nothing that's going to happen. That's statistically facts. All of the climate justice warriors in the room have been given the opportunity, cannot invalidate that because it is 40 parts per million of 10% of maybe something might happen. And what Colorado is doing is cramming as many people as possible. Now, when you do that, when you push past a healthy limit, you get into situations which are in the experimental versions called ratopia, or the rats of Nim, or whatever you want. And you start to cram these people into those situations, and you get very unhealthy outcomes. This is an incredibly bad idea. This is an incredibly bad idea. A lot of virtue preening to accomplish absolutely nothing. And what it's designed to do is to cram everybody into the I-25 corridor, to force them into mass transit, because this occupancy limit then ties into that no parking will be provided unless it's a rental. So now parking spaces will have to be rented, if they have them at all. You will not be able to afford a POV, and that will give you the joy of being able to sardine yourself onto mass transit and maybe make the governor's pet project be subsidized at less than $2 per passenger mile, because you're forcing everybody onto it, because you're chasing the ghost of 40 parts per million of 10%. Did you win a bet? Did you get a square? 10% chasing a ghost? Excellent. I appreciate that. To force the Calcutta-style zoning. I think we have Calcutta-style zoning. Is that one of the squares? Not yet? All right. So this nonsense based on non-science is incredibly bad for Colorado. It's incredibly bad for Colorado. I urge a no vote. I don't know how we start to undo the bad decisions that are based on the non-science of the carbon map to road to nowhere. 40 parts per million of 10% of something that might be a problem. You're chasing a ghost. You're going to make Colorado a miserable place to live because you're building a socialist totalitopia, and it is bad for people every single time.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1007 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote? We'll come back. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wolford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wolford votes yes. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote? Representative Frizzell is excused.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry. I apologize. I'm a no.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Rep. Wilson? Representative Wilson?
I just want my vote recorded on that stupid bill. I hate that bill.
Representative Frizzell, the vote is recorded. Representative Wilson? Please close the machine. With 42 ayes, 16 no, and 7 excused, House Bill 1007, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1056.
House Bill 1056 by Representatives Frizzell and Marshall, also Senators Hansen and Colker, concerning property subject to a property tax lien and in connection therewith modernizing statutes related to the issuance of a treasurer's deed for property subject to a property tax lien to align with a federal Supreme Court decision.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 24-1056.
Please proceed.
Now, there's no need for that gobbling because they were amendments we were expecting when we sent it over to them. So it's coming back and addressing the issues we wanted. I was told I do have to get a limerick out. So we have a very good AABBA structure. So In Colorado's immense statutory domain, a change awaits us to vote on to ordain. Till July 1, 24, we took lands by the score, but now none in Colorado can complain.
Outstanding. The motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1056. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wolford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wolford votes yes. Representative, there we go. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 0 no, and 7 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1056 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1056 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1056 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wolford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wolford votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 0 no, and 7 excused, House Bill 1056 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1072.
House Bill 1072 by Representatives Burden Frizzell, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Fields, concerning increased evidentiary requirements in criminal proceedings for protections of victims of sexual assault.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1072.
Please proceed.
Okay, so members, I have zero poetic ability in the first place, so I am coming to you today with no rhyme, no limerick, only to say, ask you to join me in concurring. So in our bill, we made a technical fix to use the conforming term unlawful sexual behavior instead of using the term sexual assault. So changed terminology so that the reference is consistent throughout the bill. I ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1072. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wolford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wolford votes yes. Rep. Catlin. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 0 no, and 7 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1072 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1072. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1072 as amended.
Members, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1072 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wolford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wolford votes yes. Representative Catlin. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 2 no, and 7 excused, House Bill 1072 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1098.
House Bill 1098 by Representatives Mabry and Duran, also Senators Gonzalez and Hendrickson, concerning protections for residential tenants and in connection therewith, requiring cause for the eviction of a residential tenant.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1098.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members in the Senate, a few things were clarified. We clarified the requirements on landlords when they are using the no-fault reason around substantial renovations. We increased one of the timelines. As the bill left the House, it said it went into effect once somebody had lived in a place for 9 months. That was changed to 12 months. And then we made some changes around how this law intersects with Colorado's wrongful eviction statutes. And with that, we ask to concur with Senate amendments.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1098. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. AML Bacon. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 15 no, and 7 excused, the motions to concur with Senate amendments is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1098 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1098 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Frizzell votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 ayes, 17 no, and 7 excused, House Bill 1098 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for request for conference committee.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for request for a conference committee. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 35.
Senate Bill 35 by Senators Pelton, B. and Fields, also Representatives Winter and Duran, concerning strengthening the enforcement of human trafficking for servitude.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House not assent to the Senate's request for conference committee and instead adhere to the House position on Senate Bill 35.
That is a proper motion. Please continue.
Members, the revised version is the House version of the bill. If we adhere to the House position, we are adhering to the revised version of the bill. And the Senate will then have the option to either recede from its position or concur with the position of the House or to adhere to the Senate's position, which will kill the bill. Senate Bill 35 is near and dear to my heart. A few years ago, a family member of mine was trafficked. She was out enjoying time with her friends and tragically kidnapped. I remember that phone call. With my heart racing, not knowing where to turn and what to do, I didn't know if I would see her again. I felt sick to my stomach, not knowing what she was going through. My family quickly reached out to law enforcement, and thankfully, they were able to find her and other victims. The offender was successfully arrested and charged, ensuring they could not do this to anyone else. Members, feel free to sit down. Thank you. Human trafficking is a heinous and grotesque crime that has no place in our society. Both sides of the aisle can agree upon that. And our vote on this bill demonstrated that. In overwhelming bipartisan fashion, this chamber passed a bill that held offenders accountable for their actions, while also recognizing the unique and tragic circumstances that can befall victims who are sometimes coerced into trafficking others. The amendments we made in the House align the definition of crimes of violence to other crimes, such as sexual assault, robbery, etc. It also provided defendants who are victims themselves to utilize affirmative defense in court to ensure we aren't overly criminalizing the very same folks who we are trying to protect. Yesterday, when my Senate co-prime sponsors moved to concur, there was a substitute motion made to go to conference committee. When that motion was made, there were comments that criticized the work of this body and the balance we had struck. I stand by the work put into this bill, your work, my work, and the product that we sent back to them. I also want to make sure that the amendments that were made on this bill were not a surprise to my Senate co-prime sponsors. Unfortunately, what has been communicated on the Senate floor and in the conversations has become clear to me that there was not a path forward in a conference committee. So colleagues, this is why I request that we adhere to the House position on Senate Bill 35 and vote today to maintain the work of this body. Thank you, and I ask for a yes vote on this motion.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't have said it much better. I stand next to Majority Leader Duran on this steadfast 110%. This is a good start. This is the right thing to do. Human trafficking is vile and wrong. And if you traffic people, you should be punished for this. But it also holds up the integrity of the victim as well. I support that. I urge you all, please put the ball back in the Senate's court and have them do what is right. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to not assent to the request for conference committee and instead adhere to the House position on Senate Bill 35. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Frizzell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Frizzell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Representative Epps, please close the machine. With 57 aye, 1 no, and 7 excused, the motion to not assent is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar, including Friday's calendar, to Monday, April 1st, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar, including Friday's calendar, will be laid over until Monday, April 1st. Members, we have some business to tend to. I will invite any final announcements. Seeing none, go ahead, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want to say thank you to our Chief Clerk, Robin, our Chief Assignable, Kathy, for lunch today. Thank you. Thank you. Humble.
Madam Majority Leader?
Also, thank you to our staff, our nonpartisan staff, everyone that kept us going all day until 8:30 at night, and for everything they do. Thank you.
Woohoo. On a good note. Members, we have some business to tend to. You are free to go. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1351 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1353 be amended as followed and as amended be referred to the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 66 be referred favorably to the Committee of the Whole. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1068 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bills 70 and 104 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1359 as amended and 1173 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1135 be amended as followed and as amended be referred to the Committee on Finance. House Bills 1350 as amended and 1355 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1374 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports the following bills have been correctly printed.
Printing report will be printed in the journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has
Signing
signed
of
Senate
bills, resolutions, memorials will be printed in the journal. Delivery of bills to the governor.
The Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives reports the
Delivery
following.
of bills to the governor will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has adopted and transmits herewith Senate Joint Resolution 11.
Message from the Senate will be printed in the journal. Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in adjournment until Monday, April 1st, 2024
At
10 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until Monday, April 1st at 10 a.m.